And my friend Joe Holzman, I believe we are live on the internet on this fine Friday night. How are you doing, my friend?
I am very well, thank you. How are you?
Very, very, very well. Oh, what is that echo I'm getting? Oh no, not technical difficulties. This is what happens when we turn up early. I thought I was hearing something there. It seems to have stopped. I feel it might be like hearing me on your end or something.
And I've possibly it seems to be sorted. It's not, the bars aren't going up and down on the audio now.
All right, okay.
We've got some people saying that they can hear and see us both.
Okay. And I don't think I'm getting an echo anymore. I think we're good. I think we're golden. People are saying can see and hear both, sound picture good. So that's good. Let's go with that. And if anything comes up, we'll deal with it as we go. The only thing I haven't done is seen if we must be on the internet, but why? Oh, there we are, indeed. And are we moving on the internet? We are moving on the internet. So I think all the resolution stuff's working. Hooray, hooray, hooray. Happy Friday, Joe Holzman. How are you?
I'm very well.
Glad to hear it.
I'm 5 weeks into my 7-week summer holidays, and I've lost track of the days.
Glorious.
And I can see the end of the summer in sight, and I'm not happy about it.
Yeah, I get that. I do think you need to be slightly careful about moaning about your 7-week holiday, though.
Oh, I'm not moaning.
But yes, welcome.
I'm moaning about the approaching end.
To those of us who are not, or to those of you, I should say, I get a little bit of this. Those of you who are not on some sort of education-based holiday, at least it's the weekend. Happy Friday, one and all. And we are here on Battle Streams in Middle-earth to cruise you through to Saturday morning. And of course, this is Battle Streams in Middle-earth, which is our semi-regular special, where we normally take a look at this dear lady, the DXD part where Battle Games in Middle-earth. But 6 years ago, we did something incredibly clever. Joe, I'm not sure if you've ever noticed this, but we actually took the name of the magazine and we changed the word games to the word streams. That's where the title came from.
Is that it?
Yeah, I know. Yeah, that's...
Never twigged.
Yeah, I know. Well, a lot of people don't. And they've only had 140 episodes to figure it out. So, it's one of those things I like to try and, I don't know what I'm even trying to say anymore. But there we go. But we are here. And normally, of course, we look at an issue of this. And that's what we've been doing for a very long time. But not tonight, Joe, right?
No, not tonight.
What are we doing tonight?
We've had... say new releases, not quite so new now, but we have a new supplement.
Oh, very nice. Is that the Burning of the Westfold supplement?
It is the Burning of the Westfold.
Oh, do you know what? I don't actually have that yet. Is there any chance you could pass me yours to your left?
You can give it a try.
Yeah, thanks. Let's see if I can get it. Thanks. Oh, thanks. That's pretty good. Thanks. That was a quick delivery. And now I know I always like to kind of do the incredibly smug thing where we watch it now to see how that beautiful pass like kind of played out. What do you think? Was it a good one? Oh, it's coming. It's coming. It's not bad, It's not bad. That was a pretty good one.
It's been worse.
That was a pretty good pass. So Damien up a little bit or Joe down a little bit. So what I have to do is turn that up. Oh no, that's the opposite. I need to turn that down. That should have sorted that, Michael. We should now be better balanced, but as a result of that, you all might need to turn your volume slightly up. Would be my my take on it. But there, yeah. So what is this, Joe? What have we got here? Oh God, I'll pass it back to you. Sorry. So now you've got your copy back.
It is what was the brand new supplement? Covering basically all Rohan during the Lord of the Rings films.
And it came out, I believe we did our last one 5 weeks ago. And was it due to be delivered on that day? So I think
so. I think that's why we didn't do it last time.
Yeah.
Was because it was...
People wouldn't have had it. It was out that day, but most people wouldn't have had it.
On pre-order, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think it was a 2-week pre-order. Yeah. So annoyingly, we nearly got it in like kind of on the day, but we've had to be 5 weeks late. So hopefully that's given everyone a chance to kind of pick it up and digest it, pick some new models up, and so that's what we're going to be theming tonight around this new supplement. We're going to have a good look through it. chat about what's in it, and we want to hear your thoughts on it. Not yet necessarily. Like we'll have a section about that, so don't start putting your thoughts in the chat about that one just yet. And we will be partying away and building away with the new models, because normally of course, Joe, we have some models that came with this magazine, don't we, and we use that as a kind of theme, but we don't have those today. And so what we normally ask people to do is whatever the theme is, to get involved and to kind of paint or work on that model. So whilst we don't have a theme from the magazine, do we have what is our theme for tonight, Joe?
Well, I believe it's any of the models that came out at the same time, which would be the Rohan Commanders, the Hill Tribesman Commanders, and the Riders of Rohan.
Yep.
Or if you're working on anything from the terrain guides and hobby guides in this book.
Someone asked for this. Was it you that asked about the terrain? I feel like you're the sort of person who might have asked about it.
It wasn't me, no.
But there are 3 terrain guides in here, I think. So we have one for making Rohan settlements. So that means, I'm going to say, that's if you're working on a Rohan house kit.
Yeah.
Then one for making the Plains of Rohan. And I think that just has to be if you're building a Rohan board.
Yeah.
I think a minimum of 2 foot by 2 foot, I think.
Yeah, or do you want to lower that to maybe 1 by 1 for a display board sort of thing?
We can allow 1 by 1 if you want. Yeah, 1 by 1 Rohan themed board. Yeah. Okay.
Jack Brown says it was him who asked about it.
There you go. Thanks, Jack. You're getting your wish. Unless your wish was that they wouldn't count. And then finally we've got the Fords of Eisen. So again, I think anything you could even be. I think building a modular river would count for this.
Yeah.
And then there is a painting horses guide, but it is. I'm going to be firm on this and say it's just Riders of Rohan. So it's not any horse, just the new Riders of Rohan. Does that seem fair, Joe?
Yeah. I mean, I was going to ask if it would be extended to Phaedrid as well, because I feel like Phaedrid would have been a big part of this release, but he came early.
You want to allow Phaedrid in?
I'm asking your opinions.
Well, I think he might have had guest host.
I think he might have been eligible when he actually came out, but I do feel like he was supposed to be in this release.
I think we probably didn't we do that kind of Armies of Middle-earth release stream or something?
I think so. I think he was eligible then.
Well, Phaedra, I mean, there's some Fords of Eisen scenery in here and 2 Phaedra-based scenarios. So yeah, if you want to put Phaedra in, we can put Phaedra in. He's relatively new. If anyone wants to crack out the new one or either.
Yeah, or should we limit it to the new one?
Sure. Okay. So yeah, that's fine with me. If anyone's got that old Phaedra, I got him for Christmas, but he's now miles away in a box. If anyone wants to build that Phaedra, super cool. Nice, but we are saying at the moment they're all just your single. Oh, I don't even know what a single entry is, Joe. So imagine anyone was getting involved and was painting on this. What would they just do it for their own calmness, or is there any way they could, contribute to anything, or is there any incentive for them to do such a thing?
Well, there should be a whip thread on the GBHL.
There is.
And whatever you're getting up to tonight, if you're doing some hobby, stick a picture of it in there because we'd love to see it. But if it is anything that we've just mentioned as being on theme, it will get you entry into a draw to win a very special Black BSIME dice.
Oh my, yeah, it's gone already. Oh, you plan and you plan and you plan. Boom! It says boom.
Now you've just gone.
Yeah, what? That was the worst boom ever. Alright, I find that unacceptable. There we go.
There we go.
So indeed, you can't win these. You can't win these money can buy purple BSIME dice. But what you can win is this, dear lady. Whoosh. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's so good to watch. It is a fit black BSIME dice. Look at that shiny dot. This is, of course, the only way you can get one of those black BSIME dice. Black Middle Earth Battle Streams in Middle Earth dice that roll beautiful, beautiful ones. When you want that game to end, when you need that game to end, turn to our dice. So yes, indeed, anyone who's working on that big list of things tonight will be in the and post it in that whip thread, will be in the draw to win this dice at the end of the night. Pretty cool, right?
Yeah, I've just got my picture into the whip thread.
Very nice, very nice. Have you managed to? I do forget which of the guest hosts. Have you managed to win yourself? I feel like Macklin did, and maybe Murphy. Is that right?
Murphy definitely has, and Macklin definitely has. I have not. I don't think I've won one since before I was a guest host.
Maybe tonight's the night, Joe. Maybe tonight's the night.
I think I might be on 5 consecutive finals without scoring a point.
5 finals where you haven't won.
5 finals where I've not even got on the board.
That is tough. That's not
since the last time I won.
That's not good play.
No, but as I said, I'm
getting
myself in the positions, and I'd be a lot more worried if I wasn't getting in those positions.
Yeah, I do think we've got some ways for people to get into the draw tonight. You know, obviously, the new releases are the main thing, obviously, but now Theodred is very niche, but I reckon a lot of us have got a little Rohan house lying around, maybe from a starter set. That's probably the easiest way, I reckon. So if you just, if you fancy winning a dice tonight, just go and grab a little Rohan house kit and just start, slicing it up a bit and do some work. You don't have to finish it. You just have to work.
There might be quite a lot of people who've got the riders as well.
Yeah. I'm sure they've been very, very popular. But I always like to point it out, for those people who haven't bought into the latest release, there's often a way to get involved. So there we go. And of course, we don't just want to see what you're working on. We want to see the sustenance getting you through the stream tonight. Joe Holzman, what have you got?
Well, I do have some Maltesers downstairs that have been hanging about all summer.
Oh, yeah.
But I thought they were a bit boring for the return of the stream.
Oh,
so
yeah.
I went out this morning especially, and I bought myself one of these.
Oh, magnificent. Is that a Big Daddy?
A Big Daddy pistachio.
An M&S one, yeah?
Yeah.
That is, I can only applaud you for your commitment to the stream to go out and get a snack, because you're right, that's significantly less boring than Maltesers. That is also a heart attack waiting to happen.
It is, but it's worth it.
It's a bit of a BSIME classic, isn't it, the Big Daddy? We've had a good few of those over the years. And,
I've had a good few of those over the years.
Yeah, they are massive, but they are...
Have you seen they do the mini ones now as well?
A mini Big Daddy?
I think I've had them as my stream stack when I wasn't the host, and it's a bag of lots of Big Daddy bites, and they're basically just mini versions.
I'm not sure I can get on board with that. Kind of kills the point, doesn't it?
Yeah.
But well, congratulations. Good luck to you. Are you hoping to get through the whole of that tonight?
I'm probably hoping not to. I wouldn't rule out.
Yeah. You'll need a drink or two if my memory of those things is anything to go by.
Okay, Jack Brown has just corrected me. He said it's 4 finals in the last 20 with 0 points.
4 finals in the last 20 and you haven't scored a single point.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd say 4 finals in the last 20 is pretty good, but not scoring a point is pretty dire.
Yeah.
Well, let's hope tonight's the night.
I'm just so desperate for my Sith. That's all it is. Pressure's getting to me.
Should we give something away as well? That'd be fun.
Yeah.
That's what I normally like to do to our loyal, lovely, loyal patrons. We've got a new supplement. So let's give a copy of it away, shall we? And how much does it cost? Is that it's about 25 quid, isn't it? Or are they lower than that?
I think it might have been less than that, but that might be because I got mine somewhere else.
Because I don't like to give the physical thing away because people normally have it. But let's give our patron one patron a copy of this lovely new supplement, or an alternative thing of about the same price. I've got, Joe, the box of... what's it got? The box of Destiny has a rock in it. The rock can't win. You'll be in here, of course, so you could...
Tom House's entry, the rock.
Sorry?
Is that Tom House's entry?
You might be able to draw yourself here. For fairness, I'm going to ask Joe to direct the claw. Have you directed the claw before?
I have. I think I won it on the Christmas stream.
Cool, so you know what you're doing then. So, yeah, here are our patrons.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far, but...
if you enjoy what we do here on Battle Streams in Middle Earth, we do have a Patreon scheme that you can join up to and keep the chat going and stuff. But yeah, let's give our patrons something for free. That'd be fun. All right, Joe, over to you.
Okay, I reckon lower it a bit, a little bit more, bit to the right, bit to the left. How much room have you got between your hand and the edge of the box closest to me?
I would say about an inch.
Go about half an inch. Right. And down.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
And wiggle your fingers a bit.
Yeah.
And grab.
I have. Oh, I've got two. I've got two. Someone's been dropped. I've got one. I've got one. You ready? Oh, Matthew Allen. Matthew Allen, as I live and breathe. Congratulations, sir.
Congratulations.
I haven't seen him in the chat tonight. He's often around though. He's fairly regular. But Matt Allen, congratulations. Message me or I'll message you if you're not watching and we will hook you up with the Burning of the Westfold. Oh, something of an equal value. Hooray! Oh, that was nice. So,
we have forgotten something, by the way, Damien.
Oh, it does not surprise me in the slightest.
I've shared my stream snack. We haven't seen yours yet.
No, well, I almost wanted to. This kind of deserves its own segment. So I've got a beer for later in the evening, or now. I've got my classic cup. Oh my god, I forgot my cup of tea. Battle Streams Middle Earth. Clear your backlog. Totally forgot. Yeah, that was the point of the channel, to help you clear the backlog. So just grab some models, paint them for the fun of it. It'll be great. Now, to get through tonight, I've been to 2 places, and some of these places we will talk about since the last stream. The reason there's been a gap is because I went to Disney World. Woo-woo! 2.5 weeks in Disney with my family. It was absolutely amazing. So I went to America, and I went to Ardacon. Both of these places are great for snacks. So I'm going to start with America. I've got 2 things that I brought with me. The first of these, you'll see how generous my daughter is this. Do you know what this is?
It looks like a bit of cheese.
It's not cheese, it's chocolate. And I thought, this has never been eaten on the stream before, I'm sure of it. Do you want to guess what flavour this chocolate is? Maybe we could actually, while I took the other ones, let's put this in the chat. Guess what flavour this chocolate is. I went to Orlando. So I've got that. And if you go to Disney World and you stay on property, you basically go to a different country. You don't really go to America. You drive through the Disney gates and you enter basically a city the size of San Francisco, and then everything on there is Disney. There's no Walmarts, there's no 7-Elevens or anything. There's just like Disney hotels and Disney restaurants and Disney transportation. The road signs change colour. It's amazing. All the road signs are like purple and red instead of green. It's kind of crazy. But if you stay on property, then you don't have to leave. And so we were just in this bubble, in this Disney bubble for 2.5 weeks. And then on the way home, I went to the Orlando International Airport, as you have to if you want to leave. And there was I don't think it was a 7-Eleven. I can't remember what it was. The little convenience shop. And I went and I dared to dream. And do you know what I found, Joe?
No.
I found real, live American Twinkies. So some of my wonderful American friends, American patrons have sent me real American Twinkies. And that is my rule. I won't just buy Twinkies from Sainsbury's. I'll only have them when I'm out there. And this is how I remember getting them when I was a kid. When you go to a 7-Eleven and you just get 2 of them. And I was like, I can't. I'm in America. It's my only time in an actual mart. And I was like, I can't not pick up these. So these have been, they're slightly squished. I sent a thing in the Patreon chat. I got 2 packs and I devoured one at the airport while I was in America. But the other ones I brought home and I saved for a stream snack. And it's happening live. They beautifully sort of melted onto the cardboard, which is what happens with the freshest of food. Mm. Tastes like childhood. There we go. We've got some fresh Twinkies. Fresh. I've got those. And then I went to Ardacon. Full of lovely people. I saw your fine self there.
Yeah.
And I also saw one of our wonderful patrons, Frederick Schultz, who is kind of famous for giving out free stuff. And he gave me his German chocolate delivery has been attacked already by my children, but I've got a Kinder Duplo white, which you've had on the stream before. I've got a Kinder Riegel, and I've got this, which I think is new. I've got a Kinder Tronky. Do you know of Kinder Tronky?
I do not know of Kinder Tronky.
I don't know Kinder Tronky, so I thought we'd try Kinder Tronky to get you through. So I'm going to have a bite of that. Why eat one at a time when you can just eat it all together, right?
That's always been my philosophy.
This has got a wafer in it, and I don't think the fridge has been kind. I'm going to need a bin for this. It's a bit flaky. Oh, okay. We've got a crunchy biscuit thing with a white filling. That's alright.
Cool.
That's not bad. That's not bad. That's not bad at all. But one might expect a few bits of German Kinder stuff from Frederick. But he also gave me something else. And this is a real BSIME throwback. Joe, I think you were there at the beginning of BSIME, weren't you?
I think the first one I caught live was the Frodo stream.
What number is that?
The second one, maybe?
Yeah, I think
Issue
that was
3?
right. Do you remember a debate very early on in Battle Streams Middle Earth between myself and Steve, God rest his soul, he's not dead, about whether or not there was a certain sweet in Star Mix?
You mean the white gummy bears that definitely don't exist?
Exactly. Well, the clear gummy bears, I believe.
Clear gummy bears.
It's kind of famous among BSIME, the clear gummy bear. This is what Frederick Schultz got me.
That's a lot of imaginary gummy bears.
That's a lot of gummy bears that don't exist. This is. I'll give you some. Can you see how you get an idea of the scale of a gummy bear? This is a really quite large bag of clear gummy bags. And it was one. I mean, it's a beautiful, beautiful gift, but equally it's like, I don't know what to do with that.
If he was still with us, I would say gift them to Steve Crow.
They're good until next June, according to this. So yeah, I've got quite a lot of clear gummy bears. So I thought what I'm going to do is open these, because I haven't opened them yet, and pour myself a little pot to help me get through. So a massive...
What you could do is you could send a couple out with every black dice.
I could do. That's not a bad idea, is it? That's not illegal or anything, is it?
Not as far as I know.
That's not a bad idea. That
The
wasn't
way
a strong
the
moment.
game sent out a little bit of rock with every package.
I can't believe I gave everyone time and we've only had one guess of what flavour this chocolate is.
Yeah.
That's incredibly disappointing. Come on, I went to Universal. I went to Universal and Disney in Orlando. What flavour is it going to be? So, a little pot of those. And they're pineapple flavoured, and I love pineapple. Frederick Schultz, thank you. You're a clear monk,
My
man.
favourite thing about pineapples is
I don't.
pineapples are the most metal fruit because they contain an enzyme that digests proteins. So when you're eating a pineapple, the reason it stings is because it's actively trying to digest you at the same time.
I've heard this whole thing about, isn't everyone allergic to pineapple? Is that right?
Probably that's probably the reason why.
I've never got that though. I've never got this kind of tingling or this stinging thing. I always just really enjoy pineapple.
Well, we've had another guess on the chocolate. Another couple of guesses.
All right. So someone said it's alligator flavour. There are alligators there, but no, it's not alligator flavour. What else we got?
That was Callum Rutter, says it's probably something crazy like alligator. James Wilson has asked, is it peanut butter flavoured chocolate? And
Not peanut butter.
Fish Ashley, I'm assuming is Ashley Fisher, says Orlando Bloom flavour.
That'd be delicious.
Richard Cara says orange flavour after the protests. And Andy Clark says princess flavour.
Princess flavour. Oh, if only. No, it's not. Would it help if I narrowed it down to say, because I nearly gave you an accidental clue by saying we got it at Universal rather than Disney World?
Cerulean Dave says chocolate flavour. And Steiner says Dr. Pepper flavour. Is it pineapple flavour?
It's not. Everything else in that bowl is pineapple flavour.
Haskell says dino flavour.
I'm going to have to give you a last clue. It was bought in the wizarding world of Harry Potter.
I think I might have an idea now.
I think you can guess. I think we've given people a chance.
And another guess at dinosaur flavour. Bertie Bott's every flavour.
No.
Harjinder Singh is said, and Sir Strumming Fish has said the same as what my thinking was. It's butterbeer.
It is butterbeer. Is that Harjinder Singh? He's just sailed in for the first time in like a year and smashed the competition. Incredible scenes. Good to have you, sir. Yeah, it's butterbeer flavoured chocolate that we brought home as a bit of a treat. We had, I think when we were out there, we had 6 types of butterbeer. We had the normal one, we had the hot one, we had the frozen one, we had the ice cream, we had the waffle, and then we had a different little muffin cake thing. And we brought home the chocolate. All good. And so this is exclusive Orlando butterbeer chocolate, and my daughter deigned to give, when I said can I have some for the stream, this is what she gave me.
This is clearly not last of the night, by the way.
It's what?
It's clearly not last of the night.
It's really good. It's really good. For my money, the best ones were the hot one or the frozen one. They were really good. But yeah, had a lot of butterbeer. So there we go. So I've got oodles of stuff to get me through the night, really. Loads of different bits and bobs. And we haven't talked about our models really. Are you on theme? You said you were going to be trying to win a dice, but what are you working on?
Well, I have the Rohan commanders that I had to paint up for Ardacon. So they're already done. There's a banner.
Very cool.
Which you probably can't see very well. It's the captain. And then there's the Hornblower, which I love that model. I love that model so much that I rewrote my list for the Wednesday at Ardacon to include the Hornblower, even though it's utterly pointless in the list I was using.
Well, that's great.
Because everything already has Dominant 2 in that list, as long as they're infantry. And Helm has a horn.
Yeah. That's great commitment to the bit.
But I am still on theme because I have 2 boxes of the Hill Tribesman commanders.
Very nice, very nice,
Because
very
the
nice.
next army I'm working on is Besiegers of the Hornburg.
Cool.
So my plan is to build one of these boxes tonight. Hopefully, I might not get that far. And then open the second one and build an Oathmaker.
Oh yeah.
And then what I probably won't do tonight, but my plan for the rest of that second box is to turn the second Hornblower into a second Banner Bearer and turn the second Banner Bearer into a second Chieftain.
Okay. So you get 2 chieftains and the Oathmaker.
Yeah. And my 2 banners aren't exactly the same.
You'll be using when you say that, you mean the physical banners will be the same, yeah?
But I don't know. I've not actually looked at them yet, so I don't know if the emblem's sculpted on or not. So they might not be exactly the same, but so the 2 banner bearers aren't exactly the same. So
it's not sculpted on.
At least the model might be different, but the banner might be the same.
Yeah, you're free to paint it. It's not sculpted. That's good.
What about you? Are you on theme tonight?
Yeah, so I got these. I've got the Hill Tribesman Commanders as well. They're the only things I got. Very exciting to get new Rise of Rohan. Very exciting to get new Rohan Commander. I think the models are awesome, but just got no need for them at the moment. No Rohan plans, so they would just be boxes to sit in a cupboard and not do anything. So I resisted like an adult. I was very proud of myself. But I've got a whole Hill Tribes army. I've obviously documented it quite a lot last year. Have I got 1,000 points? I've got 1,000 points if I take on my Caribbean, yeah, because I went Throne Skulls. So I've got a lot of Hill Tribes, and I painted every Hill Tribes model in the range, every evil model from the War of the Rohirrim. And then when these came out, I was like, well, it'd be rude not to. So I don't particularly have any plans to use them anytime soon. I don't really have a tournament coming up or anything where I want to use these guys again. But I couldn't not get them, and whilst I wasn't planning on painting them or anything anytime soon, this stream came around. I was like, well, I've got them, haven't I? I've got them, so I might as well get them cleaned up and assembled.
We have had a question. Sorry to interrupt.
What's that?
Sir Strongfish said he was a little bit late, and he was asking what was on theme. That on theme tonight is any of the new releases, so the new Rohan Commanders, not old ones, which he asked about. New Rohan Commanders, new Hill Tribesman Commanders, the new Riders of Rohan, the new Phaedrid,
Yes.
or anything from the hobby guides in the new book.
Yep. And I'm not planning on any conversions for this. I've only got one set. So I'm just building them as normal, and I'm building the chieftain as a normal chieftain. I've actually got the Oathmaker already. I haven't painted him, but I do have that model, so I don't need the Oathmaker. I'm a huge fan of what they've done there to kind of not that we need a new Oathmaker model, but to allow you to build him from this kit. I think it's really, really cool design.
Yeah.
But
I briefly considered buying the old Oathmaker after they'd announced this kit.
Yeah.
And then decided I didn't need it.
Well, he's very expensive as well, wasn't he?
And that was my sensible decision for the year.
Yeah, it was good. Good for you. Is he still available, or is he gone? Because he was like £19, wasn't
he? He was still available after this came out. I don't know if he still is now.
We could probably have a cheeky check of that, couldn't we? I reckon.
Yeah. That's what I'm about to do, but my mouse has stopped working.
As I reckon he would probably be available until they sell out, would be my take on that.
The Oathmaker, £19.50.
He's still there?
He's still there.
There you go. So I reckon, team, if you want to get that Oathmaker, you need to get that quick. But yeah, 1950. I mean, it's a lovely model. Is it better than? I do prefer it. I do prefer the old one in terms of the pose. I think the pose is slightly more iconic. But do I prefer it enough to pay £19.50 if I haven't got it? Probably not.
Especially when this is 30-ish, isn't it? £29.50.
Yeah, more expensive than I was expecting.
An extra tenner, you're getting two more models, and they're newer.
Yeah. But cool, so that's what we're working on. So we'll be plugging away throughout the night. We have loads to catch up on. We've got some Articon stuff. We've got a supplement to go through, and we do have a fair bit of news actually. But Joe, do you want to jump in the chat and see who's in to kick us all off?
Yeah. So first up, we have Frederick Schultz, who was there before we started. And he says, hello there, have fun, fellow hobbyists. I'll have to catch up in the coming days. He's hoping for some great BSIME moments, which I'm sure we will both do our best to provide.
We can hope.
Then there's Mr. Joe Holzman, says, good evening, everyone.
That's nice, sir. Good to have Joey.
And then we've got Ryan Pickering, says, good evening. And so does James Wilson and Dublé.
Lovely.
Richard Clammer says evening all, and Callum Rutter says evening gang. Then we have Mr. Michael Haskell says, good evening all. Hope the last few weeks have been good for one and all, and no one has overly overheated.
I think the last few weeks have been good. I wouldn't be comfortable saying I haven't overheated.
Yeah, same here. And then we have 1998 Hazard. Hazard says, evening all. Do we know who 1998 Hazard is?
I don't think so.
Jack Brown says, good evening all. And then we've got a lot of comments about being able to see and hear us both. And Jack Brown says about the echo. There was a bit of an echo when you were checking if we were on the internet, something to do with your phone, question mark.
Oh, possibly. Maybe it was.
And then he says, streams like rivers.
Streams like rivers?
Yeah.
Yeah, completely.
They are like rivers, yes. Just generally a bit smaller. Michael Haskell says, in the UK, the 35th Premier League season just kicked off. Took me a while to get used to the new nomenclature. It used to be called the First Division, but you're all too young to remember that.
Oh, yeah. Arsenal are playing, right? They kicked off at home.
Yeah. And I forgot that was happening tonight. I knew it was tonight, and I forgot. And Ricky drinks paints. Good evening, everyone. Finished work on holiday for the rest of summer, and BSIME. What a perfect evening.
Whoop, whoop. Glad you think so.
Mark Greentree says, hello all. Then we've got Haskell saying about the sound. Richard Clammer clapping. I'm not sure what that's about.
Maybe he just enjoys the stream.
Maybe. Sean Clark's in. He says, good evening, boys.
Evening.
Andy Clark says, hi, everyone. Ashley Fisher, evening all from holiday in Norfolk.
I love that you've kind of checked in from whilst on holiday. Love your commitment to the stream.
Michael Haskell says, might not make it on theme this evening. Was fortunate enough to get a Throne of Skulls ticket, and it's all systems go on the board front this end. I might open and start the Hill Tribes commands later on.
Yeah, so you do it. I mean, I'm sure we'll get onto that, but I'm fully down the rabbit hole again. But pausing for a night to build some pointless Hill Tribes command models.
In other news, your hobby blogs have started coming out again, or will be imminently.
Yeah, so a bit of a weird one that, but had a very crap first half of the year. My dad dying, and it derailed all my hobby basically, like, which means painting stuff and it means editing stuff. And the last hobby vlog, I don't even know. It must have gone up in January for patrons. I know it's only been published about a month ago, but for patrons it's been up there for about 6 months or something. And the last one, the next one just stood kind of 2/3 finished. And I finally got back to it about a week ago. Back from Ardacon, thoroughly infused. And yeah, that one has gone up. So hopefully you saw it in the chat. But if you're a patron and you haven't seen it in the chat, the next hobby vlog is up exclusively for patrons. Went up today. I hope you enjoy it. And then it will be out for everyone who's not a patron in somewhere between a week and 2 weeks, I think, when the next one comes out. So I've got 4 more vlogs, I think, to cover December to January that I now need to work my way through. And I'm motoring. I'm already working on the next one. So I'm going to try and burn through those. And then once I've done that, hopefully we'll get on to the next exciting Throne of Skulls content. And who knows, wouldn't it be wild if maybe next year you're not seeing the Throne of Skulls content in August? That'd be something, wouldn't it? But yeah, so thanks for the plug. I hope you enjoy the latest vlog. It's great to get them out there. And if you do enjoy it, leave a comment underneath because I really care. That'd be super. But yeah, so that's up. That's more exciting stuff. Hooray!
Then we have Michael Haskell. Again, says his purple BSIME dice did get a rolled out at Ardacon.
Glad to hear it.
So did mine. And actually, in all fairness, I know I joke about the black dice rolling ones a lot.
Yeah.
They've rolled more 6s than they've ever rolled for me before at Ardacon.
I'm telling you, man, they're good. They're good.
Which means they rolled 1.
Don't believe the propaganda. They're good. I was able to deliver a few more at Ardicon as well. I think certainly Rory Campbell and Callum Farbrother got theirs, so I was able to spread a bit of BSIME love during the event, which was pretty cool.
Then we have Wozlek says, hello, friends.
Hello, my friend. Good to have you in.
And Ryan Pickering says, I did recently get the starter set.
That's a Rohan house.
I think that's referring to Rohan houses. Ryan Pickering, did you meet him at Ardcon this year?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was probably a lovely man.
Absolutely. That's not well. I mean, you say met him. I feel like, oh god, I'm going to do that thing now. I'm not sure if I'd met in person before, but I think he'd been on one of like the, the hangouts we do, the hobby hangouts, that sort of thing.
Yeah.
So I felt, oh god, see, now I'm saying, I was going to say I knew him before having met him in person, but then he's inevitably going to say, oh yeah, and then we played 4 games against each other at that tournament, so I was aware of who he was before, but potentially hadn't met him in person, is what I'm trying to get across, and probably shouldn't have said anything.
Then we've got Jack Brown mentioning about my 4 finals in the last 20 and no points.
Devastating scenes.
Yeah. He does say it might be 5, but his records aren't complete yet.
Oh, look at the little birdie! Oh, you get a lovely little crow to stick on top of your banner. That's cute.
I had noticed that on the box when I was looking at it literally 5 minutes ago. It's the first time I'd noticed it.
Yeah, you'll be pleased to know he's a tiny separate piece.
Just one piece?
Yeah, well, his legs are on the banner, thankfully, but then the sort of body is on the sprue.
John Clark says, have you tried their chocolate-covered giant custard cream? Unreal. That's referring to Marks and Spencer's. I haven't tried it. I nearly bought it today, but I decided I would rather have a pistachio Big Daddy.
I have also not tried it. Is the crow facing away? He's showing his butt to the...
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's what
no, he's
it
not.
looks like in the box.
No, he's not. He's not. It just looks like he is. He's not. That's his beak. The thing that looks like his bum is his mouth.
Oh, yeah.
An easy mistake to make.
He's leaning forwards with his beak open.
Yeah, I got it.
Joe Achilles says, hello from the States. Damien, how was Disney? I don't know if that was before or after you talked about it, but would you like to talk about it again, or are we just going to assume that he's already heard?
We've only got 4 hours, right? I would say it was the best words I could describe it was impossibly perfect. It was absolutely amazing. It was the best holiday of my life. You should all go to Disney World and stay in the bubble and just buy into it. It's so good. And at the risk of there being people out there who don't like Disney and actually want some Middle Earth content, that's probably all I should say about it. Otherwise, I would just ramble for hours and hours and hours because it was so good. Thanks for asking.
We've got Jack Brown again says, which made him curious. In the last 20 streams, the person in final slot 1 has won 4 out of 20. The person in slot 2 has won 11, and the person in final slot 3 has won 5.
Okay.
So what that tells me is you want to be in the middle group when you submit your picture to the Whitthread. You want to make sure you're right in the middle.
Right, I see.
Just clearly where I'm going wrong, because I'm always
very
in
early.
the first 3 entries.
Right, so here's a question. And you haven't assembled any of these guys yet, right?
No.
Okay, so I feel I might be going mad. Do you know what? We don't need to discuss these things anymore. I can go in. Anyone who's you can help live, and anyone who's built these guys before can help me. Hopefully, is this going to work? Boom! Yes. Right, so this is our banner bearer. Does it like it?
It's a bit blurry at the moment.
Yeah, I know. It won't let me get too close with it.
Yeah, it's focusing on the sprue rather than on the model.
No, the sprue! It's really annoying. Is I have to look at the computer screen to see what's on it.
There we go. It's in focus now.
Can you see he seems to have a hole in his back? Like, just underneath his head, where his shoulders are.
Yeah.
You see that almost looks like a peg thing, right?
Yeah.
This is now going to be absolutely categorically impossible. I'll do... Alright, what can I do here? Oh, no, that's not going to work, is it? What about this way? Oh. I need both hands. There we go, I'll try. When you put the banner in...
Yeah.
There's quite a nice, satisfying plug feeling for his hand. Oh, come on. Right. This is just impossible. You can see him. No worries. It's such good content. You can plug this in here. But I'm just wondering...
We're back to every streams in Middle Earth.
Yeah. Is that banner meant to plug into his back? You see what I mean?
I've not started assembling them yet. Mine are still on the sprue.
I'm just wondering.
But looking at the assembly instructions, there's a massive gap between the banner and his back, so I would say no.
Is there? Is there a gap?
They've got like, a side view of it.
What, in the instruction book?
Yeah, right there.
Oh, yeah, that massive close-up.
Yeah.
Great point. Joe's cracked it. Good. There we go. Incredible work, Holzman. There we go then. I will not attach it to his back. I will just rely on a teeny tiny join at the wrist. That's being glued down once he's on his base. So I can glue it to the base as well.
Yeah, it looks like it sits flush with the base.
Yeah. And what's 23 and 24?
The Rohan one does.
The 23 is
I've not actually glued it to the base, but it does sit flush.
Yeah. Oh, so he has his hand on a sword in a scabbard. That's kind of cool.
We've got Ricky Drinks Paint then says congratulations. Assuming that was to Matthew Allen winning the book or equivalent value.
Don't want to get sued.
Then we've got the guesses on the chocolate.
Lovely.
Steiner Castle says good morning, good evening, everyone.
Morning.
And then he says that Haribo bag looks like it was snatched right off the factory belt.
Yeah, well, I think Fredericks went to like the Star Mix factory or the Haribo like HQ where you can buy like just single ones.
Do we think they are black market gummy bears?
No, I don't at all. I think they're entirely legitimate gummy bears. They come, if you notice, they come in very sensible branded. Like, check out that. That's branded. Goldbarren. Haribo macht Kinder froh und erwaschnor Benson. No way Germans would make up stuff.
By my estimation, I'm already over halfway through this.
Let's hope you last the night.
James Wilson says those aren't gummy bears; they're gummy bay awnings.
Hey.
And Sean Clark says if you wanted something to do with them, you could give them to Sam Page for 12 months.
Now this is also a bit annoying to assemble because we've got one of those bits where you've got to glue an arm onto a shoulder joint, but then you've got to make sure that the wrist is in exactly the right place to glue it to something else later. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
It's a bit like...
Is that the banner or the hornblower?
The banner. It's a bit like when you glue one of those models, those two-handed weapon models together, and you have to glue...
Yeah, they are my absolute most hated thing.
Yeah, you're trying to glue two shoulders on and two wrists on at exactly the same time. And for that you need 8 fingers. But
to be fair, I don't think, having built the new Hill Tribesmen, I don't think they're as bad as they used to be.
No, well, the clever kind of locking...
They've actually got pegs on
help, don't they? Let's see if this guy is going to be relatively easy. Right, the sword is on. Let's see if I can squeeze the arm in there. Boop. Yeah, that's gone quite well, I think. Little tip for you later in the evening, I put the sword on first and then glued the sword's like on his hip and then glued the arm into the gap in between. It seemed to work quite nicely.
Oh, that's good to know for when I get to mine. It reminds me of the Shelob stream where you had awful trouble with Shelob.
I didn't have a good time.
And I was a little bit behind you, so I knew what not to do. But I also didn't find any way it was difficult as you anyway.
No, I mean, no one else seems to have done it. I think it's very much a me problem.
Michael Haskell says barbecue clear gummy bears on the menu, voice.
Barbecue?
I think that's a reference to Steve.
Of course it is. Let's try and get this.
Then we've got more chocolate guesses. The only chocolate guesses that I didn't say before was Richard Clammer says, "Is it that chocolate with the fizzy things that pop?"
Popping candy.
Popping candy. He then clarifies.
Right, alas, no.
Ryan Pickering says he last had butterbeer 3 years ago at the New York store. And it's Skip. Where did I do it? There we go. Joe Achilles says we have great family memories from Harry Potter World in Orlando. Was it awesome for you guys as well?
Yeah, it's incredible. The kids both got the wands. They were running around doing wand magic, which was really good fun. And a really magical thing was that there's a thing, you go into Ollivander's and there's 30 of you allowed in the shop at the same time, so you might be in 10 to 15 kids, and they pick one kid to do it, and Charlotte got picked. So Charlotte went up to the front, and then she gets given 3 wands, and she tries to do spells, and it knocks stuff over it. She goes Lumos, and shelves fall down, and bells ring, and all that. So she got this whole sort of 7-minute experience before finding her wand, and then when she finds her wand, air comes from somewhere, and all her hair blows, and light comes on. When he's holding it, it's pretty mega. And get into it. We just went in to watch it, and then she got picked. So that was pretty cool. So yeah, they loved it. They loved all that stuff.
Were you disappointed you didn't get picked?
No, I was delighted she did. If it had been a Jurassic Park experience, I might have been livid. But no, I was happy for her to get the Harry Potter one.
Strumming Fish says the Warhorn is the best mini in both of those command sets, despite having the worst rules.
I agree with you about the Rohan one. I think I prefer the Chieftain and the Banner to the Warhorn in the Hill Trials one. They're really good though.
Jack Brown says yesterday he carved the emblem off his Haradrim banner bearer so he could paint a different emblem.
That's dedication.
Yeah, I would not be doing that.
Can you not kind of almost green stuff over it? Is that not easier?
I don't think I'd even bother with that. Paint it a different colour. That's the extent you'll get from me. Then Sir Strummer Fish said the old one is still in the web store, but he likes the new one better. That's the Oathmaker.
Oh, you like the new one better? Ooh. Did you say, Joe? What do you think, new one or old one?
I think I prefer the pose of the old one, but I think I would prefer it if it had the blade in the hand. It's sort of like he was
because
mid.
He's squeezing his hand, isn't he?
Yeah. Cerulean Dave, last chance to stop the Oathmakers. And then Michael Haskell asks, which is a very good way to segue into some of our news.
Mm-hmm.
Are either of us getting anything from the upcoming Made to Order, which rocks up tomorrow?
That's a great question. So, yeah, do you want to talk about that? Does it go live tomorrow? Is that right?
Yes, it goes on pre-order tomorrow. And they are, I've got them here.
Mm-hmm.
There's basically metal elves and metal dwarves. So we have Galadriel, Protectress of Lothlorien, a classic Lorien elf bowman, classic guards of the Galadriel court, classic Khazad-dûm dwarven warriors, classic Khazad-dûm dwarven bowmen, and classic Khazad-dûm dwarven commanders. So they're all basically just alternate sculpts for things we still have available in the store, and they're all metal.
Let's direct the chat a little bit. So let us know in the comments below if you're getting any of it, what you're excited about, that sort of thing. So yeah, Michael asks if we're getting any. You getting anything, Joe?
No.
Why not?
Well, neither of them are armies that I have any particular affinity for. I've already got the Galadriel anyway. The only thing I could see myself ordering was the Lorien Bowman, just to go with my Breaking the Fellowship. But I have overspec considerably this month, and I've decided I don't need them. I don't particularly want to run them with my Breaking the Fellowship anyway, because I prefer it as just Fellowship.
Sure, yeah.
And it's an expense I don't need. So actually, that's my second sensible decision of the year, which means I'm breaking new ground.
You're not tempted to go down the fill through and just sneak the banner into the Breaking the Fellowship? I believe that's what all the cool kids do, isn't it?
Not me. I don't even take Barmy's shield in that list.
I am right there with you. I'm not getting anything from it. Almost for exactly the same reasons you said, really. I don't have a Lothlorien army or a Khazad-dûm army, or have any desires on one. I do have those Metal Elf Bowmen. I think they're gorgeous, and I picked them up for some way back when, some kind of SBG magazine Lothlorien stuff and some Fantasy Fellowship stuff, if you can imagine. And picked them up and painted up about 6 of them, and I really like them. I love them. I think they're a lot better than the plastics. But obviously, I've got them, and I don't need any more of them. And I've got that Galadriel, whereas everything else, the other guys they're just troops, aren't they?
Yeah, and they're troops that we have existing sculpts for available anyway.
Yeah. Ever so
So it's not like when they did the Woses.
Yeah.
And it was like you get them now or you don't get them. Although I'm not sure that was a made to order. That might have been the last chance to buy.
I thought they were still available. I thought Woses had come back.
They have come back, but ages ago they rotated them out and did the last chance to buy.
Got ya.
And I bought a box then when it was Garn, Very Garn, and 12 Roses, and then when they brought them back, there was 15 Roses.
Yeah, sure. I just is it, me, super positive, and everyone gets the stuff they like and all that. Everyone likes different things. Slightly underwhelming made to order. Is that unreasonable?
Yeah. I've still not got the stuff from the last made to order yet.
Yeah.
Which isn't a problem because we're still well within the time frame.
Sure.
But I have gotten used to me ordering them immediately on the Saturday and then coming on the Wednesday.
Yeah, if you get in there quick. Sure.
I'm a little bit surprised that they've still not arrived yet, but I don't need them yet. I mean, I don't need them at all, but.
If you like those armies, then it's amazing, isn't it? But I don't really have anything that I was like, oh, it should have had this. I don't know what should have had it. It was just normally on these things, I'd say there's at least one kind of classic old Fellowship set of breaking the Fellowship or ambush at Amon Hen, or just, and maybe they've done that enough now that everyone's picked them up. But I don't know. There wasn't anything there that tempted me, to be honest. But hopefully there's lots there for other people. And again, as always, it's great that there's nothing sent me because it doesn't cost me any money.
I'm always happy when there's a made to order and there's nothing I want.
Yeah. I mean, it's great for the game, and it's great for the people who want to get it. There is no bad in that. Me not wanting anything is not a bad thing. Obvious question though. They're very, I don't know, odd or specific releases. Do we read anything into this? Is there a Wood Elf Khazad-dûm supplement coming?
I think I suggested it in the Patreon chat immediately, just because I like to stir things up.
Mm-hmm.
And that maybe that's the direction they're going for the next supplement.
And what would that be? Is there an obvious? Why would they both be in it? Is there a what's the kind of third age dwarf and Lothlorien thing?
There's no obvious one really, not unless you include Moria as well. Moria and Lothlorien's the more obvious one, isn't it? And then you could extend that to Khazad-dûm as being like a thematic opposite.
Yeah. So do you think we're getting something?
So what was that?
Do you think we're getting something?
I really don't know. I mean, the other rumour...
Oh, I've dropped his
around
face.
For a while.
Oh, so... This is not a drill. I've dropped the face of a wild man. It's not even a head these days.
Have you checked your bin?
Oh, I found it. Oh, that was disappointingly easy.
So I've still got to cut mine out yet. There's still chance for somebody to do something.
Pro tip, don't drop the head face.
And I say the other rumour, which has been around for a while, but has been fuelled a bit more by our other bit of news this week, is that we're getting new plastic sculpts for Mordor Orcs and Warriors of Minas Tirith.
Oh, I haven't. Is that a rumour? I haven't heard this. Where does this come from?
The Mordor Orcs came from the FAQ.
Oh, I see.
Because they were added into lots of stuff, and people said, "Is this a hint that maybe they're producing new Mordor Orcs?" Right. So now they're putting them in lots of lists.
Yeah.
But because the other news this week is that we've got new battle hosts coming.
Yes.
So we've got a new Rohan one, which is basically the same as the old one, but it's the new warrior and the new rider sculpts as opposed to the old ones. Still with the new plastic Theoden.
Yeah. But
Mirkwood Battle Host, which is the plastic Legolas and Tauriel. And is it 20?
Yeah, it's 20 of each because they come in 20s.
Yeah, 20 Mirkwood Rangers and 20 Palace Guard. And then the third one is a Dol Guldur Battle Host, which is the new plastic Bolg. And then a box of, essentially a box of Hunter Orcs on foot and a box of Hunter Orcs on Warg.
Yeah.
And the old battle hosts, except for the Isengard one, are now no longer on the website.
And you're saying that's Gondor and Mordor, is it?
Yeah, Minas Tirith and Mordor have gone. So that has then fueled those rumours about Mordor Orcs and added the whereas Minas Tirith to the thing, saying that if they're gone, those boxes are no longer be on sale. Is that because they're doing new sculpts for them?
Well, do you know what? As we've talked about rumours in the past, right? As rumours go, I think that one's relatively logical. Like the combination, I think potentially Minas Tirith's a bit of a jump, but the combination of the Mordor Orcs being put into all the army lists and the battle host going, because there were two Mordor ones, right? Wasn't there there was an Angmar one, wasn't there?
It was the same one. It just worked for both armies.
Okay.
Because they use the same models and they both use the Witch King.
Sure. But it's like cause and effect, perhaps not, but a reasonable interpretation, I think.
Yeah.
I think it's then maybe a jump to then suggest you'll get Minas Tirith as well because the Vox isn't there.
Yeah. I mean, my expectation, it's a complete, just made up out of thin air, is that we would be getting Númenóreans and Rivendell Warriors.
Yeah. Just
because they don't have their own sprues.
Yes, sure. And
which is something that is a big oversight. If you want a Rivendell army, you have to buy Númenóreans. And if you want a new army, you have to buy Rivendell Elves.
Yeah.
But also because Larry's favourite, two of Larry's favourites actually. One being that when they released the new plastic Elrond, they had a a Rivendell banner bearer.
Yeah.
So they've already got the digital sculpts for the Rivendell armor.
Yeah.
Which means it's less effort has to be put into sculpting those models.
Sure.
And also that the Rivendell warriors kept wargear options the existing models don't have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, again, I don't think that's
the only
mad.
other models that happened to have already had new sculpts.
Yeah. Yeah, again, I don't think those.
And as rumours go,
suggestions.
that's quite a logical one.
Yeah.
Even if it has come from Larry Miller.
But they're also, you know, that at some point we know there was some intended Last Alliance content, right? Because we know they had the Inarian way back now. Quite what that was and when that got changed or removed, we don't know. But we know at some point it was on their radar. They're also very, very old models. They would be high up the list of anyone's plans to redo the range, wouldn't they?
Yeah.
So again, I don't.
I mean,
think
they'd probably be right at the top of my list.
Yeah.
Even though I don't have those armies and I don't really particularly want those armies.
Yeah.
But purely because I think it's good. It's good for the game. Them having their own sprues.
Yeah. And I do think we can begin to excitedly speculate, because we weren't expecting any new warriors ever. Then we got the Hill Tribesmen and the warriors for a starter set. And then we still, as much as people demanded, where are my riders, we still didn't know. We didn't know. It was like, they might just be doing it for a starter set. But then getting the riders is like, yeah, they must have been, once they did get the go-ahead, Riders of Rohan must have been the next one, because we got the warriors. They must have been the next one, right?
Well, there was also that article in White Dwarf last year, wasn't there?
Oh, about the new Riders of Rohan, yeah.
The reference the new Riders of Rohan, which was a little bit of a...
But now...
That felt like a... When they wrote that, they must have been expecting them to have been out by the release.
Yeah. But we now have new plastic models released, nothing to do with a starter set.
Yeah.
And so you can legitimately think there'll be more new plastic models.
Well, I think the biggest surprise was these.
The command figures?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And especially Rohan commanders, because we already had those. They've never done command sets in plastic.
Yeah.
So that was a bigger surprise to me than the riders.
Yeah,
especially as the riders were like the worst kept secret ever.
Mm-hmm. So then,
that's also something else that points towards Last Alliance, is that we still have a Numenorian captain profile but has no model.
Yeah. But and then if you start thinking, okay, that they're going to do more plastic warriors, then I reckon if you asked, poll the GBHL, what do you think? Maybe it's two questions. What do you think is the most likely plastic? And if you were in charge, which plastic would you choose? I reckon Numenorian warriors, Rivendell warriors, Mordor orcs, and warriors of Minas Tirith are the top four. I think.
I reckon so. Yeah.
Maybe some Isengard. I don't know. Maybe like warriors of Minas. What are they called? Fighting Uruk-hai or scouts. Maybe. But I think. Do you know what I mean? I think those are the next four, aren't they? I don't know. It feels to me.
Would have thought so. If you're going by the big armies, it would definitely be Minas Tirith, and it would be Isengard next.
Yeah. They seem to think that Mordor, what is it? Rohan, Gondor, Mordor, and Isengard are the four big armies, aren't they?
Yeah.
So you'd think they'd start a range refresh by doing those, I guess. So, yeah, I don't think these are massively hot takes to suggest that you might get those next. Warriors of Minas Tirith and Mordor orcs, possibly. But maybe it's Last Alliance. Wow.
I mean, if it was up to me, it would be Dol Guldur. Well, it would be the Gundabad's, the I can't remember called down, the Mirkwood Corps troops, and the which is the other one that's Finecast only.
Like Lake Town, Good to Bad.
I was at Lake Town, which I mentioned earlier. I've done like 36.
So you'll do plastics of the Hobbit era stuff.
Yeah, just because their core troops are fine cast.
Yeah.
And as much as I think fine cast has gotten a bit of a bad rap, it's nowhere near as bad as people, or it's now nowhere near as bad as people say it is.
Yeah.
But it's nowhere near as good as the plastics.
Yeah, that's really interesting to say. What's more important to redo? Newer models, better models that are in fine cast, or older models that are in plastic?
I think the Mordor and the Gondor and the Isengard would sell more.
Yeah,
clearly they should be higher price.
Yeah. You mentioned the battle hosts.
To replace the fine cast stuff.
Yeah, you mentioned the battle hosts. What do you think of battle hosts? What do you think of those new ones? Do we like? Are we positive? Are you going to get any?
I like that they're doing battle hosts. I think I said when they did the last lot, it's very healthy for the game to have a relatively easy way in for new players. And as I live down in North Devon, and we've got a growing community here. For a long time, it's just been a couple of us. But we had Adam, who runs our local Warhammer store, decided to set up a slow grow. And we had 12 players in that. And now we just had our first tournament just before Ardcon, where we had 18 players turn up.
Right.
So, we've got a steadily growing community. And something like this is particularly huge for those small communities that are just started getting going.
Yeah.
I don't think I'll be buying any of them.
Yeah. They're great. They're not for you.
Yeah, they're not for me.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't. I've already got Rohan stuff. The Rohan one's the one that I see myself most likely to buy, just because I do want to do another Rohan army.
Mm.
I've said before, I base a lot of my stuff for a particular scene or a particular setting, and then I might redo the army with different basing. And Rohan is one of those. I've just done the Defence of the Hornburg, so everything's based on Matt Davis's Forbidden Flagstone Fortress bases.
Mm-hmm.
So they're all sort of Helm's Deep based.
Yeah.
And then I would do I've got a Fort of Isaac based one as well, but that was done years ago. I'm not particularly happy with that. I might redo it. And then I want to do a generic Rohan one as well. That will fit everything else. But I might not redo the Falls of Iron, and I might just do that as generic and then just use it for both.
Mm-hmm.
So if the battle hosts are cheaper than buying the two warrior boxes separate, I might buy that Rohan battle host, even though I've already got the Fairden.
Yeah, I mean, the cost is interesting. We obviously don't have them, but you have to presume. I've already seen some slightly snarky replies about the cost of time, but you have to assume they're going to be the same price as the other battle hosts. And I don't see any reason we think they wouldn't be. And in those ones, you essentially get the hero free. Now that's the price point. These are bargains. They are a massive discount. They're normally about 25 quid cheaper than they should be, and I would assume these ones will be as well. And what I was very pleasantly surprised about is that means you're getting the new Bolg free, or the new Riders of Rohan free. I was a bit. I'm going to be honest, just from a commercial point, I was pleasantly surprised that they released a battle host with the new Riders of Rohan in it. Maybe this. The cynic in me says, is that why there's 24 warriors and there's 6 riders? But it's not. It's because they're putting them in by product. They're putting one box of warriors in, and that's 24, and one box of riders. But I think that's great that these brand new plastic models are going to be available in kind of discounted box deals. It's brilliant.
But then I wonder if that's just because I feel like, and I'm sure many people do as well, the Rise of Rohan were a much delayed release.
Mm-hmm.
I think they were supposed to be out last year.
Oh, what?
And maybe their release was pushed back for whatever reason.
So these were meant to be coming out 6 months, a year after the Rise of Rohan or something.
Yeah, and then actually these battle hosts are coming out when they were supposed to, but the Riders and the Burning of the Westfold and the Commanders came out much later than they were supposed to, so they've ended up being quite close together.
Yeah, it could be right. It's not a bad idea.
But that is pure speculation.
Yeah. I also saw, I don't necessarily think it's the majority, but I saw some people like going, you know, are the Mirkwood one's the only legal one? I noticed the Rohan one, you know, you've got 30 troops and Theoden can only lead 18, so you can't even use it. This is useless. You can't even. It's like, oh, grow up. I just think that's
we
silly.
had the same thing when the last Battle Host came out, didn't we?
And the last what?
When the last Battle Host came out.
Yeah, they're just deals. It's like starter sets. I don't think.
But they're having the same as the last lot, where they've got PDFs that you can download with their rules. And I imagine it will be the same as before, where they just say, if this is what you've got and you're using it in a game, nominate one of the warriors to be captain.
Isn't Escape from Goblin Town the only like game legal starter set they've ever had? Do you know what I mean? In terms of like match play, like because
quite possibly
the first three didn't have any heroes in. The Mines of Moria didn't have any evil heroes in. I think you had the right number of heroes for the Goblin Town one. The Pelennor, I'm pretty sure you didn't have enough evil heroes.
Yeah, because you only had the Witch King. And
you only had the Witch King. Osgiliath, you only didn't have enough evil. So that's not what they're for. You know, they give you scenarios to get you started. They're not meant to be. It's like, oh, here you go, Timmy. It's your first box of models ever. Be sure to go to the tournament on Sunday. Stupid.
By the way, this has gone an hour and 10 minutes after I opened it.
Well, you gave it a good go. So that I think
what I'm going to see is
silly.
I'm going to get steadily more animated as the sugar kicks in.
That for me is, of all the things to complain about, I think that one's really silly. You know, that's like, look, they're giving you models that are literally 33% off the retail price. Now I can find something to moan about. I think it's stupid. I do find it quite funny, if I was to quibble myself, that it's called the Dol Guldur host, right?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure there's only one Dol Guldur army list, and Bolg isn't in it. That's funny. I think Pits of Dol Guldur.
It is called the Dol Guldur Battle Host.
Yeah, and I think the only army list is the Pits of Dol Guldur.
The only Dol Guldur one that Bolg is in is Azog's Hunters, and then the Army of Gundabad, but the Army of Gundabad doesn't use the Hunt Orcs.
Doesn't matter, but it's a bit silly.
Yeah, I mean, they're from Dol Guldur. There's not actually an army list called Dol Guldur, is there?
No, it's the Pits of Dol Guldur is the army list.
Yeah, it's the Dol Guldur and Azog's Hunters and the Army of Gundabad.
Yeah.
That's it. That's Dol Guldur related.
And I also saw people moaning about like the Mirkwood one, saying like, you know, you don't need who wants 20. It's like who wants 20 Palace Guard, and you can't use Palace Guard without throwing you. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, but
I mean, you can use Palace Guard without throwing, can't you?
But you can use them, yeah. They're just not as good, and it's like
I think Legolas can lead them, right?
Yeah, it's just literally like these are just
cheap
models, you know. It's not about whether or not it's a competitive army. It's just the models you can buy are now a bit cheaper. Like, it's all right.
Yeah.
Don't worry. I think we'll be okay. I think we'll get through it, you know.
I mean, I would say the bigger thing to complain about there is that it's making Rangers and Mirkwood more accessible to people. Which we didn't really need.
It also feels like it kind of came out in the blue, wasn't it? There's not really a new edition. There's not. Sometimes they do these army boxes at kind of Christmas time stuff. It was kind of unheralded.
Yeah. I mean, I think there was a mention at the start of the summer somewhere, I think possibly on Facebook, that there was some news coming for SBG, but no hint of what it was.
Right.
And clearly this was it.
Well, hopefully there's a bit more than this.
But then fueling the rumour engines again, does that mean that perhaps this is where they're going next? And then the next supplement is going to be Hobbit based?
Off to the Hobbit.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Or is it just that they decided they want to do battle hosts and these are the only ones that they could do with plastic kits that they haven't already done?
Yeah, possibly. I mean, that's obviously what they're driven by, isn't it? That they have to be able to have the plastic.
They have to be all plastic.
Well, I think there's plenty of
and
things.
There has to be 2 different troop types.
Yeah, I think there's plenty of things to put the boot in about the massive corporation, but they're giving you new models cheaper. It's a good thing, I think.
Yeah.
Now, Joe, I nearly had the perfect segue until you started talking about battle hosts. So let's go back a step, because do you remember you said, if it were up to me, you would pick this thing, right? Well, we have another bit of news, and I haven't seen this discussed anywhere yet. So maybe we can get some juicy chatter going. Did you know that on the Warhammer website, under careers, there is currently a job advert for the product developer for Middle-earth?
I did know. And do you know how I know? You brought it up before we started the stream.
I did. So this, I think this has gone up today. You've got 16 days to apply. And let's be absolutely clear, this is product developer, right? And I haven't... There's been a couple we've seen lots of sculptors come and like kind of adverts appear over the years, and some various ones with rules on. But listen to this. Games Workshop has an exciting opportunity for a product developer to join our design studio working on Middle-earth strategy battle, no game. The design studio is where we bring Middle-earth to life on the tabletop. Miniatures, designers, writers, artists, photographers, editors and graphic designers work side by side to recreate the stories, characters and battles of Middle-earth enjoyed by hobbyists around the world. As a product developer, you will be at the heart of that process, bringing talented people together around a shared vision and helping turn great ideas into something our hobbyists will love. You'll be passionate about miniatures and the hobby, with a deep knowledge of Middle-earth and a real understanding of what makes its worlds, characters and stories so special to its fans. You will turn ideas into clear creative plans and briefs, giving our teams the structure they need to create fantastic new miniatures, books and games. From the first idea to the finished release, you'll help protect that original vision and make sure everything we create is worthy of Middle-earth. You'll be highly organised, comfortable managing lots of projects at once, and calm when things don't go to plan. You will know where every project is, what needs to happen next, and where problems might arise, and you'll try and get the Riders of Rohan out when they're meant to, as opposed to a year late like what happened this year. It's possible that bit isn't in there. When they do, you'll get stuck in, bring the right people together and find a way forward. We work closely with our licensors and teams across Games Workshop, including merchandising, buying and customer engagement, to make sure everything we create is ready to reach our hobbyists. You'll listen to others, communicate clearly and build strong relationships while taking personal responsibility for getting things done. Most importantly, you'll care deeply about making Middle-earth strategy battle game the very best it can be. You'll be excited by the opportunity to work alongside talented creative people, eager to learn from them and always looking for ways to make the next miniature, book or game even better than the last. If you love Middle-earth, love the miniatures hobby and want to help create the miniatures and games that will inspire hobbyists for years to come, we'd love to hear from you. Apply today. Boom. There's a lot to unpack about that. For one thing, in terms of I don't have all the job titles, but that sounds to me like Adam Troke's job.
That's what I was going to say. That sounds like it's not a rules writer.
Yes,
it sounds like it's like what Adam and then Rob was doing when Jay was writing the rules.
So Adam was, I can't remember if it's exactly that, product manager, brand manager, something like that, and Jay was under him as rules writer or something, right? And then Adam left. He changed jobs, and famously, the Middle-earth team were very much engaged with the GBHL at the time. He posted on the GBHL. It's a very different world now. People might be shocked that the product lead for Middle-earth was like, guys, I want you to hear this from me. Basically, he said, I'm moving on. My job will be advertised. So then that job, the product designer, product manager, brand manager, whatever, that got advertised, and Rob Alderman got that job. That has then never been advertised again, to the best of my knowledge. Rob then took on Blood Bowl first, and then Old World. So Rob was, the last time we heard of a product manager or a brand manager or whatever, Rob Alderman was doing all three of these things. And what's interesting is maybe he's not anymore, and it's just Middle-earth again. I think both of those things are very interesting. There's been I haven't heard anything of Rob not doing it. And it's the first time in a long time, probably about 6 years, where that job has just been Middle-earth, and not Middle-earth and Blood Bowl at the very least.
Yeah.
So that's quite cool. And of course it means, I genuinely think that's really good for the game, because it means there's a dedicated full-time job now to someone just developing Middle-earth.
Yeah.
And it isn't the rules writing. It's a job above the rules writing, or I don't know if above's the right word, but a very different responsibility that anyone can apply for.
Yeah.
What do you think?
But that certainly seems to suggest that there's at least the intent to push the game more, or to develop the game more than they at least appear to have over the last few years, which can only be a good thing.
Huh. You going to apply?
No. No, not my sort of thing.
Is any of us good, right?
Yeah.
Might get a BSIME out there right now putting their application in. And, you know, they took on, you know, Adam was always working for them. He was always working for GW, but they got Jay. They took our Jay from the community that we grew.
Yeah.
They took him and he went in, and Rob Alderman was taken from the community. And Dan Entwistle was taken from the community. You know, the people who have gone on to work in Middle-earth have been kind of community members. So it could, you know.
I mean, it makes sense that people who would be applying for that job the majority of them would be from our community.
Yeah.
Because if you're not part of our community already, you are either just Middle-earth sort of centered or just wargame centered. You're not necessarily both.
Yeah.
You might not necessarily have the knowledge, the crossover knowledge that would be required. But it makes sense that it would likely come from the SBG community.
Yeah. And I'm sure, I mean, at the bare minimum, I'm sure they're going to get applications from the SBG community.
Yeah.
It's also possible it goes internal, right? I mean, it's very possible that, I don't know, the current Blood Bowl manager goes and gets it, or the current Necromunda manager goes and gets it, or something, you know, like,
yeah.
It could just be another role for an interested party. Like, there's no salary on there as ever, but Adam might go back for it. Do you know what I mean? Like, who knows quite where that's fitting in with anyone else's career plans. So you'd have to imagine that, I don't know, good internal candidates might have the edge over people who have never done anything like this before.
Yeah.
But it's definitely you know, if anyone's out there, it's based in Nottingham. It's not remote. If anyone's out there and fancies themselves as a bit of a Middle-earth aficionado or whatever, or a fancy steering the game, this could be your opportunity, man. It's pretty exciting. But yeah, like, I don't know, does anyone know anything? Any goss in the chat? Like, you know, let us know. Does anyone heard anything? Does anyone know what's going on or anything? I'm quite intrigued. And, let us know if you're comfortable. Let us know if you're going to apply for it. And we can cheer on some Battle Streams in Middle-earth applicants.
Yeah.
You're kind of mega.
Shall I get back to the chat?
Yeah, well, I think that's the news, right? The battle hosts and.
I think there's one other bit of news that we've sort of touched on, which is Throne of Skulls tickets.
Oh, hooray! Kaloo, yeah. I can't even remember. 5 weeks ago, it was before Disney. I can't remember if it had been announced. I think it had been announced possibly, but the tickets weren't on sale. But yeah, I'll put my hands up.
I don't remember when it was announced. I think it was Chris Webster put it in the Patreon chat.
Yeah, I was delighted.
I don't remember when that was.
I was really worried about Warhammer World with everything happening over the summer with the weekend events and all that, but I was just delighted. I was wrong. I've never been happier to be wrong in all my life. Throne of Skulls is happening. The tickets went. It was their new system. They just weren't there. I wouldn't even say they sold out in 5 minutes. I was there at the time. the thing counts down in seconds. I went through it, and by the time I clicked order, I said no, they're gone. And then I know that people got them. It's my only tip for you. People got them 15, 20 minutes later. Like they're not actually gone. It's just like the Eventbrite. The system can't cope with it, so it's just dumb luck. But thankfully, a lovely ginger godmother sorted me out a ticket. So I have my ticket for Throne of Skulls. So the hellish planning can commence. Did you get one?
No.
Did you try?
I did not.
Oh, okay, well, fair enough there. It's not disappointing.
Two reasons. One being that when they went on sale, I was on my way back from Ardcon on the train. And two being that because I live in Devon and I don't drive, that limits what I can get to. And I work in a school as well, so my time off is set and it's limited. And end of November is not really a time I can get to. I'm sort of limited to school holidays. And end of November is not a school holiday.
Yeah.
But it does always fall on my birthday weekend. So it would be nice. And I'd love to get up there at some point. But it's not one that's not one that's close to easily manageable for me.
It's funny you mentioned being on the train back from Ardcon, because for anyone who doesn't know, the tickets went on sale at 11 a.m. I stayed at Ardcon on the Sunday night, and my train was at 11:34. And Manchester Piccadilly is about a 10-minute walk from the Mercure. So I was in the bar with like Tom Harrison, Sam Page, Nick, Adam. There was a group of us around the table trying to get our tickets. Two of them, I want to say Sam and Adam, got their tickets. The rest of us missed out at the time. And you're there, you're trying to refresh, you're seeing what happens for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes. And then at about 20 past, I was like, that's it, I haven't got one, I got to leg it. So then I ran like across the town to the train station. I was like, at what point I'm gonna have to at some point pull the plug on this refresh plan? And about 15:15, I was like, right, I'm gone. But I made the train. But yeah, that was a bit when it was. I thought they were going to be on sale at 10 a.m. and we're like, fine. When they were 11, I was like, that is quite tight.
But you got your train and you got a ticket.
I got my train and I got my ticket. Which is pretty cool, and I'm just delighted that it's happening again. And it's happening, and it's the same. No one's medals. It's the same weekend. It's the same scoring system, and it's going to be awesome. I cannot wait. So yeah, lots of kind of fun Middle Earth news. It's been pretty cool.
Yeah. So I shall get back to the chat now. I think that's all the news, isn't it?
I think that's all the news.
I'm sure somebody will correct me if it's not. Ryan Pickering says he bought the old one when the new one was announced. Absolutely loved painting it. I assume that's talking about the Oathmaker still.
Yeah, I'd guess
so. James Wilson also bought the old one, bought 2 command sets and decided to build the second horn there as a chieftain.
Very nice.
Michael Haskell says, not quite Disney World, but I did have a long weekend, end of July, going to see Meridian play at the iconic Pompeii Amphitheatre.
Oh, I remember.
It was an absolutely amazing late evening gig. I don't disagree with you on the amazing, but I have a feeling it was hot everywhere. It certainly feels like it's been hot everywhere for a very long time.
Yeah. Genuinely, when I was out in Florida, it was hotter there, but better. Like I mean, very, very sincerely, that as much as the humidity makes it a bit more horrible, you're on holiday and it's out there and you go, yeah, this is hot. But then you go inside, whether it's inside a queue or a shop or a ride or your hotel, and it's beautiful with blissful aircon. Whereas over here, both sides of that trip,
there's no escape from it.
Yeah, you go in and it's just relentless and you just sweat all night. So I was out in Florida going, it's hotter here, but it is nicer here by a million miles because they're set up for it.
Ryan Pickering confirms that you had talked over Zoom before, but this was the first time meeting in person.
There you go. I called it. I got it right.
And he has told me that he does plan to come back next year to Ardcon.
Glad to hear it. That's great news.
I've already booked my ticket for next year. You got yours, Chef?
Yeah, we've got ours. Tom did his usual outstanding thing where he buys the team's tickets, and we will sort him out.
Tickets are on sale for anybody who wanted to come. I think 3, 4, and 5 day tickets are all on sale, rather than the usual.
Oh yeah, they staggered them.
I think they're all on sale.
Yeah, you might be right.
Dublé says I've absolutely destroyed him before my black BSIME dice. I feel like he's misremembering that. I think it was popping purple BSIME dice. I think he's talking about the game where he had a Balrog and I had the 9. That's got a dog order.
The important thing is you destroyed him.
I didn't quite kill the Balrog, I don't think, but it was a very one-sided game. Or maybe it might also have been there. I played him twice at events at Curtin Games in Crediton, and the second time was my Wolf Pack of Angmar against his Usurpers. And the wolves just went straight through the wildman. I think I got the jump on Wolf early and got Wolf down, and then they just chewed through everything.
You got the jump on Wolf with a wolf.
Exactly.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff.
Jamie Ilano, there's just a quick drop in as I'm out at an observatory in Northumberland at the minute. Just saying thank you for the SBG magazine for my charity raffle at my event last week.
That's quite all right.
We paid £655 in total. I assume that means we made £655 in total.
That's how much we charged him for the magazine.
And then he says, keep up the great work and I'll tune in when hobbying over the weekend.
Oh, that's very kind. Thanks, man. Hope the event went really well.
Sir Stromming Fish says, I am a believer in the Universal Studios bubble.
Yeah. It's a different bubble, but it's the bubble. The bubble's key.
It skipped again. I think I've figured out when it skips.
Oh, yeah.
Or what it skips. I think it's when there's suddenly when there's been a lot of new comments since you last scrolled. Right. And then you scroll down a bit and it suddenly jumps because the size of the window's changed.
Oh.
Still annoying. Doesn't actually change anything, but I think that might be the reason. Oh god, there's hundreds more.
Well, I'm trying to glue on my very last piece on my chieftain, and then I'll take over to let you do some hobby.
But Rory Campbell says, good evening all. First time I've seen Joe since we had a succulent Chinese meal. Yes. And that is the third article, which we've not talked about in detail. We've mentioned a lot. But on the Sunday, there's a long-standing tradition that we all, or the people who want to, go for a Chinese. And I was sat next to Rory during the Chinese meal.
That must have been a delightful seat.
It was. We had most of our team, my team, on the table, and then we had. So I think we had 7 of us plus Rory, and I can't remember his name. I met him then. It was a Finnish guy, Uniton. I'm probably absolutely massacring that name. But yeah, it was always a lovely way to end the week.
Yeah, for sure. It's an absolute highlight for me, that the Chinese. Do you get the banquet? We always get the banquet.
Yeah, but I've only done it twice. Usually by that time my social battery's gone. But I decided last year was the first time I did all 5 days. And I say I did all 5 days, I had the Thursday off. Yeah, and I decided I'd make the effort and I'd do it. Mm-hmm. And it was well worth it. So I did it again this year. So yeah, we did have the banquet last year, and I think we had to have a banquet this year, didn't we?
Did you? What? That was the only thing they were serving. I mean, it wasn't an issue for us because we always get it anyway. But
yeah, I mean, yeah, it wasn't an issue for us either. But yeah, I think they said that. Sam and Nick said that they told them that because there were so many of us, it would be a lot easier if we all had a banquet.
That's
and then I
enough.
think we were told it had to be a banquet.
The banquet is amazing.
Yeah. I mean, it's what is that? 3 courses, but the last course is like 5 different dishes anyway.
Oh, it's 5 courses, isn't it? You get your soup, then you get your starter spread, then you get your duck course, then you get your set of mains. Maybe it's only 4. Is that only 4?
4, yeah, 4. But the last one is there's like 5 different dishes on there, isn't there? Plus the rice.
Mm. Oh, I love it.
Yeah. Rui also says that he's making his way back to us at 2 times speed.
Running to catch up.
James Wilson confirms the banner doesn't glue to the model's back. The hole is a ring that connects the leather strapping together.
Right.
And then he says, Wolf has something similar on his front, probably because Targ told him to put it on his back.
It's funny because Wolf's an idiot.
Michael Haskell says 8 legs or 2 legs. These new ME SBG models can be tricksy to put together.
It's true.
Ryan Pickering, problem solved simply by looking at the instruction manual. Who would have thought?
I wanted to give Joe a chance to be the hero, you know.
Sir Strong Fish says the 2-handed Dunland Warriors were a nightmare.
Yeah, anything 2-handed like that, like a Dwalin or a Bayorn, anything you have to glue 2 shoulders and 2 wrists is rubbish.
Like I said, they're my most hated thing, but I don't think the new Hill Tribesmen were as bad as the previous ones.
Yeah.
I mean, I still much prefer they weren't like that, but I think they have improved.
Talking of improving, I've assembled 3 Hill Tribes Command. Why don't you do some hobby, and I will see what the nerds are saying.
Okay.
If I
The
can
next
find
comment is from Tommy Murphy.
Succulent Chinese meal we're around here, aren't we? There we
Yeah,
go. Got him. Afternoon, gentlemen. We'll attempt to make some progress with my riders tonight. Then you'll be in the draw. Don't forget to put a pick in the whip thread. Joe Kelly, I still tell people the Gringold Vault ride is the best amusement park ride I've ever been on. It's very Gringotts, isn't it? Gringotts. It's very, very good. The big ones for me this time, stuff that I hadn't been on, was Velocicoaster is absolutely incredible. That goes upside down and you only have a lap bar. You don't have any shoulder restraints, so you're literally hanging upside down on the lap bar, which is proper scary. I thought Guardians at Epcot was incredible. The Guardians ride's amazing, and I thought the Kong ride was very, very good. That gets overlooked a lot, but Islands of Adventure, that was very, very good. But yeah, Gringotts is great. Jack Brown says, it might have been easier if I hadn't had that idea several hours later. Who knows what that's about. We've frozen, but the text is still moving. So I think this is the standard 20-second freeze. And we're back. We're golden. 1998 Hazard said, getting too much. Think I'm getting too much. All right. This is for the made to order. Think I'm getting 2 of each warrior pack and then the Commanders and Galadriel. I currently have no plans to either army in the immediate future. Fair enough, whatever makes you happy, man. James Wilson, nice models in the made to order, nothing I really need. Ryan says, don't need the elves, but we'll be getting one of each of the dwarf sets. Michael is not getting anything in the made to order. The dwarfs I got years and years ago, and one of the early models I painted when I started. Stainer Carlson says, I'm sad they didn't also offer the metal Roomil in the made to order. Yeah, what? Is it weird that they're doing the metal Galathrim Court Guard when they've just done new ones?
It was a while ago that it came out.
Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, that struck me as a bit odd.
That was at I think it was the last Warhammer World event I went to. They were an early release at.
Yeah, I know they.
And that was double. That was a doubles, and that must have been at least 3 years ago.
I know by the very nature of the made to order, they're always including basically alternate sculpts of things you have. I get that, right? That's the whole point, isn't it? But
yeah.
I don't know.
There was a while when the made-to-order stuff was just stuff that wasn't on general sale.
Yeah, it just... I don't know, maybe I'm being completely unreasonable. It just feels like, you know, they they sometimes put the metal models that have been replaced by plastic. So metal Uruk-hai Scouts, metal Mordor Orcs, that kind of thing, because people think they're better. But these are meant to be as good as they get, right? Whatever people think, they are new sculpted ones in resin, right? They're not. Yeah. It's not like, oh, these are cheap, but they're not as good. So here are the metal ones are good. These have properly replaced those metal ones. They are expensive elite models that have been replaced by expensive elite models. I just thought that was odd. I thought it was a bit of an odd one. It's like almost. Is there? I don't know if there's. What else are they replaced? Like those Did they do the Dolan Roth guys? They replaced Dolan Roth knights on foot with Dolan Wright knights on Forge World. It would be odd if they brought those ones back in metal, I think. Who knows? Don't know.
Did they do that on a made to order though last year?
The metal Dolan Roth.
The metal Dolan Roth ones. I thought they did.
Did they? Maybe they did. Maybe it's not weird. I don't know.
I think it's just because some people like the metals more.
Yeah, and some people just like the old models more. Like, some people just prefer the old sculpts to the new ones. But that seems quite a kind thing from Workshop to do. If that's to kind of go, oh yeah, we know you like these ones more than the new ones we brought out. You can have them, whatever. Cal is in. Ryan Pickering's in. It's probably because it feels like a random made to order after the last couple have been based on new releases or anniversaries. That's exactly how it feels. Jack Brown, it was making me wonder. New Mordor Orcs and plastic armoured Mirkwood with Hunt for Gollum. Could be. Does that mean he thinks that the battle hosts are connected to that? Maybe. There's bound to be orcs in it. Bound to be orcs in Hunt for Gollum. So new orcs always good. And yeah, there will be a Mirkwood sequence. We know we're getting Seren with Anna Taylor-Joy, and we know we're getting Thranduil. There will be Mirkwood. So yeah, like new plastic wood elves. Oh, that'd be good. I've always wanted a Lothlorien army, like leaning into the unarmored wood elves more than the armored Glathrim, and I don't have them. I don't have them all stockpiled, and I've never quite pulled the trigger. And well, if we get a nice new plastic Mirkwood range for that film, I would be all in. I've got the Hobbit stuff, got the Rangers and the Palace Guard and the Knights, but I've never done the kind of Lothlorien bit, with the unarmored wood elves. I'd be well up for that.
The only Mirkwood I own are the named heroes.
Well, you should get yourself a new Battle Force. Sort you right up.
I don't really want them.
Stupid, isn't it?
I have no.
Don't need that many Palace Guards.
Absolutely no affinity to elves.
Jack Brown, it was and I've done that. Richard Clammer, I can't say I'm interested in any of the new made to orders. I've got the Wood Elves and Galadriel, not collecting armoured elves either. Maybe tempted by the Dwarfs, but I think I can wait a few years too. Jack Brown, then the Mirkwood would go well with that, and the Orcs would lead into a new battle host. This is part 2 of his comment. Yep. And Ryan says, don't do that. Don't give me hope. Them FAQing the new command set was the biggest surprise for me, because now it meant all armies could get a new command set. Yeah, absolutely. We talked about this when it came out, but yeah, for sure. Like, your missing banners are only missing for as long as they don't sculpt a model for, rather than for the length of the edition now. Which isn't necessarily going to be sooner, but there's hope. Jack Brown, if they do orcs, do they do Warg Riders, or do they mix old and new in the same box, or paint them so? Yeah, I mean, this is the problem. Imagine if I think Isengard's the biggest problem, right? You do Scouts, and then you do Fighting Uruk-hai, but then you kind of have to do Crossbowmen, and you kind of have to do the Siege Troops. The same with Ministerial. If you do Ministerial, you kind of got to do the Knights, kind of got to do the Rangers.
You could make the same argument for Rohan Lordguard.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. But yeah, Warg Riders would be the same orcs. I'd argue if you're doing Mordor Orcs, then you get Warg Riders in the same way you got Rise of Rohan, I think. But we'll have to wait and see. Tiny Gamer UK, which I'm glad I got that right, because I nearly called you Tiny Gamaruk, but I believe it's not Gamaruk.
I believe I know who Tiny Gamer UK is.
Are you allowed to say? Are they happy having their identity revealed?
I don't know, but we're about to find out. I believe that is Adam Copeman, who is member of my community down here and who runs our local Warhammer store.
You mentioned him already.
I have mentioned him already.
Incredible. Well, Tiny Gamaruk, Tiny Gamaruk. Let's find out if you are indeed Adam, who's Tiny Gamer UK, or if you're a different guy called Tiny Gamaruk. I know which one I'm hoping
It's
for.
just a guy called Gamrock.
Gamaruk. And it becomes more embarrassing because it's not like a nickname, it's just his name. I was christened Gamaruk by my mother and father because they thought I was a monster. Ryan Pickering, there's no plastic Azog yet, so they can't put it in the battle host. Yes. Michael Askell, might the Middle-earth product developer reflect in part the influence of the upcoming film of next year? Maybe. Have you dropped something?
I've not dropped a piece. I've dropped the 2 legs and the tactical rock that I've already glued together.
Fantastic. That should be easy to find.
I think so, but not yet. Let's hope I've not stepped on it.
No, I think he's got the phone. I think he's going.
Oh, there it is.
He's got it. He's got it. We're golden.
It fell between 2 boxes.
Disastrous. Disastrous. Are you going for this one's a chieftain you're building, right?
Yeah.
Are you going for 2-handed weapon or slightly smaller 1-handed weapon and light shield?
Oh, I've not made that decision yet.
Yeah, I didn't realise there was a decision to make, but look. There's your options.
Yeah, I've got the instruction guide in front of me because I'm not a Larry Miller.
I
will probably go. Does he have the option to have the 1-handed weapon and not the light shield?
Let's find out. I just had that book out. Where's that gone? I literally checked it when I was building mine. Where have I put that?
I feel like the light shield is an option, and the.
They're both. They're both.
I
options.
might leave the arm off until I've built the other stuff.
They're just options. Yeah, they're just options. You can have one or the other.
I think what I'll do is I'll leave that arm off, because what I had thought about before, which I immediately forgot about when I started doing it, was not building the chieftain first, because I'm planning to do those conversions that I mentioned, and I was going to wait and see whether those conversions would lend themselves better to 2-handed or better to 1-handed.
Yeah.
Well, so I might leave the arm off to give myself both options.
My decision was kind of made by accident, because I went for the axe that I thought looked cooler, which was the one where he was holding it over his head, and then inadvertently realised that apparently that one's a single-handed weapon instead of a 2-handed weapon, so it comes with a shield. So stuck the light shield on. I have converted 2 Hill Trust Chief, both of whom have 2-handed weapons, so I'm fine with a bit of variation here. I don't care about the tactical thing.
I mean, I'll leave the shield off.
Oh, hang on.
And then I'll probably paint it and leave me the option of attaching it if I ever write an army list that has the points to chuck it on him.
I may be forgetting how this game works these days. I looked at his profile, because I think what we need to do is look at the list. Usurpers Veteras. Oh, no, it doesn't say has to. It's still an option. Yeah, it's an option either. So I think you can just have a single-handed weapon, if you want.
Yeah, I think I will not make a decision yet, and make the decision when I think about the 2 conversions I was going to do.
What do you think about Michael's idea?
Do one with 1 hand and one with 2 hands, and then when I'm running the list, if neither of them have 2-handed, then it's not a problem. I can just say they're both 1-handed.
Yeah.
When
When
they're
does
both
a 1-handed axe become a 2-handed?
Say they're both 2-handed.
Yeah,
and if there's one of each, then it's easy to tell. Well, easy to tell. There's a way of telling.
If it helps, my Hilltrise Chieftain, which is my Bardolph one, is holding 2 massive axes, and I've only ever used him as a 2-handed weapon, and no one has ever even blinked. When he's demonstrably got 2 hand weapons, but they are massive hand weapons. And so I was like, he's not got a 2-handed weapon, he's got 2-handed weapons. But no one's ever cared. We're all cool, innit? What do you think of Michael's idea? Do you think this job is emerging because there are some exciting new developments based on the new film?
So when you asked me the question, I was looking for a piece.
Unbelievable. I was saying, what do you think of Michael's point that is this job being advertised because there is an increased amount of excitement around Middle Earth because of the new film?
I've not noticeably seen an increase of excitement because of the new film, but I have seen, as I said, in my own community, there has been a massive uptake in people playing the game.
It will be happening inside though, right? I mean, right now, like, imagine possibly a year ago, no hunt for Gollum. They might just be pootling along. They might go, do you know what we're going to do? Okay, you can have a journal. You have a little journal, have Shelob. Have a little journal, have some Rise of Rohan. That's it. And maybe now they're going, do you know what? We're getting a new starter set based around the hunt for Gollum. We're going to have to do loads more models for the hunt for Gollum. We're doubling down on it, and so we need to assign someone over.
Yeah.
And I'm sure they're working on that now if they are working on it. Because,
you would have thought so, yeah.
It's like a year away, isn't it?
Gorman started relatively recently, so you would have thought they'd be starting to gear up production on it soon, wouldn't you?
Yeah, for sure. Could be. Michael says there appears to be similar product development roles available for Warhammer Quest, Kill Team, and Blood Bowl too. So maybe an increased focus on some of the specialist game systems. That's super cool. Loves me Warhammer Quest.
Or perhaps, as you said before, Rob was Middle Earth product manager, and then he took on several other games. Perhaps it's just a case of they've decided to have one person for each game.
Yeah, I mean,
they're advertising some of the ones that were previously taken up by the same person.
The fact that there's 4 available slightly squashes my enthusiasm a little bit, because it means it's not a particular focus on Middle Earth, if that makes sense. It looks like it's more redistributing resource for some of those smaller games. Still good, but Ryan Pickering confirms he managed to get a Throwing Skulls ticket on the train back from Ardacon, which is super cool. Michael says on my Facebook feed just now, Steve Crow post just appeared showing him starring in a video from the Shack podcast. He's alive. He's still out there, man. Callum Ra, I was hopeful when they ditched Eventbrite, but the new system was just as bad, maybe worse. I agree. I actually think it was worse. There's my hot take. I think it was worse. I think Eventbrite had some foibles that you could get around if you knew what you're looking for, whereas this one just seemed like utterly dumb luck. I also, unless I'm being a cretin, which is very possible, when you wanted to hyper refresh, when you're on Eventbrite, you hit refresh and it just refreshed the page. Not available, not available, not available, not available, not available. Ticket available. On the new system, if you refreshed, you then had to make 2 more clicks to get back in. You were like refreshing a events hub, and then you had to scroll down and pick your event, which was really irritating. And might have had exactly the same chances of getting a ticket, but felt like you were wasting more time to me. Jack Brown said he'd be tempted to apply, but it is in person only. And Ryan has bought his Ardacon ticket. Sean Clark says Jonathan was on our team. Is that Chinese Jonathan? Is this who you were talking about? Jonathan was on our team, but we didn't actually meet him in person until after all the games. Was that Jonathan?
Yes.
Yeah? Were you on Callum's team, Callum Rutter?
I wasn't.
Is that Callum's Jonathan? I wonder if Sean Clark and Callum were on the same team.
It was in the... now I've dropped an arm.
Perfect.
It has glue on it.
Fantastic.
It was on the Lancashire team, I want to say. Matthew Hare was also on our table from the Lancashire team. And he joined them, and nobody knew who he was, and they met him after all the games had finished.
I think there's a guy called Jonathan on Callum's team, and he got to know him well and made a new friend, which is cool. Jack Brown says they did Dol Amroth, although at the time the resin were out of stock. There you go. You're right. They did bring them back, but it was because the resin were out of stock. And he said, "I bought them for pose variety." There we go. I've caught up on the chat. I'm going to celebrate by finishing off this Twinkie. You'd think they'd get worse if you left them out for an hour and a half. Still so good. So, let's have a little chat about the supplement. Let me take a merry little meander through this beast.
Yeah.
Now this is the burning of the Westfold. So let us know now in the I think we'll split this into two. We'll go through the scenarios, have a catch up with the chat, see what people are saying, and go through the hobby section. So let us know in the chat if you've got any strong feelings about anything to do with the scenarios in particular, or the kind of anything to do with the supplement really that's not the hobby content, I suggest. So yeah, how's it smell?
I mean, I've had mine for a while, so
It's not
I can't
bad.
obviously tell you it still has that new book smell.
Yeah, it's not bad, but it's not as good as the old stuff. It always amazes me. This classic, the Big Blue Rule, but this still smells so good, so good. Incredible scenes. But yeah, the classic GW book smell is not present in these new ones, but they're not bad. The Burning of the Westfold, the third Middle Earth journal. Ride now, Ride for Ruining the World's Ending. Lovely. And this 48-page supplement focuses on the invasion of Rohan by the forces of Saruman, followed by the ride of the Rohirrim to Gondor, and the battle fought upon the fields of the Pelennor. What did you think, Joe? What do we think of our next... So we've had the War of the Rohirrim one, which I think we had to have. That was obvious. Like a supplement for the new movie. Then we got the Treason of Gollum, Treachery of Gollum, which came out completely out of left field. And then we get this one. So what were your thoughts on getting a Rohan-based supplement?
What a surprise. No, yeah, it wasn't a big surprise considering we were all expecting Riders of Rohan. And Rohan is one of the biggest armies in the game, and it clearly seems to be one of Games Workshop's favourites. But considering, they were pretty much the flagship release of the new edition, and the movie that the new edition was based around was essentially Rohan.
Yeah,
I don't think it was a big surprise.
It's interesting. Was the supplement not a surprise? Let's say we assume the Riders of Rohan come in, but if the supplement's not a surprise, that says to me that what you're now expecting already in this edition cycle is that we're getting a supplement for whatever models they release. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I was definitely thinking it'll be Rise of Rohan next. I wouldn't say I was necessarily expecting a Rohan supplement to go with them. Do you see what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying I was, saying we're definitely getting another Rohan supplement, but I'm saying I don't think it's a massive surprise.
Yeah.
I mean, it's considering, as I said, they were pretty much the flagship release, and if they're going movies, if they're going Lord of the Rings rather than Hobbit, Rohan featuring more of the big centerpieces than anybody else.
Yeah, for sure. And people love them.
They feature pretty much all of them, don't they?
Yeah. So yeah. And what do we get? So we have 11 scenarios, I believe. Is that right? Yeah, 11 narrative play scenarios. So what I've done is I went through and basically compared them because, again, some of the negative things are this is just a repeat of old stuff, and some of that's true and some of it isn't true. So
the first two, are they new ones?
Yeah, so the first one is Rampage over Rohan and is definitely new. It's a brand new scenario. 4 foot by 4 foot. A Captain of Rohan and 24 dudes against a Wildman Chieftain and 24 dudes. it's obviously new because it's about hill tribes and we've never had these models before, but it's basically a new version of the scenario in War in Rohan called Burning of the Westfold. But it is a new. It's about Dunlendings burning down buildings, but it's all new rules. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not just swapping out the kind of attendees, as it were. It is a different thing with different kind of deployment and all that. So it is, that one is a new scenario and kind of looks quite fun. Also, because it's the first one, I think it's worth mentioning. The photography is great. Like, again, all of these are brand new photos taken for this supplement. Like, and the most of them you can absolutely categorically tell that because they've got the brand new models in, whether it's the various new plastic Command or the Rise Rohan. But this isn't something they're phoning in. You know, there's an awful lot of time gone into setting up kind of little lovely little vignettes for each scenario. So yeah, we get this lovely Rampage over Rohan one, which looks fun. And then the next one is the Prince of Rohan, which is basically a kind of... This is, again, brand new. We've never had this. And it's just a kind of Theodred in his pomp. This is like a Theodred scenario where he's not going to die, which is kind of cool. So another brand new scenario, 4 foot by 4 foot. Theodred and 12 riders. The Wildman Chieftain and 25 Wildmen, one of whom has a banner. Are we seeing slightly more banners in these to support those new command packs? Possibly. And in this, it's almost the opposite of the Westfold. He's like, you messed up my house, I'm going to mess up your house. And there's a bunch of tents, and they have to try and destroy the Dunlending tents. So it's nothing to do with the Fords of Eisen or anything. It's just a completely brand new like scenario with Theodred, which is kind of cool. And again, really nice photography. Then we get the Fords of Eisen, which again is a new scenario, but it's a new version of the Fords of Eisen. And in War in Rohan, we had two different Fords of Eisen, the first battle and the second battle. So they've kind of condensed that into one battle here, but they've given you the extra Theodred scenario. So in the old book, you had 2 Theodred scenarios. In this one, you get 2 as well. But that's the change there. So again, the first 3 scenarios are all brand new. And I will, again, I've looked at some of the reviews, some of the posts, and people are saying, like, you know, these are just scenarios we've had before. Even if they're not talking about the actual rules, they're talking about the
essentially they're new scenarios that fit the roles of the old ones.
But you know, like someone said, "Oh, we've had the Fords of Eisen before." It's like, well, yeah, but you're gonna get it. You know, it's like
I mean, it's still covering the same events. You're still going to have the same events.
You need those events, right? You need those events. We can't. If I'm the product manager and
the same people who would complain that they weren't in it if they weren't in it.
Yeah. You have to have Wag Attack. Yeah, you know, you have to have Helm's Deep, like you, and whatever edition we're having, whatever narrative scenarios you're having, you're going to have those big scenes in it. But what I would hope is that they are new versions, you know, rather than reprints. And let's be absolutely clear: if we're holding up the MESBG edition as the golden child that this one is somehow ripping off, a lot of the ones in those supplements were reprinted from earlier ones. So it's kind of the nature of the game, I think. But yeah, so the third one is another new one. Then we get Ambush at Night with another like gorgeous photo. This is the classic of Aemma attacking Grishnak and Snaga and Merry and Pippin having to escape. This is the same as the one in War in Rohan, so this is the version we've had in the past. Again, when I say there's the same, there's the possibility that maybe the participants have slightly changed or a rule has changed here and now for the edition, but fundamentally, if most of the participants and the size of the table and the objectives are the same, I'm saying they're the same. We then get Warg Attack, which is the same as the last Warg Attack. 4 foot by 4 foot, Harmer starts in the middle, and the evil force.
I mean, I always find that very amusing. That like the objective is evil has to kill 3 good heroes.
Yeah.
Basically, evil has to kill 2 good heroes because Harmer is dying in the first turn.
Harmer is prone with only a single might point.
And you're not allowed to call heroic actions in the first turn as a good player.
Yeah. And evil cavalry get +1 to their fight.
Has priority.
Yeah, so evil are going to charge him, right? Because
evil are going to charge him, and they're going to charge gambling to make sure he can't countercharge.
You've got an orc captain and 2 wild riders.
So I mean, you're sticking the captain and the rider on Harbour, and then sticking a rider on gambling to stop him countercharging.
Yeah.
And he can't call a heroic combat because the good aren't allowed to call heroic actions in the first turn.
Yeah, you're right. Combat can't even help him, can it?
I mean, it's themey, but you might as well just say Harmer's dying. He has to kill 2.
What's Harmer? Is he fight 5, Harmer?
I'd have thought so.
And the captain's going to be fight 4, but he gets +1 to his fight value on a turn in which he charges. So it's tied fight. And it is a captain, so the captain can't strike. You never know. Harmer might fight him off if they've got tied fight value. But yeah, I mean, when you're looking at that, I've got to kill 3 heroes. It's Harmer, gambling, and someone else, isn't it?
Yeah.
You're not going, I'm going to try and take down Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli.
I mean, it's going to be Harmer, gambling, and the captain of Rohan on foot.
What captain?
Oh no, it's Harmer, captain of Rohan.
Yeah, that's Harmer. That's Harmer. I think you're going for Theoden. You got the 3 hunters, Theoden, Harmer, and gambling. You got to kill 3.
Yeah. It's Theoden on armoured as well, so
yeah.
Probably Theoden.
It's a great scenario, but again, is a kind of repeat of one we've had before, albeit with lovely new photography. Then we get the Walls of Helm's Deep. This is new. We've obviously had scenarios on the Walls of Helm's Deep before, of course we have, but this is what I'd be after. This is a new version of it with new rules. It's a 4x4 board. The last Walls of Helm's Deep one was one of those games where they just play it on the wall. This one has a kind of small good army and I think an endless evil army. They keep moving back on, and you have to play for, it was a certain number of turns, wasn't it? It's when the Deepen Walls breach. You got some demolition teams. They're going to blow it up, and so the idea is it will get blown up. But if good have killed 35 models before they do that, then they win. But again, nice photography, and I kind of like this stuff they're doing. They're doing quite a lot of this where, look at that photo. You get the glowing bomb in the background. They're doing this kind of like Photoshop stuff where they have like the kind of nighttime effects with some kind of cool glow in it. Pretty cool. Then we get Ride Out from Helm's Deep. This is exactly the same as it was in War in Rohan. 4x4 board, 30 Uruks in the middle, all the heroes and 4 Royal Guard, and they just have to wipe each other out.
In this one, there's only 25 Uruks.
The what?
In this version, there's only 25 Uruks.
Sorry, I think it's 30. Is it 30 for Aomer's return? Yeah.
In this one, there's 4 captains, 21 Uruk-hai warriors, 10 with shield, 10 with pike, and 1 with banner.
And it's just to wipe out, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes, whichever one gets wiped out first.
I've played this before. It was good fun. But yeah, it's cool. It's good to have it in there. I do wonder what the thought process is. At the moment, we're on 4 brand new scenarios and 3 that are copied and pasted. And I wonder, like, what is there a kind of right? We're going to make half of these new versions and half of them old versions, or is it just if they feel particularly strongly that the old ones weren't working? I'm kind of curious. Lovely though. Lovely close-up picture down the bottom of page 19 of our classic double Legolas. Love to see it. Then we get Aomer's return. Again, beautiful new photo. I think that's possibly my favourite of the new scenario picks. It looks like it's straight out of the movie. The way that they're, dare I suggest, is it madness to swap over here? No, I can't bother, I'll just hold up. But the way they're kind of jumping forwards with the new Rise of Rohan, that's a kind of nice picture of the things they've released in the last few years, right? We've got the new Gandalf, the new AMR, and finally our new Rise Rohan looking awesome in there. But again, the 2x4 board that we had in the last supplement with exactly the same rules is reduced 75 kill 75% of the evils, and evil has to slay AMR and Gandalf. I think the only change here is I'm pretty sure in the old version it was kill 2 of the 3 heroes, because I think they got Erkenbrand, who's obviously come out of this now. Really nice touch here that I feel like is something that we haven't seen before, possibly, or we don't see a lot of. The special rules give one side the match play rules of their army list. So this says...
But then is that because they essentially had those rules in the last edition, they've put them here so they don't have to take up the space explaining them again?
Oh, what, you think they were...
I don't know. I'm suggesting they might have done because they're thematic to the scene.
Well, we got Rise of AMR in this supplement, so it wasn't in the scenario. Let's have a look at what the scenario says. AMR's return. So I think it gives it to him. I think they were kind of... This might be what you're saying. They were kind of reprinted. Yeah, so this scenario gives them both special rules. And then in the same book, the Legendary Legion gave them the 2 special rules. Whereas this one is kind of, I guess, just saving space a bit. But there's a few like that I've thought in the past where, like, breaking the Fellowship list, narrative scenarios, they should get their gifts. But they don't, I think.
Yeah.
But yeah, so it's another reprint one. Then we get the Siege of Helm's Deep, which is the absolutely massive game again. This was interesting because this is the same as the one in War and Rohan, the same participants, the same map, the same rules, but you've got 2 new objectives. So this game is all decided by there are a bunch of objectives. Whichever has achieved the most objectives by the time the game ends is declared the winner. And in this version we've got 7. In the old version we had 5. So again, they're not like just blind copy and pastes. There's thought gone into it, but this one, so the last one had Theoden. It had the, killing Theoden, destroying the Deeping Wall, seizing the Hornburg, holding the Causeway, and killing the heroes of Helm's Deep. But in this one, we also then get AMR as a different objective. So this one's there were 8 good models within Helm's Deep, and more or less of them is an objective. But then AMR is a separate objective, just like Theoden is now. And the Uruk-hai commanders, if good, kill 3 of those. That's an objective as well. So I think that's good. That's a good change if you decide to play this Mega Battle, because there's more things to fight over, more things to swing at.
Something that's worth pointing out, I mentioned on our last Hobby Bingo stream, because that came out just after I got this book.
Yeah.
Have you looked through the narrative campaign?
At the start of this?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Where they give you, obviously, all the scenarios are linked, and whoever wins the first scenario gets a bonus in one of the later games, and so on. Have you noticed that they have all 3 of the smaller Helm's Deep scenarios?
Yeah.
Which all give you a bonus for the big Helm's Deep scenario, which is basically the same storyline, just in 1 instead of in 3?
Yes.
I think that's odd.
So what Joe's saying is that we have, in the Walls of Helm's Deep, whoever wins, you get a bonus for the Siege of Helm's Deep Mega Battle, and then in the Ride Out from Helm's Deep, whoever wins, you get a different bonus for the Siege of Helm's Deep Mega Battle, and the same for AMR's Return. So winning the Walls of Helm's Deep,
the same story twice,
and winning the Walls of Helm's Deep doesn't give you a bonus for Ride Out from Helm's Deep.
Yeah,
that's more of an issue, I think, for me.
I think it should be you either play the 3 separate ones or you play the big one in the narrative campaign.
Yeah, I agree.
I feel like maybe they could give you the choice of which one you play.
Yeah.
But I don't feel like you should have all 4 of them in the same campaign, and you have to play all 4.
And you probably would. I mean, if you are doing this campaign, you wouldn't do both, would you? You'd do one set or the other. You'd either have a massive set Helm's Deep game, or you'd have 3 smaller Helm's Deep games. Yeah, that's a fair point. Then we get past the Druidan, which is the same as the one in War and Rohan, 4x4 board. You got some Woes' Warriors, got a bunch of Morannons, and half of the Rohan models have to escape off the edge of the board. It's kind of cool. Again, lovely new artwork though. And then the final scenario is a brand new scenario. It's called the Ride of the Rohirrim, and this has got lots of stuff going on. So it's at the Pelennor. It's got all the heroes you'd expect, including book ones like Daelwyn. And then it's got 6 Royal Guard, 36 riders. Then you've got an army of Gothmog, which is Gothmog's Enforcer, and no Gurits. Why isn't Gurits there?
I don't think Gurits was there. I thought Gurits was at the docks.
Well, he's all over the place, isn't he? Because he like goes catapults and all that sort of stuff. He's in the fight with. He's at the Pelennor. This is the only Pelennor scenario we get. That feels slightly odd that he's not in there. Because Gothmog's not. He doesn't get hit in the face by the horses, does he? Because the Gothmog's Enforcer doesn't it? Gothmog's Enforcer is down by the docks. That's where he died.
I actually think they both were.
Yeah, they are. They're next to each other, and that's where they die.
Yeah.
Anyway, 48 Morannas. Then you get the Mumuk War Leader, and you get 2 Mumuks. And there's some really nice flow to this. Again, it's on a 4x4 board, and it lasts 10 turns, and the good have to try and kind of punch through the orcs. And so at the start of, if you imagine the good start in the north, they're going to charge through the orcs who are in the middle of the board, and then at the start of the evil player's 3rd phase, the 3 Mumuks wander on from the east. So probably into the midst of this giant battle. There's a really nice thing that both armies can be broken separately. Both evil armies, the orcs break separately to the Harad, which I think is really cool. So you can kind of break the orcs, make them run away, but the Mumuks still kind of thunder on.
That is true to the films anyway, because the orcs break before the Mumuks arrive.
Yeah, really nice. And then, again, it's 10 turns, and there's a bunch of different objectives. So you have to try and break the army of Gothmog, or not have it broken. You have to kill all the heroes. You have to kill Gothmog. You have to slay Mumukil, and you have to try and get 10 good models within 10 inches of the southern board edge. Again, this is a brand new version of these, a brand new way of depicting these events. Which is pretty cool. So, and then that's the last scenario. So 11 scenarios. 6 of them are brand new, or new versions, and 5 of them are kind of copied and pasted from the old book. What do we think, Joe, of that spread of scenarios?
I'm quite pleased with them. I mean, my only critique is, as I said, the narrative campaign, including both of those things, and that's if I'm honest, being nitpicky.
I don't think it's being nitpicky. I think it's a valid point.
Yeah, but I think it's quite a nice spread, and it's what you would expect. It's what you would want if it's something that's covering the events of, Rohan during the War of the Ring.
Yeah. Here's my thing.
I mean, the pleasant surprise is the Pass of the Druidan.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't have thought.
That's not necessarily one that you would pick.
Well, it's actually pretty book heavy, isn't it?
It's a book one, not a movie one.
Yeah, but Rampage over Rohan really is a book. I know you get the tiniest scene of them attacking. The 2 Theodred ones are books. Helm's Deep are all fine. Past the Druidan. Yes, you're getting 3 book scenarios.
The Theodred ones, so you can say they're book ones, but they're also establishing the narrative.
Yeah.
And whereas the Pass the Druidan one is one that is, you don't need. If you're just telling the events of the movies, I mean, you could say you don't need the Theodred ones, but I feel like they're establishing a narrative, and as Theodred had a new model as well.
Does the cynic in me say that it's the only scenario of Woes'? So you have to have a scenario to allow the models to be bought. You know.
Possibly. I mean, they're in an army list.
They are. Do you think this is at the risk of pissing the angry people off on the internet already? Do you think this is it? Are we getting another Rohan supplement, or is this our Rohan supplement for the edition?
Ooh, I wouldn't rule out getting another one that touches on Rohan, just because there may be. I wouldn't rule out them perhaps revisiting after they've done some of the other stuff, depending on how long this edition runs before they either kill the game or relaunch it.
Yeah.
There's always a chance that they might bring back some of the characters that we don't have anymore. So they might touch that before. Because I still think that's, all the stuff that went legacy. I think there's always a chance that if they get the opportunity, they could come back.
Yeah,
and they could just say, these are old models, they're coming back because we're revisiting.
Yeah, they definitely could.
This area of Middle Earth.
Yeah, they could definitely do that.
Yeah, and then they've already got the models to go.
Yeah.
But I feel like Rohan's probably done for a while.
Yeah. And also,
but I still want New Royal Guard.
The reason I think Rohan's done for a while is this tries to do everything. This has got the early stuff, the Ford's Visor. It's got all the Two Tower stuff. It's got Helm's Deep, and it's even got the Pelennor.
Yeah.
And this is I know people said this about the Treachery of Gollum one, right? You had the same sort of thing here, where people were saying, but hang on, we've got what have we got in here? Which one is it? We've got the Dead Marshes and Shelob's Lair, but we haven't got the Cirith Ungol scenario. And how do you now get the Cirith Ungol scenario into a book in this edition? Because it obviously would have gone in this one. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, but then the counter argument to that is that's all about Gollum, that book, and Gollum isn't a Cirith Ungol.
Yeah, no, for sure. But no, that I think you're absolutely right. I don't think that's a counter argument. I think that's why he's not in there. But that's what I mean. It's a weird thing to build your supplement around a character like that, which then kind of removes certain key scenarios from availability. And my worry is, I'm about as positive as you get, but this is missing loads of what we had in the last one. So we don't get Grishnak's End, and I'm comparing this directly to the War in Rohan. So literally the supplement from the last one, which is obviously bigger, right? It's obviously thicker. We don't get Grishnak's End. We don't get the White Wizard, and in the last one, Helm's Deep has got 6 scenarios. 6 scenarios that are not in this one. So we've lost 6 Helm's Deep scenarios. We've lost Raise the Ladders, Plant the Charges, Deepen Wall is Breached, Retreat to the Hornburg, the Causeway, and Fall Back to the Keep. And then you also lose Defence of Edoras, which was a kind of, a made-up one, for lack of a better word. It was, Elfhelm protecting it against some of those Forge World heroes. So completely made up by GW. Cool. And then you lose the 2 Ent-based ones, Last March to the Ents and the Uruk-hai Retreat. And then, and I know this is a bonus, but you also don't get the Appendix, which had the Field of Celebrant and another Assault on Edoras one. You also had the Helm's Deep stuff in there, but that's obviously been completely replaced by the War of the Rohirrim now. So what you're getting in here, look, here's your Rohan supplement with Aemma on the front, right? And this is demonstrably less. I don't want to say worse, but demonstrably less than we had in the last edition. And it's the first one where I kind of feel like this was completely different. This was, great. This was a completely different thing that we hadn't had before, a different collection of scenarios. Whereas this is the first one where I feel like you're almost looking at a like-for-like selection of narrative scenarios and we've got far less. And the Pelennor in Gondor at War, there were 6 scenarios about the kind of riders of Rohan. Nothing to do with Siege of Gondor, 6, and we're down to 1. And so I think that's a bit of a shame. Am I being unreasonable?
I don't think so, but one thing I would say is we've already seen them release narrative scenarios on Warhammer Community.
Mm-hmm.
And anything that doesn't necessarily fit into a supplement, they could very easily just republish and stick them on there.
Yeah, I just think I agree with you. I just think, again, some of this stuff, it feels like they've done all the stuff that would have fitted into supplement, but done it all because they've only got 48-page books now. They've had to cut it all. See, I think I would have liked this to just be up to Helm's Deep. Do you see what I mean? Like do the 2 towers up to, and then you do another journal that is Helm's Deep, and then you do another journal that's the Pelennor. I think I'd like that rather than.
But do people want that much Rohan?
Oh, I don't know if they want that much Rohan. They don't want Rohan when they're releasing Rohan, and then they want Rohan when they're not releasing Rohan. Then, but I think it'd be the same for the next one. Like I'd be worried. Like someone mentioned, they think they're getting Warriors of Minas Tirith. That means you'll get a Gondor supplement, and I think you're going to get a kind of a slightly anemic version of Gondor at War. Rather than, it'd be cool to have like an Osgiliath supplement if we're only doing 11 scenarios that deals with all the stuff that happens in Osgiliath, and then do a Siege of Gondor supplement that deals with all the stuff that happens in the Siege of Minas Tirith. Do you see what I mean? I think I'd prefer that rather than the way they're. Maybe it's still too early to say, but this one's the first one that gives me the impression that they're trying to cover all the things that the old supplement did, but with a much smaller page count. I don't know. I've got no issue with them rehashing stuff at all because I think that's what we've had. You know, there's been a lot of that stuff about this edition. These are just things we've had before, and that feels to me like it must only be people who've been playing the game for about 5 years. Because like, yeah, and you know the things we had before, they were rehashes of the things we had before. We got narrative scenarios.
There's also there's only so many events that are covered.
Yeah.
So there's only so many things that you can do, and you can only do it so many ways before you have to repeat it.
We had narrative scenarios in the first 3 rule books, and then they were largely replaced by the narrative scenarios in the journey books, and then they were largely replaced, actually kind of like this version is, by a slimmed down version of number of scenarios in the 5 source books, and then they were largely replaced by the Middle Earth strategy battle game era, and now which upped them, and now it feels like we're stepping down. So it feels like we had very few scenarios, and then the journey books around 2005 gave us loads of scenarios, and then the source books around 2012 gave us many less scenarios, and then the Middle Earth strategy battle game era gave us many more scenarios, and now we're in an era of many less scenarios. It feels like.
But then if you're somebody who's been around a long time like us, there's no reason you can't just use the old scenarios.
Oh, of course, yeah, absolutely.
I mean, that's no good if you haven't been around and you don't have those old scenarios readily available.
Yeah. I think I loved the War of the Rohirrim supplement.
I get what you mean.
I really, really enjoyed the War of the Rohirrim supplement. I think it was the right size for the content it was trying to tell. And then the Smeagol one was really odd and quirky, but by its nature, I think got away with it because it was just like some Shelob and Gollum's greatest hits. But this one is trying to go, we're going to do our Rohan supplement. Oh God, we've only got 48 pages. Feels to be. But let's see what the nerds think.
I have seen, there's a slight spoiler, Larry Miller is in the chat.
Oh, no.
And rather worryingly, he agrees with a lot of what I've said.
I'm so sorry, Joe.
And one other thing that I've just thought of that I will mention before I forget. Black Library is changing at the end of the month.
Is it?
And if you want anything that you previously bought and you want to keep it, you need to download it before it goes.
What they're getting rid of?
I think they're going to an entirely new system, and all the stuff that they no longer sell, you will no longer be able to download if you haven't already downloaded it. And what has just reminded me about it is that I was talking about if you've got the old scenarios, you can play them. It's because I have all the old books as digital versions.
There you go. Good tip. Good tip. Larry Miller storms into the chat with, I don't think it's possible for them to get worse, to be fair. What do you think he's talking about? Food? Rats? Shoes? Games? Models?
This is Larry, it could be anything.
Could be anything. Hard to tell. Richard Glamour, haven't even read the book yet, so going to read along. Well, I hope you enjoyed it. Larry, I find it interesting that all the scenarios expect you to build your riders with 2/3 spears. Do they? That's exciting. Four with throwing spears, 2 with no additional equipment. 8
Yeah,
with throwing
I
spears,
noticed
4
that
with...
earlier. They're all...
Which you
they're
can't
all
do,
right.
right?
I mean, you can do, but you need twice as many boxes.
You can't do in match play, I mean.
No. I mean, you need twice as many boxes to build that. No.
Can't they all have a throwing spear or something?
I've not got the new box, but I think I think there's 2 bows, and then the other 4 you can build all 4 spears.
I think you can. I think there's a variance there, but in a match play game you can't take that many, right? You can only have a third throwing spear.
You only have a third. Well, Riders of Rohan are exempt from the bow limit, and some of the army lists, but you can only have a third throwing spears. Is there one army that lets you take half? But I think that's an all infantry one. Maybe
the Fords of Eisen list, possibly something like that.
Yeah, I think the Falls of Eisen one, they changed it so you can take half, but that's not all. That's
He's right.
That's
that is interesting. There's a bloody fly in here. I don't know how he's got in, but he's obviously trapped in here because the door's shut. So put that there. Just go away. He also says, I wonder what they would do when they remake Uruk-hai, as all the appropriate scenarios they could use for the accompanying book have been done. Yeah, this is kind of it. This is kind of the thing. It's like, what are they going to do? Like when they're releasing this? But imagine how would
that'll be when they do the other Helm's Deep scenarios that are missing.
Yeah, and if that's the case, I think that would be insane. Half your Helm's Deep is in this book, half your Helm's Deep's in this book. That would be infuriating. But there's the quite.
Is it any less infuriating than, or any more infuriating than, in the last edition when I wanted to run Riders of Phaedrid, and to run that army, if I was taking it, I would have to bring the main rule book, the match play guide, the main profiles book, War in Rohan for the Elfhelm scenario. No. Gondor at War for the Elfhelm profile, and War in Rohan for the army list. So that's 5 books to run one army. That is why I got a tablet, and that is why I started getting the digital books.
Yeah, that's not great, is it? I'm just trying to work out if it's a good example. Is it worse? I think if you just want to do narrative scenarios and there's like a Isengard, like almost like a 50-50 scarf, to use a patron analogy. There's like your Isengard half of the scenarios in one book with a linked campaign that can't talk to the other ones. It just feels ickier to me. It feels weirder. But
for example, Quest of the Ringbearer.
Yeah.
The campaign in that used scenarios from all the previous books.
Yeah.
I mean that's sort of a niche point, because that was a niche book, a niche scenario.
Yeah.
But
yeah, I mean the books can talk to each other, can't they? Yeah, they could talk to each other. Maybe that is the way they'll go, and they'll be like, do you know what? How much are these books? Like 18 quid or something?
They're not hugely expensive.
And like maybe it is just kind of, you know, they'll release some Uruk Hai down the road and they'll have the other Helm's Deep scenarios, and then they'll be like, do you know what? If you want to play all the Helm's Deep scenarios, you pay £36 instead of the £35 for one big book in the last edition. Maybe that's just the world we're in. Rory says, I've made it back to 1x speed and you're going very slowly now. Sorry, dude. Larry says, I find the campaign very odd. Oh, here you go. It seems to expect you to play all of the small Helm's Deep scenarios and then after play the big one, which combines all the bits into one. So you would end up riding up twice and have Aemma arriving twice. And he finds the Theodred scenario interesting because you don't think you've ever seen one where the good get to be burning things. Yeah. Richard Clammer, the photo of Elfhelm on the Fords of Icehelm look weird. Have they recoloured the bases in post again? Fords of Eisen. This is the wrong book. Yes, they turn them grey. The fact he said again, we must have talked about this. They're doing this all the time now. It's really odd. So it's the new edition of the game. They've got this slightly weird photography where they fill things with smoke and they recolour bases. We must have. We've obviously talked about it at some point, but I remember it's really noticeable in Armies of Lord of the Rings, where if you go to, it's in the army lists. I'm looking for the. Yeah, so if you look at like Return of the King, those 3 Hunters models are absolutely recoloured for the bases to be grey, like without a shadow of a doubt. And they do it. I think they do it to a Rivendell army. Wherever a Rivendell army is. There are no elves in this book. Yeah, so the last Alliance elves are all turned grey, and some of those models are the same as are on that page and stuff. And I mean, I kind of get it aesthetically that they want the bases to match them, but it's very, very noticeable, and I'm not sure it looks better than just leave them as they are. Have you noticed this?
Surely they should just paint a whole other army to base them different.
Yeah, well, you know, 20 years ago that's what they would have done, right?
I mean, it's what I do.
Yeah.
That's why I've got 3 Rohan armies.
And it's like I can't help but think it's linked to the smoke as well. I don't really know about this, but all of the armies, all of the pictures have this smoke effect on, and I think it's there to in some way cover up what they've done. And I would be fine. I'm on page 18 with the ride out. I would be fine with Aragorn, Legolas's and Theoden's bases being brown on the causeway, you know? It seems a weird thing to do. But yeah, they're doing...
I think people would notice it very quickly and they would criticise it.
What, the brown bases?
If they were different bases to them.
What do you mean? What do you mean?
Unless I've missed the point. It's possible I've missed the point because I'm also concentrating on gluing a tiny bird to tiny legs.
So what they're doing is they've got one set of models, and since the new edition came out, they're photoshopping the base rims to match the scenery.
Okay.
Which they've really never done before, you know. It'd be interesting to compare the picture.
I don't feel like that's a big issue. And unless perhaps it's just that they think it's more cinematic if you don't see the base rims.
So like, here's a picture from the old one. Fall back to the keep. You've just got brown bases. Yeah. Yeah. And no one cared.
Yeah, well, like you said, they've upped the photography, and maybe it's an artistic choice. They feel it looks more cinematic if the bases aren't as obvious.
Yeah, but I think the irony is it draws attention to it.
I don't think it's necessary.
Yeah, I think it does the opposite, because I think it draws attention to the fact that they're not real, that you know they're not real, you know. If they, like you say, if they did what you did, like, and just painted a different army in the right base, you'd be like, cool, this has been painted for this photo, it's been painted for this army list. But it just seems, it's so obvious when they're just, and like the other thing I was saying was about the smoke effect that I think they started putting that in the new edition as well, and I think it's to partially cover up what they're doing.
What I will say is, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would never ever have noticed it.
Oh, you'll never unsee it now.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't know. I don't think I'd have noticed it before, and I don't think I'd have noticed it. Yeah, I don't think I'd have noticed the base rims, particularly the way they were in their old. Well, I didn't particularly notice the base rims in the old pictures, and I don't particularly notice the base rims in the new pictures until you pointed that out.
Sorry.
So I think it's a complete non-issue.
Michael says, I guess the SBG team need to keep in mind there will be newbies to the game who won't have the previous books. So to them, all the scenarios are brand new. Yeah. Ryan says, it's a problem we have with a game based on a movie or a book. You can only do so many scenarios before you keep repeating. Larry thinks that Leggy's a good shout to kill in Wild Attack as well. High fight, but he's going to roll badly eventually. He's only defense 4. Long delays.
He's got Gimli on him, so if you charge him, Gimli might just jump off.
Oh, you got to chuck Gimli off, haven't you? First opportunity. I'll get him to leap off, sure. Long Delays Hobby says, not everyone has access to those old scenarios. Reprinting them isn't a bad thing. Yeah, I agree. I'm totally with you on that. Larry said, it would be interesting to know how many old versions they read through while working on them. I assume they would have some archive of all the old books at Warhammer somewhere. Yeah, well, I know they did that in the last edition. They did, because there was a couple of scenarios in some of those books that, I'm just trying to think what they were, that hadn't been printed since like the very first edition, or Battle Games in Middle-earth. One was from Battle Games in Middle-earth, and then that was put into a supplement. And I think one was something that hadn't been seen in like 15 years. So certainly in the last edition, they were going back and kind of looking at historic versions of some of those scenarios, which is cool. Rory says, I think the writers usually head to the Great Library of Minas Tirith. He then says, what proportion of the readers of this book do you think will play the scenarios? That's a question, Joe. What do you think? What proportion of the readers of this book will play the scenarios?
Higher proportion than readers of the last edition's supplements that play the scenarios.
Yeah.
And at the last edition, all the supplements were a mixture of match play and scenarios. And this edition, these are pretty much purely hobby and narrative stuff.
You're not going to buy it if you're not going to play the scenarios, are you?
I mean, I've bought them all. The likelihood of me playing all the scenarios is very slim. I would like to, but I'm probably not going to get around to them, or not all of them.
I mean, that's me, but that's true of any single book. Can you see where's the bookshelf? Like, if you see that this is the complete history of SBG, but any of those books, you could say that same thing for, because I will buy these books and read them, but I play very few games. It's like once or twice a year, someone like Macklin or Stoney or Jay Acharya or Harrison will come over to my house and we'll play some narrative scenarios, and maybe we'll play some from this book, but then there'll be 2 other books that we don't play any from. You take it. I'll tell you what I will do though. This one, War of the Rohirrim, this fell right for us, and we did this in the last 2 issues of SBG. We did this and we played through every scenario in here, and we played the full campaign, and we wrote them all up as battle reports in the 2 issues. So I will do this for sure when I have the time and I'm able.
I picked them up at Ardacon. I've not read them yet.
Thanks. Yeah.
I've still not read last year's issue.
This wouldn't have actually existed by the last stream. Get this, kiddies. It's out. Whoa, SBG 19. Delicious. If you're not sick of Rohan yet, we've got some hot Rohan content in here. Delicious.
I've got the last 3 issues of SBG next to my bed, ready to read at some point. But some point doesn't seem to come around.
Right,
as with so much these days, it's finding the time to do stuff.
Yeah, for sure. I would say I'm more likely to play through the scenarios in that than I am to play through the 24 match play scenarios in the match play guide. That would be my personal take on it. But I do think they're making them for the right, not the right people. I think the last edition nailed it. I really do. I think the supplements for the last edition were brilliant. They had something for everyone. Whereas this one, they're doing a different thing, which is potentially kinder, but potentially not as commercially smart. Which is they're just making these for narrative players, like people who just go to tournaments and play match play. They're just not going to buy this. Whereas last year they would have bought the War of Rohan because, despite the fact that 80% of it wasn't for them, 20% of it was. So I think to answer your question, Ruri, everyone who buys it is going to at least have a go at the scenarios, because the people who aren't going to go over the scenarios won't buy it.
Well, everyone who buys it will, or the vast majority of people who buy it will have the intention of maybe playing them at some point.
Yeah.
I don't think most of the people who buy it will definitely play the scenarios. But I feel like the vast majority of people who buy it would at least like to play them if they get round to it.
You ask me, I would far rather do a narrative scenario than a match play game. You know, if you just came round to the house and say, what do you want to do? I would much rather pick one of these out and play it, or play a few of them swap, than write an army list and play a match play game. 100%.
I need to decide what now to scenario I'm playing for Hobby Bingo this year.
There you go. You got to get one. Right?
I mean, I'm sort of half hoping that I'll end up doing the Christmas stream and I can wang one in that way like I did last year.
Oh, what? Do it live? Is there a given we're talking about it? Is there a scenario in here that you've got a free day? Which one do you play? Which scenario excites you the most?
A couple years ago, me and some of my friends and I played the big Pelennor Field scenario on, I think it was literally 2 years ago next weekend, because it was August bank holiday. So I feel like the next logical thing is to do the big Helm's Deep scenario.
Yeah. I've done a few of those over the years.
That takes significantly more organising than just doing like Ride Out that needs like 33 models.
Yeah, sure. So you're going big. You're going for the mega game.
I mean, that's what I would like to do, but the reality is that it will probably be a very small one.
Okay.
It'll probably be like Helm versus Tracker.
It's a good scenario, Good scenario.
It ticks the box.
I'm gonna step it down one level, and I'm gonna say that it's Ride of the Rover for me. This is one of the brand new ones. I love how much they've combined all the elements. So you get the Rohan Charge and the Mordor Army and the Mimics, and I think it's a very good attempt to do a lot of the Pelennor in a relatively small game. And I think there's some interesting dynamics. Different models arriving at different times, different models having to get to different areas of the table. I think it's really exciting. There's also a really, really cool special rule. So long as Theoden is on the board, a single Rohan cavalry model may declare a heroic combat each turn for free. It can be either a hero or a warrior.
Yeah. So you can, for example, call the combat with a warrior and strike with a hero.
Oh, filth from Holzman. I was just dreaming of a brave little warrior of Rohan fighting against an orc who would charge in and save his king, but you're straight to the top table filth.
Oh yeah, always.
And then also get this.
I play a lot of Fellowship, and I quite like Merry and Pippin spending Boromir's might for combat. So not they can strike.
It's great.
Well, I'll say that. I don't think I've ever done that. I think all Boromir's might get spent trying to save the hobbits.
One of my favourite things once a year, narrative scenarios, they do work. On the Saturday of Seven Stones, we set up my Dwaradelf terrain and we play the Escape from Dwaradelf scenario. And in that, you have to jump over chasms, and you win if you get 5 Fellowship models of the 9 off the board. And if you roll a 1, you can might this, but if you roll a 1, you tumble down the chasm and you die. And so one of the coolest things to do is make sure Merry and Pip are with Boromir, and then they jump, and if they roll a 1, they can use his might to get over. And it's like, he puts them under his arms and he jumps over, and it's like super fluffy thematic use of that rule, I think.
On a slightly similar note, the first time I used my defenders, the Hornburg army, I was playing against Fornost, and it was on a river, a board with a big river in it, and I set up horribly because there was one bridge on the river, and I just thought it would be funny to set up with the river between me and him and have Helm standing on the bridge like the lone Viking berserker at the Battle of the bridge. But then I realised that all the objectives were on his side of the river.
Perfect.
And I lost 13 of my 34 models to drowning. But the best thing in the game was because Aena has to charge a hero if he can. When he came to move completely by accident, the only hero that he could charge was a Rohan Kaplan on the opposite side of the river. And he rolled a 1 and he drowned crossing the river.
Beautiful.
That was the highlight of the game for me.
I got some more bad news for you. Larry says Joe has spotted what I spotted. He then says great minds.
Yeah, I know.
Terrible.
I saw that earlier. That's about the campaign stuff.
Right, yeah, sure. Tommy Murphy.
I will point out that I said it in the last Hobby Bingo stream, so he's probably
just stolen it off you. Yeah, he's probably stolen it off you to look cool. Tommy Murphy, after mostly base coating the horses, I'm calling it a day, just back from holidays in Crete and I'm fecked. We'll continue to watch, but we'll pick these up in the morning. Perfect, you've done what you need. Ryan Pickering, I do like how each scenario gives a bonus to the big battle, though I agree it should be separate. Larry says, Guritz isn't there when Rohan arrived. He goes to the docks with Joseph. What do you mean as Joe says? That's what we both said. I know he's not there. But the Enforcer's not there either, right? I don't think either of them are there. Because of the power of reshoots. But they're both there before it. They're both there with Gothmog chatting about battering rams and catapults and stuff. And then they both go to the docks. Ryan Pickering, if you're doing one Pelennor scenario, I think they're either both in it or they're neither in it, is my point.
Yeah.
Ryan Pickering, the fact that Druidan scenario in this is a nice confirmation that pure book scenarios will be included in these supplements. Yes, yeah, we picked up on that. We agree with that. Which is a concern of mine that they would just focus on movie scenarios. Rory says... the next Rohan supplement will be Royal Guard, The Adventures of Harmer and Gambling, to coincide with the new plastic Rohan Royal Guard foot and mounted. Long Delays Hobbies then says Plastic Gambling and Royal Guard will need a supplement, and then Rory says Snap. Long Delays Hobbies says Quest the Ring Bearer. Larry says obviously the Plastic Royal Guard will come out alongside the Bravery of Gambling supplement. We're getting a lot of love for the forthcoming Royal Guard and Gambling supplement. Ryan Pickering, Plant the Chargers was merged with the Walls of Helm's Deep to create this new version. Yeah, I suppose. I'm happy to call that a new version, though. I still think that's a new scenario. It's like saying, how do we do the attack on the Walls of Helm's Deep in a scenario, and let's not do what we had in the previous supplement. I think that's right. But I think you're saying you've lost 2 scenarios to gain 1 that combines them. So fair enough. Richard says only 2 scenarios with Royal Guard. Unlikely they're pushing them for new sculpts. That's an interesting point.
I mean, that to me could say the opposite. Only 2 scenarios with Royal Guard means that maybe they're saving all the Royal Guard scenarios for future supplement.
Yeah, sure. That's the 3rd Helm's Deep supplement. You've got a Rider Rohan heavy one, then an Uruk heavy one, and then a Royal Guard heavy one. Long Delays obviously. So what I'm hearing is new Plastic Sons of Ale. Larry, interestingly, spelling it with an E, I should stress. A lot of these missing scenarios are Ent focused, leaving plenty of scenarios for an Ent supplement alongside some new Ents. He then said, yes, Joe, more Rohan more often. And he says, 'twas Twinkies.
I mean, there is an argument to be made that the Ent scenarios could be in the Urukai book.
Sure. Yep.
I mean, I know there's not many Uruks left at Isengard when the Ents attack, but that could be like the end point of that book could be some of the Helm's Deep scenarios.
Yeah.
And then the Isengard scenarios with the Ents and the new Mordor Orcs doubling as Isengard.
You might have talked me round based on the cost and the size of them. Like split. Like we got to remember they are half the cost and less than half the page numbers. So the idea of having to buy 2 paperback journals to get all your scenarios for one particular thing isn't really any different to getting, one. I just wish they were neater themed. Is all I'm saying. I'd love a Helm's Deep, just a whole Helm's Deep scenario, sorry, not a scenario, a supplement. That'd be super cool. Michael says, good about shortly, excellent fair as always, night. Richard Clammer says, I reckon he flew in. Must be a gag about something eagle based, do you reckon? Larry, so you have to either build your riders for narrative or match play. Yeah, it's about throwing weapons. I wonder if they went to FAQ all the armies to let them have 2/3 spears. Quite possibly. I'm kind of with you on that, to be honest. Rory Campbell, what do we think?
Although, is that why they put 4 throwing spears in the box, just so that they could build them for the scenarios?
I think 4 throwing spears, to use my rumour hat, 4 throwing spears in the box implies to me that at some point there was discussion about Rohan having 2/3 throwing spears. And I think that would have been match play rather than scenarios, I reckon.
I would say that it's just full variety.
Could be. They're also, it's hard to compare them to other things because they're newer models, aren't they? So it's not really fair to compare them to, say, Grimhammers or something like that. Rory says, what do we think about light shields for the Hill Trials Captain? Waste of points or essential addition? I was building the armies. I would always give them something for 5 points. And I think the 2-handed weapon is probably better. I don't think they're a waste of points, but the 2-handed weapon is probably a better option.
I have no strong opinions, but if it was armor, yes. If it was a shield, yes. If it's a light shield or a 2-handed weapon, I'm probably only doing it if I've got the points left over.
Oh, I see what you mean. So you think neither?
I think neither, or if you've got lots of chieftains, just for the variety.
Yeah, well, that's what I'd go for.
But I have no strong opinions on light shields, and I have no strong opinions on 2-handed weapons.
Light shield, of course, only allows you to shield now, rather than giving you the event bonus, which is
Does it give you +1 armor against shooting, or is that just light armor?
That's light armor.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if light shield did the same as well.
But sometimes you've got your hero who you're trying to keep alive because he's going to give you a stand fast or he's going to hold an objective or whatever, and having a shield to allow him to shield is quite handy.
I mean, Jamie Rubins would say, have a few shields just so you can shield to avoid either breaking or avoid killing them too quickly.
I was using the Champions of Erebor at Ardacon, and the thing that lost me 2 games was the fact I couldn't stop my idiot dwarves murdering everyone. Because they had multiple attacks with 2-handed weapons, loads of rerolls, and no way to shield. And they were just murdering my guys when I was going, stop killing them.
I once lost a game at an Ardacon without losing a single model because Dane has to keep charging. And when Dane charges a warrior, he kills the warrior.
Yeah, absolutely. It's quite a funny way to lose a game.
It's the closest I've ever come to winning recon with dwarves.
Mm.
My opponent got 1 model off who was his general, and I didn't lose a single model. And I was 1 turn away from getting up to 12 Idols warriors off the board when the game ended because Dane just has to keep charging and has to keep killing.
Such a team player. Ryan says, I never noticed it until you just pointed it out. I reckon that's the base rim thing. Larry says, the cool people intend to play the scenarios one day and then never get around to it. Jack Brown.
That's exactly what I said.
Yeah, for sure. Jack Brown, the decrease in special characters makes it a bit more accessible to buy the models to play the scenarios. Oh, that's interesting. I think he's talking about like certain heroes being legacied. The amount of models I've bought to get complete Quest of Ringbearer is high. This feels far fewer. Yeah, that's interesting. We mentioned Erkenbrand, for example, not being in the AMO return scenario. Larry, do you keep them by your bed so you can read a doctor article? Oh, Jesus. You know you've got the SBG magazines by your bed? He says, do you keep them by your bed so you can read a Dr. Grant article when having trouble getting to sleep? Always lovely to have you, Larry.
I've not opened them, Larry. So that either means I've not had trouble sleeping or I don't use them to get to sleep.
Joke's on you, Larry. There's no Doctor's Corner article in issue 19. Boom, boom, boom.
Is there not?
No, we planned 18 and 19 as like one mega issue. So there's kind of it's meant to almost read like one issue. So there's one of every kind of type of article. So Tom does an article and I do an article.
I wish I'd known that before buying it.
I don't know which way that goes, so I'm gonna move on. Ryan says SBG's always been split into 3 sections: match play, narrative, and hobbying. Last edition focused on narrative and match play, while this edition seems to be focused on narrative and hobbying. Yes, entirely. Yeah, for sure. Jack Brown, obviously fewer scenarios in a way. I channel my painting around narrative guides, even if I then end up playing as much match play. What I play for that is focused by the narrative I'm aiming for. Oh, I see. I think he's saying what I play for match play is focused by the narrative. Larry, what always stops me from playing narrative scenarios is I would want to get proper terrain to do them properly. Yeah, I agree with that. Jack says, last few days I've been painting 48 Haradrim for one Quest of the Ringbearer scenario. That must be the Ambush in Athelion, isn't it? It must be the Ambush in Athelion. Quest of the Ringbearer.
Also, I could probably tell you I've got a spreadsheet for it because I was doing it and it's sort of gone by the wayside.
It must be. That must be the only one for Haradrim, surely.
I don't know.
In Quest of the Ringbearer?
It's not in the book, but it's in the campaign, I think, because it's set around the Fellowship, not just the Ringbearer. Because you build a fancy Fellowship in it.
Oh, fair enough. Gross.
I assume he means the fancy Fellowship campaign.
Maybe. Rory says, okay, it's agreed.
Fancy Fellowship, I do not need to paint any Haradrim, and I do not have 48 Haradrim. So it can't be the Fancy Fellowship campaign, but that doesn't have the Ambush and Athelion in it. It does have Charge of the Rohirrim in it, though, so it's not that one. It's probably the Ambush and Athelion.
Quest of the Ringbearer. Oof. Yeah, so this says 2 War Mumma kill of Harad, each with 12 Haradrim warriors with bow and 24 Haradrim warriors with spear. There's your 48. This one really makes me giggle because I'm pretty sure in this Ambush and Athelion scenario, this came out, Quest of the Ringbearer came out after Gondor at War. And Gondor at War had Ambush and Athelion in, but it didn't have Frodo, Sam, and Smeagol in it. Like, they weren't in it. And then this...
They had Quest of the Ringbearer, was that not when they brought out the 2 extra Rangers?
Yeah.
Ambon and Mablin?
Yeah.
But it was also... Presumably they included them in that scenario as well.
Yeah, they put them in here as well. But then they put Frodo, Sam, and Smeagol in, right? And presumably they were left out of the scenario first time because they play no part in it. And they put them in, and they play no part in it. It's the game lasts until there's no Mummakil left on the board, and so like, but there's no kind of if Frodo, Sam, and Gollum die, it can only be a draw or anything. They are literally there. The only purpose for them being in there is to charge forward and slaughter Haradrim and try and take down a Mummak themselves.
Could they not call a rope shoot?
Oh, again, top table filth from Holzman. What is this? Frodo leaps up and starts directing the Rangers of Gondor to give them a volley. Who are you? Who's the midget? No.
I think it's far funnier to not have Frodo do it, but to have Gollum do it.
Give them a volley. Has he got might? He's got one might, has he?
He does have might now. I assume he did that as well.
Rory says it's agreed. We need a BSIME meet-up to play narrative scenarios all weekend. I am trying. I really, really am, and I hope it will happen. Jack Brown says my backlog of terrain to build for Quest the Ring Bearer is higher than my backlog of models to paint. He agrees with Rory. I played your Escape from Dwyer-Delph board, and my Fantasy Fellowship was a great game. There you go. See, I like it. I like the narrative.
I've also played it.
It's a great scenario. That's a great scenario. On
That's the stairs, right?
Yeah, on the wonderful terrain that Zahir Perez made.
Yeah, I've also got a set of the terrain that Zahir made.
That's great, isn't it? And super cheap.
Yeah. If you're using metal models, though, you do have to counterweight it with dice.
Yeah, I've glued it to bases, so I've got 3 kind of bits that have.
I have not.
Yeah, because you're absolutely right. It won't stand up. You can blow it over. So yeah, I got 2 sets, and one is still freestanding, so I can do modular stuff for photographs, and the rest of it is kind of done in that kind of windy Dwyer-Delph shape.
I mentioned we had a local tournament down here, and I was asked to bring some terrain for it. And knowing that one of the other players was bringing 2 Murmuks, I did threaten to bring that to put on one of the boards.
I think there's no threat about that. I think it's beautiful. Tiptoe mimics going around, that'd be brilliant. There you go. That's how my one looks. Is that right?
Yeah. Didn't you also use a set of that for your Mr. Twinkie board? Mr. Hanky board?
Mr. Hanky board? Wasn't it?
The Arkenstone.
Howdy ho, I'm the Arkenstone. I think people have said Mr. Hanky before, of all the things they've said about that.
I've said it several times, and you can supply it every time.
Maybe my brain's not allowing it to stay in there. It wasn't a set of that, but it was Zahir. I had that custom made by him. I basically rang him up and I was like, I need this. Can you make this? And then we had. I'm sure it's in the hobby vlog I did about it, but he was amazing. Yeah. And we had lots of meetings, and he would mock it up.
It's very similar, isn't it? But I remember you just say you had it custom made.
Yeah, it's completely different scale. It's much bigger, and it had to. The final size of it was determined by his cutter. I remember, that's how my board was determined, by the biggest piece of polystyrene you could cut, which was quite fun. And but yeah, he was amazing on that. He was such a great help, and it went well. I was pleased with that. I still got that one. Larry says, "You what?"
I've dropped another arm.
Oh no. Larry says he still hasn't watched the Hobby Bingo stream. Well, Larry, if you want to go away now and watch that, that would be cool. James Wilson, an Isengard sourcebook could be themed around the Wizard's Duel, Ambush at Amon Hen, Last March to the Ents, etc. The Treason of Isengard also makes a good title. Is that 3 different suggestions or 1? An Isengard sourcebook could be themed around the Wizard's Duel, Ambush at Amon Hen, Last March to the Ents. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, it's not a bad idea. And he's suggesting that Twinkies are what couldn't get any worse. I think the Light Shield would be potentially worse if it's an Elf Captain, but on a Fight 4 Hill Tri-Chieftain, probably not. Ryan says at Ardacon, young Thorin was better when he was shielding than when he was trying to kill models. Larry says, I'll need to go and buy that then. I love a Tom article one. And Jack says it is, he needs 2 more mooks for that. Just a normal campaign. It does make a 600-point Evil Army for Hobby Bingo though. And Larry says it would sure be cool to see that terrain in a Fantasy Fellowship video. I agree.
I think there's a very good chance that arm has gone forever.
I'm not good. Which one is it?
Luckily, I have a spare.
I was going to say, is it
it's the Oathmaker arm, and I didn't build the Oathmaker from the first sprue, so I've got a spare.
I've got a spare here, Joe. Do you want me to hand it to you?
Speaking of Wizard's Duel, I still have this.
That from White Dwarf?
Yeah.
That's pretty cool. Do you want me to give you your...
Still sealed, because I've clearly never got around to playing it.
Standard. You want me to give you my Oathmaker arm? I'm not using it.
That would be very helpful, yes.
Alright, you ready?
Yeah.
Here it comes.
I went the wrong way, didn't I?
I don't think anyone noticed. It's fine. Wonderful.
What is it? Number 8. I'll find it later. I did happen to me once. Marvel Crisis Protocol. It was the original Dr. Octopus. His tentacles have the claspy bits at the end. There's 3 like fingers, and the original one had them in. I think 2 of the tentacles had the fingers as 2 separate pieces. So it was like tentacle, 2 grippy bits, 1 grippy bit, and the other 2 had tentacle, grippy bit, grippy bit.
Right. Okay.
And I lost one of them and managed to fashion a replacement out of I don't even remember what. And then, like 3 years later, I found a piece under the desk.
Perfect. That's ideal.
I imagine that is what will happen here.
I'm going to do everyone's favourite section. I've caught up on the chat, and I'm going to go to the toilet and get a drink. And then we'll have a look at the hobby section.
Oh.
Enjoy. Hopefully I'm going to leave the door open. The bloody fly can leave.
I don't think Damien did catch up to on the chat. Jack Brown, it is 2 movements to go. Just a normal campaign. It does make a 600-point evil army for Hobby Bingo, though. It'd be cool to see that train in the Fantasy Fellowship video. The trees are on a Isengard. That is a very good pun. And Larry says, seamless. Thanks, Larry. I knew it would be. I have now built the first 4 of my commanders. Stay the first 4. The chieftain still looks like that. Because as I said, I am waiting to do the conversions before I decide what weapon I'm giving him. But the first 4 are basically done. Now I need to figure out the conversions, which I may leave for another time, and I can concentrate on them a bit more. Larry, you did catch up on most of that, okay? Well, he's not here to correct me. I clearly wasn't listening because I was too busy looking for an Oathmaker arm, which I'm sure will turn up immediately.
He's here to correct you. Oh, the fly's still in it. Go away. The door's open. Oh, how are you getting on?
I've built the 4. I've effectively done the 4 models. The banner, the hornblower, and the Oathmaker. And then my chieftain still only has 1 arm because I'm waiting to figure out what I'm doing with the conversions before I decide what weapon to give him.
Cool. I've been able to assemble my command.
I thought that was a very long 2-handed weapon then, and I realised it's the banner with a bird on the top.
Oh, I think he's gone.
Ryan says, I'll find it by stepping on it during the night.
Oh, he's not gone. Just waiting.
I probably won't because the bed's over there and I don't walk over this way during the night.
It'll be a treat for tomorrow then. So, should we have a look at the hobby section?
Yeah.
Again, interesting discussion for everyone. Keep it coming. Think what hobby guide you like. So, we start with a guide for Rohan settlements. What did you make of this?
Well, I did say on the hobby bingo stream that I felt this was the weakest of the 3 supplements so far, because I mean I don't think it's bad, and I've slightly, now that I've read it all properly, I've slightly softened my stance on that. But the hobby stuff in this doesn't excite me as much as the hobby stuff in the previous 2.
Yeah.
I think the houses stuff, the Great Halls and Stables, I think is really good. I really like it. I'm not certain it needed to be in a book.
You're not settled on what?
I'm not certain it needed to be in a book.
Yeah.
It could just be a walk-on article. But I'm not opposed to being in it. It just feels like it's not as necessary as some of the previous stuff.
So let's be clear. We've got the burnt out houses. Yeah. We don't have, I know everyone's like, oh, we've had this before. In the current edition, we've got a burnt out houses one. We don't have a building bigger houses one.
Yeah.
We did have that in War and Rohan. The thing that kind of gets me about this is I think the models are beautiful. So whoever did these are great. I love the stables. I think that's a really creative idea. I had a go at doing stables for my Throne Skulls board. I did some. It's kind of interesting. Michael mentioned this. I cut the bit where he cuts the walls in half. That's exactly what I did to make stables. But then I didn't use fences. Using the fences as the kind of stall divider is a really nice creative idea. There's some nice ideas, but this doesn't look like a how-to guide. This looks like someone made some nice Rohan buildings.
It's just ideas. It's not a.
And they put photos of it.
Yeah, I think it works better as an ideas thing, because it's not saying you must do it this way. It's just saying this is some of the stuff you can do with it.
Yeah, I just found like some of the language.
Do what you can, but that's why I think it feels like it could just be an article on Warhammer Community.
Yeah, also the language. I might be completely off the belt a bit. It doesn't feel like this is being written by the person who made it. It feels like someone's made it, and then someone else has been asked to write fluff text for it. So when it says multiple, you got this big building, right? Multiple Rohan terrain kits were used to create the Grand Hall shown here. By combining them together and adding extra levels, you can create your own Great Hall worthy of any major settlement in the Kingdom of Rohan. It was like, yeah. It's like, I know. It's like, here's a Rohan house kit. If you buy another one, you can make a bigger Rohan house. I was like, yeah. And so I wanted a little more. I made this, I did this. I used this piece to make this. Whereas I'm not convinced these bits over here, where you got the grey sprues. I don't think that's been cut. Or where is it? I don't think this has been cut in half to make this. I think someone's made this, and then a different person has cut a piece of thing in half.
Yeah.
That's a nice inspiration, and yeah, getting a torched house again in your third book of the third supplement when you're already on a torched guide.
Really doesn't feel necessary to me at all, because it is essentially the same as the previous one. It's just, I think the only difference is it's more burnt, and you've got all the stuff inside, and then some of the painting using airbrush for.
But I'd also say the only difference is it doesn't show you how to make it.
Well, yeah, like that too.
The War of the Rohan one, here's a kind of step-by-step guide to making it. So, nice ideas. And then new buildings as well. Like, we've been, since this stuff came out around 2019, we've all been collecting all the supplements, getting all the White Dwarfs and all that. I haven't seen these buildings before, so I think this is, someone's made these, probably relatively new. Is this Lewis and Ashley again, potentially? They've made a load of this terrain. They did the sewers in the last one. This feels like maybe it's their stuff, but then it feels like potentially it's not them writing a great guide for it, if that makes sense. It is new scenery for Middle Earth, though. It's someone has made this recently and photographed it for the first time for this book, which is kind of cool. I mean, like you're on the 4th page of the guide, and one of the blurbs is you can build your own Rohan houses in a multitude of different ways by combining different aspects of the kit together. It's like, I know, you said that 4 pages ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right. And then we get to the Plains of Rohan. What about this one? This is to
I
make
think it's a good guide. It does absolutely nothing for me because I have no desire to do stuff like this. I do a display board a year for Hobby Bingo.
So this is to make a. This is to make like a 2x2 square, isn't it, for a board? Like make multiple modular squares, yeah.
Yeah, I have absolutely no desire to do that, and like I said, it doesn't excite me the way that the previous ones did. But again, no problem being in it. It's just not for me.
And it is, again, it's.
And
not...
I'm sure there are people who would love to do something like this, but then I think most of the people who would like to do stuff like this probably already know how to do stuff like this, and they don't need the guide.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a guide in Battle Games of Middle Earth, really, isn't it? And it is. It's nice because it's like it's not buy our stuff. It's make this at home, which is great. This is like old school GW stuff. Buy foam, buy sand, buy rocks. Make a board out of it, and the finished board is really good. I think it's this. I'm not certain. I think it's the kind of scenery that we're playing across.
I think it's different. It might be made the same way, but I don't think it's the same one as in the guide.
Yeah, I think maybe they've made. I don't know. I think maybe someone's made this terrain again. This could be Lewis and Ashley, I reckon, and then they've made another tile to be the stage by stage for the guide, possibly. But at least this is a stage by stage. This is someone making this for real. And it's good. Like you say, I'm not going to do that. I don't need a modular board. But if you don't have any clue about how to build a board, I think it's really good. It's really useful. I've always got the thing that makes me giggle, that particularly now that they're saying you don't have to use our stuff. It's like sand and rocks and foam, and they even include a warning now. Like if you use sand that doesn't come from Games Workshop, you might catch fire. It's not our fault, but they're still telling you to use their paint. So it's like, dry brush your 2 foot by 2 foot board with storm vermin fur. It's like, no thanks. Like, dry brush your 2 foot by 2 foot board with cheap paint from a DIY shop. Give it all a wash of Agrax Earthshade. Now you're all right. And then we get the Fords of Eisen.
I mean, you say wash the whole thing with Agrax Earthshade. I've done that several times.
Of the scenery.
Or display boards.
The display boards tend to be a bit smaller, though, right?
Say that. How big's that one? That's a little break if I lift it up like that. What's that one? Foot by foot and a half, I think. Maybe. Yeah, 15 by 12, I think that was. That was washed with Agrax Earthshade.
What, the ruins? Or the sand?
The base as well. I can't put it down so you can see it because all the models have fallen off.
Right, got yeah.
And then I've got a same size one with my hill trolls on, which is basically below texture paint, and then all washed with Agrax Earthshade and then dry brushed.
I think you could. I don't know. I mean, you can do whatever you want, really, can't you? But I think for one display board, if it's just a one-off, even about that size, you might be able to get away with it. But if you're making like 6 2x2 tiles, you need to be watering down some acrylic, I think. So then we're on to kind of the same thing, but for a river this time, for the Fords of Eisen. What do you think of this?
Yeah. I have the same opinion of this as I do of the previous one. It looks fine. It is a step-by-step guide. I am never going to do it because I have no desire to do it.
It's weird, isn't it? Because it's almost like, this almost feels like the last few issues of Battle Games in Middle Earth. It's super, super advanced. It's, it's a very, very specific board. I think it's great.
I've got a set of, I think it's Green Stuff World. It's like neoprene stuff that is printed with rivers on the top. And I would much rather use that than do any of this.
But it does. I mean, it does look incredible, right? There's a glory spread 42 to 43 on this page, and the board's amazing. Again, this is something someone's made, and it is. I think it's new. I've never seen this board before, and I'm not just giving them all the credit, but again, this reeks of the sort of stuff Lewis and Ashley have been doing recently.
Yeah,
and it looks amazing, and it looks like it'd be a brilliant board to play across. And is a really good way of doing it, like carving river out of foam, filling it with gravel, and then putting resin on it. And I think it's great. I think it's absolutely brilliant. But yeah, very, very. It's a bit like the Rabid Mummock, I think, isn't it? I think Ruri was saying how many people are going to play the scenarios. I think it's more people are going to play the scenarios than build the Forts of Eisen. Or convert a Rabid Mummock, I reckon. But aspirational, right?
Yeah.
And I think they are doing a lot of this. Like, realistically, how many people are going to build the sewers from Treachery of Gollum? How many people are going to build Shelob's Lair? I know, like, Ashley Fisher built one for us for 7 Stones and stuff, but there's not many people, right? But I think having this stuff in here is really good. Is my take on it. And I love that they have road back.
It's the sort of thing that if you're not building that, you might find a use for some of the techniques somewhere else.
Yeah. And I love that they've rode back, at least for our game, and are doing homemade scenery in published books. I think that's really, really good.
Yeah. And also finding the space to do the 2-page spreads like that.
Yeah. Again, though, why are they colouring the bases? It's so irritating. Because the whole green changes. The green gets all washed out because they've obviously put this grey tint over the whole thing. I just don't understand. Given you mentioned the picture, I think it is worth saying the photography throughout. I know you mentioned the snow. The photography throughout is fantastic. There's some glorious shots. We've got this double page at the end, like complete like nighttime scene, full of all this. There's the Fords of Eisen they've made for it. The houses that they've made for it are on this, and all the new models. Like, this isn't. They're not phoning this in. They're like, we've got a whole bunch of cool new stuff to show off in the supplement, and we're going to photograph the hell out of it. And then again, great photography in the back cover. And on the page, what page would that be? Page 2. They've got some really lovely kind of opening shots. Which again, I don't know. Maybe I'm being too optimistic about this, but I think it does give you hope that with these supplements, they are really trying. They're putting a lot of love and a lot of care into them. I just think they're kind of curtailed by the page count.
Yeah.
And then our final little bit of hobby content is a painting guide for horses, which is fine.
Yeah. I mean, if you've got 2 supplements on Rohan with painting guides in, you would expect to have a guide for horses.
Yeah, I think so. And again, if we are potentially aiming these at the first gen players who don't have all the old supplements, I think a painting guide for horses is pretty cool.
Yeah. Something that Larry has pointed out, which has amused me, is his favourite part of the hobby section is the part about painting different coloured horses, followed by a picture of 6 riders, all with brown horses.
Maybe the guy really liked the brown guide. Again, I just wish there were a few stage by stage pictures, Because I think the guides here are good. You know, they are useful. You know, 2-to-1 of this, you glaze this, 2-to-1 of this, all that. They are real guides. But it's like, and here's a picture of the finished horse. I'm sure yours looks like this.
Yeah, like I said, I feel like this is the weakest of the three so far, but that's mostly because the hobby guys, while there's nothing wrong with them per se, they just don't excite me as much as the previous ones do.
Yeah. Well, I guess the Treachery of Gollum had things that I wouldn't say we'd never seen before, but the sewers and the Shelob's tunnel were very.
I mean, I'm never building sewers, or I'm never building Shelob's tunnel.
But they're very rare. You don't see them a lot. There was a guide in Battle Games for Middle Earth, and there was a guide in White Dwarf once 20 years ago for Shelob's tunnel, right? Whereas the ones in here are like build a 4x4 grass board. They're a little more generic, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. So overall thoughts, you still think it's the weakest of the three?
Yeah, and I mean that's not saying that it's bad.
Yeah.
It's just saying that I prefer the previous two.
Yeah, I mean this to me is my favourite. I don't think I'm particularly biased. I spent a lot of time on it, but it was also all brand new, so maybe it's unfair, you know? We'd never had any of these scenarios before, so they had to be new. And the hobby content in it was really, really good.
Yeah.
Like all of it's really, really good in that one. And then I think the Treachery of Smeagol the theme more fits the size of these supplements for me. Like
also you've got two unique painting guides.
Yeah.
For you good characters. I say good characters. Shelob, some would say, isn't very good. But you know, there's two guys in there that I will use.
Yeah.
Two guys in there I will use. And then the War of the Rohirrim one, I built a ruined Rowan house, and I'll probably build more.
Yeah. And I've used some of the stuff, and I've used some of the Dunlending
one of the
stuff
tech guides.
Yeah. I think both of these feel like they're the right size for these journals. That's the thing. And I think this one, to me, feels like it's too big for the size of the journal. I think so everything in it feels a bit stretched to me. But it's still, I mean, it's great to have it, and that's no critique of any of the people who worked on it. I think like it's great to have these scenarios, some brand new scenarios, some really cool hobby stuff to have a look at. And maybe it's just the fact that I've been playing this game for 25 years. I know how the Ambush at Night scenario works. It'd be really cool to see a brand new player who'd never played anything, if they actually think, you know what, this is amazing, because look at all this stuff it's given us from the film with Helm's Deep and the Pelennor and Ambush at Night and Wild Attack. Wow, how much cool content is in there, you know?
Yeah.
But for whatever I paid for it, 19 quid or whatever, I think it's great. But yes, for me, it is the third best journal they've released so far. Shall we see what the nerds think?
Yeah, why not?
Larry says that our handing over of the Oathmaker was seamless. Ryan says you'll find it by stepping out in the night. Jack Brown says Mediceld feels relatively small. I think I worked out length at about 1 foot. Yeah, it's not Mediceld. It's a big Rohan house that they say is Mediceld. Jack Brown says I think I agree to an extent. I think you could have had lines to show the pieces on the pictures to make it more obvious what was used there, especially for the Great Hall. Larry says, I think it's important for us to ensure that when selecting products and materials in your build, you consider who will use your project and how they'll use it, and seek out appropriate materials from a reputable supplier to ensure safety. I agree entirely. Jack Brown, I like the suggestion of burnt houses to go with the Great Hall, complementing each other for roof parts. I like the suggestion of burnt houses to go with the Great Hall.
I think that's because they say you use so many pieces for the Great Hall. The leftover bits can be used to build a burnt house.
Oh, got you. Yeah, that's clever. I think that's why it suggests a different type, because it doesn't need a roof. Stone says, I haven't quite wrapped my head around burnt Rohan buildings. I'm waiting for one more supplement to explain it to me. Jack says, but I agree, it's not really a guide. Larry says, my favourite part of the hobby section is the part about painting different coloured horses, followed by a nice picture of 6 riders with brown horses. Ryan Pickering, I think these are more for people like me who've never built terrain before. There you go, I agree. James Wilson, I like the terrain guys. Reminds me of the old How to Build War Games terrain book. Oh, such a good book. I know there's 2, but the red one, the first one they did by Nigel Stillman, was so good. Still got that. One of the things, Jack says, one of the things that got me into the hobby was seeing boards like the one on page 100 to 101 of the Fellowship rule book. I know exactly the board you mean. You mean the green one with the mountain with a couple of caves in it, don't you? And being completely inspired, I have an aspiration in the next few years to make a modular version of it. Very much not a guide, but very aspirational. I think it's also one of the early issues about Games Miller. Yeah. Ricky says, Ford's Advisor board. Ford's Advisor board is lovely. The only worrying thing is that it could already be in the skip, like the Battle of Osgiliath board, after the photography was done. What Battle of Osgiliath board? A new one? Look. There's a video on YouTube from an ex-photographer from Games Workshop going into detail about all this stuff, saying how heartbroken he was. All the effort put into it was just thrown away. Is this a thing? Is there a Battle of Osgiliath board that was skipped recently? What's the thing that gives me hope in that is I know that Lewis and Ashley have done loads of the scenery for themselves. The last bit I saw of them doing it was in the White Dwarf for the Besiegers, where they've done all the snow stuff.
I feel like that was, I don't know for sure, but the Battle for Osgiliath starter box was leaked beforehand, and I think part of that was because somebody had gone through all the stuff in the skips at Warhammer World and they found that board.
Oh, right. Oh. But the stuff that Ashley and Lewis are making, they're just making themselves, so I think it's theirs. So that stuff, like the sewers and all that, isn't being thrown away because that's Ashley's, for example. He just said, yeah, for the 2022 box set. I didn't have a clue I didn't even know there was a board, if that makes sense. Thought I had the little booklet here. I got the Pelennor one. Man looks for book. Is it in here? Ow, that's uncomfortable.
Couldn't tell you.
So there's certainly something going on. I remember when these pictures got leaked and people were like, oh look, scenery. But they're being photographed on some Osgiliath terrain. Like this, so it could be that, I guess. There might have been a board made for that box that then got done. But I know as well, around a White Dwarf in that time, again, Lewis and Ashley did an Osgiliath board. And but I think that was theirs, I think. But yeah, what's the video? I'll put it in the Patreon chat or whatever. We'll give it a watch. Larry says, are you saying they should have made the supplement into a trilogy? The Megicell guide didn't mention how you're supposed to turn it into a hat. Well, Mr. Miller, if you're the sort of man who wants some sort of video guide for how to turn a building of Megicell into a hat, I can only ask you to hold your horses and wait for the next hobby vlog to arrive, because you are going to get all your dreams come true. Jack says, I do. Ricky confirms the 2022 box set. Chris Cooper is in. Says, hi chaps, wasn't expected to join tonight. Here I am. Lovely to have you in, mate. I hope you're doing okay, and I hope your evening went as well as such things can. James Wilson, there was a huge Osgiliath board used for a battle report in the old War of the Ring rulebook. Don't know if they mean that was the one that got thrown away. Yeah, I mean, back then they had a billion boards. They had the massive Minas Tirith, didn't they? I think I think some of that stuff we have to accept has gone the way of the dodo, but it sounds like Ricky's talking about something newer with the new scenery. Ryan Pickering, going to have to call it a night. We'll catch up over the weekend. So,
did you say gone the way of the dodo or gone the way of the dado?
Gone the way of the dodo, Rail. I think the fly's gone. Boom. We have caught up with the chat. We have given our views on the new supplement. Shall we go and have a look at what people have been up to on Facebook?
Yeah.
So, I believe I go over here.
Or did we want to have more of an overview on Articon, or do we feel we've touched on it enough?
I don't mind. We can do an Articon overview if you want. It was an amazing weekend.
Yeah, it always is. It's always my favourite event of the year. I know yours is Throne of Skulls, really, isn't it?
I always say Ardicon's like second though for the Throne of Skulls for the hobby, Ardicon for the community.
Yeah, but so I always love Articon, and a large part of that is because there's a lot of people I see there that I don't see anywhere else.
Sure.
And with having a whole team element as well, I mean, there's some of my closest friends in the hobby are from my teams teammates at Articon who I met because we set up a team together.
Yeah.
And that's why Articon is always my favourite of the year.
Yeah, I get that. That makes a lot of sense.
And the last 3 years I've had the pleasure of partnering Mr. Chris Murphy in the doubles.
What a guy.
Which is always good fun.
And was that the 1 day doubles?
Last 2 have been the 1 day. The first time we did the 2 day, I think. And then the last 2 years, I said before, I'd never done the full 5 days before last year. Although technically I still haven't done the full 5 days because the last 2 years, because Chris has been coming down on Friday to do the 1 day, I've done the Wednesday event, and then I've gone and done my own thing on the Thursday to have the day off.
Mm-hmm. So
last year I went to Chester, and this year I went to Yorkshire Wildlife Park in Doncaster.
Very nice.
And it's just if I was to do any of that stuff from here, it's a 3-day trip.
Yeah.
So you 6 hours up on the train, then a day to do it, and then 6 hours back on the 3rd day. Whereas if I'm already up there and I've got the day spare, there's something extra that I can fit in. And then obviously there's the weekend as well, the team event and the singles event.
Mm-hmm.
I've already touched on before. I brought Defenders of the Hornberg this year, and I brought it to the Wednesday as well. And on the Wednesday, I lost all 4 of my games.
Perfect. And
I scored 5 VP all day. So I wasn't expecting to do at all well in the weekend. And then I surprised myself by getting 2 major wins in the first 2 games. And then I came up against one of the Aussies and made a questionable decision to heroic challenge Elendil.
Of course.
Because I thought it'd be funny.
Yeah.
And he used his free heroic combat to combat into Helm and kill him in 1.
And did that go well for you, would you say?
It did not. I could have used Helm's free heroic combat because he charged and he was fighting 1 elf. But I decided to heroic challenge Elendil, who then used his free heroic combat and charged Helm and killed him that turn. So it did not go well. But it was fun. I maintain it was the most fun option I could have done at that point. And then I had a heavy loss in game 4 as well. And then I won 1 more on the Sunday. Another major win when I got the heroic challenge off. I played Charles Sims and I heroic challenged Aragon, who he was trying to return the king. And that went very well for me. Somebody says the cams are frozen.
Yeah, they have. It's really weird. This, there's a sort of ongoing thing we've got. Oh, they're now not frozen. No, now this is really weird. Well,
It's
I've
getting
set
a bit laggy on
I've
Zoom
set
as
up
well.
the Facebook scene, as they call it, and by doing that, that seems to have then made the other ones freeze. It's very, very odd. It seems so temperamental. So I've now got that on, but we're frozen as well. I don't know. It doesn't really mean anything. It doesn't matter because they can still hear us. It's just the visuals, but it's really odd to me that it's been working fine all night, and then the only thing I've done is gone and set up the Facebook scene, and that seems to have stopped it working. I just wonder what's going to happen if I just resize this like I did earlier.
So I got the heroic challenge off in that game, and I then killed Legolas with shooting. So
I'll teach
I
you.
very much enjoyed that game. And then I came up against more Iron Hills, which I couldn't do anything against because fight 3, strength 3 just melts at Iron Hills. And then I had the pleasure of playing Harry Parkhill in the final game.
He's not a bad person.
I made another questionable decision. It was Contest of Champions. And I think the sensible choice is to pick Hera as my champion because she's leading a warband of 18 warriors.
Mm-hmm.
And but I picked Helm to be my champion, who's on his own. And proceeded to roll a 1 for Hera's warband and a 1 for Olwyn's warband. So they had to deploy at the back. And then the captain got a 4, but he was also on his own. He wasn't bringing any warriors. So I deployed him at the back as well to try and march everybody else forward to try and get in there quicker. And it did not end well. So Helm on his own in the middle, who has to charge against Aragorn, Legolas and their warbands. I did survive the first turn. I struck higher and I won the first combat, but it cost all of my might. And then the second turn, I lost priority and I lost the move off, and subsequently lost every priority and every move off for the rest of the game. And it just went downhill from there. It was a fun game. I would do the same thing again.
That's all that matters, really, isn't it?
Yeah. Now, I hope I've not done a James Long.
No, that was significantly shorter than James Long's 6-game review. So what did you finish on? Was it 2 wins?
3 major wins and 4 major losses.
Wonderful. I had a rather wonderful weekend. I landed from Florida at 10:30 a.m. on the Friday. Got home at noon and left my house at 2 p.m. to get the train. So was very frazzled, completely jet lagged, and arrived at about 7 p.m. in time for the quiz. Had a wonderful time with some Wanderers. Did the SBG presentation Friday night, and then
I was going to ask if you did an SBG presentation because I didn't see it and I didn't see it advertised.
That's disgusting. Unbelievable. You hate to see it.
I mean, I think it was in the event pack, but I think it was in the event pack for Saturday, and the event pack was written like a year ago, and I don't think it was ever updated.
All of these things may have been true. It was on Friday night. We had a crowd. It could have been bigger, could have been smaller. But it was fine. I was mainly half asleep for the whole thing anyway. But we had a lovely time. Lovely to see people. And then, like you say, the tournament was Saturday. I brought the Champions of Erebor. I know they're not called that anymore. They're called like Erebor Acclaimed, aren't they? But I brought Champions of Erebor because that's what I could bring up on the train. And I had a great time. I had really, really good fun games. Wasn't expecting anything. And I think I ended up on 4 wins and 3 losses, which I was really happy with. And as I kind of alluded to earlier, 2 of those losses could have been wins if my idiot murdering dwarfs stopped killing things. So they were games where I just crushed my opponent, but lost because the game ended, if that makes sense.
That for a second chieftain.
That's what?
That's the banner bearer where I've just...
Oh, sorry, you're showing something. Hang on, I need to swap over here. Oh, yeah, very cool. That's
so
good.
I've got the one hand option. I think if I stick him on a rock, it'll be more obvious that he's a chieftain.
Yeah, good tactical rock. You love to see it.
Now I need to make sure that the Hornblower can be turned into a banner.
And there were lots of highlights. I had lovely games, but potentially my highlight was in the very last game. I got drawn against Phoebe Worrell, who's a Seven Stones regular, and she had bought the 3 trolls, and I had Thorin's company. So, what a great end! And we played, and it was Contest of Champions, and I slaughtered her in about 30 minutes, sorry. And then we restacked it and played Seize the Prize, and she slaughtered me in about 45 minutes. So then we decided to have a decider, which was Bill against Thorin, and she slaughtered Thorin, at which point we realised that she was using all the upgrades from her army. You know, the troll upgrades?
Yeah.
So had somewhere in the region of 500 points of troll against poor Thorin. So then we restacked it with just Bill's base profile against Thorin, and she killed Thorin very quickly. So my final round ended up 3-1 in games to Phoebe. It turns out Bill's significantly better than Thorin. But it was great. It was such a great way to end it. And yeah,
Bill should be significantly better than Thorin, shouldn't he?
Yeah, probably. I mean, he's more expensive than him.
I mean, they take all the dwarfs.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, but it's not close. But yeah, it was great. I always love Articon. This was, I'd argue, it was possibly the best Articon ever, but it was definitely the best Articon since 2019, which was when Articon was still on the up, and then after COVID, it had kind of like paused, stalled, or something. And this felt like what Articon was getting towards in 2019 and what it was always meant to be, and it did feel like more of a convention. Sylvester McCoy was there.
Yeah.
Did you get anything from him?
Did you catch a Q&A with him on the Saturday?
Yep, I was at the Q&A. I was asleep for some of it.
I thought he was very entertaining.
I was meant to be on the stage.
Yeah.
That's what that empty chair. That apparently I got introduced. That there was 4 chairs on the stage with 3 of them on it. I was meant to be on the other bloody chair, and I was in the other room, and no one told me it was starting. And I walked in, and Harry Moore pissed himself, and he went, "You're meant to be up there."
I went in, and they were just sort of starting. They got through the introductions.
Oh, yeah, so you got in there before me, because I came in, and you went, "They just introduced you." It was pretty awkward. So that was fun. So then I just sat in the car and fell asleep instead. But he was great. And then we got him to... I was like, I'm not into the celebrity thing. I'm not into the signatures thing. It's just not so I do. But I was like,
no.
On the Sunday, I was just standing there. And I was like, that's Sylvester McCoy just at a desk. And I was like, this is stupid not to. So I went and got him to sign the issue 9 of our SBG, the one with Radagast on the front. We signed that, and he said he said, "Oh, this is really cool. What is it?" And then he asked for a copy, so we gave him a copy. Got a picture of him. It was really good fun.
But like you, I'm not particularly fussed about getting my picture taken with people or getting people's signatures.
Yeah.
But I came down for breakfast on the Saturday morning, and he was there in the queue in front of me, and I was like, that's Sylvester McCoy. And I was like, he's a lot smaller than I was expecting.
He's quite small.
And my brother's a huge Doctor Who fan, and I messaged him and said, I've just bumped into Sylvester McCoy at breakfast. He looks so old and so tiny. He was like, well, he is like 80 years old.
Mm. Yeah. But that was a great bonus to be there. And then I got a caricature done. There was he wasn't a Lord of the Rings caricaturist, but he was a caricaturist who had done like a Lord of the Rings print, an exclusive print for it, and then was doing people's sketches as characters. So I got me done as Legolas, which was good fun. And there was more stalls than normal, and there was cosplay and painting competitions and stuff. There was a lot more going on. It was really good. Elliot and Keith and David had done this incredible terrain exhibition upstairs.
Yeah.
It was brilliant, and I've been saying to people, go to Articon. I mean, I've been to every one. I've been saying go every year, but I think it's back to, I've always kind of said for the last few years, it's weird and it's odd, and it might seem a bit weird, but just go along. It's great. But now it's like I do think it's back. I really do.
James seems in a better place.
Yeah, for
now
sure.
It's been for a few years, and I had a chat with him, and he was like, he's actually back in the hobby, and he's for a few years that was his only connection to the hobby.
Yeah, he's just obviously opened
like
Golden
I said
Hall
to him,
Gaming.
it must be very difficult to get enthusiastic about running an event like that
When
you're not really engaged in the hobby.
Yeah, that's a good point.
And, he's back. He's painting. He's going to events, and he's got a lot of his enthusiasm back.
Well, that Golden Hall Gaming place is him, right?
Shown.
Yeah.
Sorry?
Golden Hall Gaming is like him, Ben, and Sam. So
yeah.
They've opened a gaming hall.
Yeah, and I think that is shown in that, in what he pulled off this year.
Yeah.
And and I think obviously he advertised it a lot more as well, and I think that helped with the attendance.
Yeah, for sure. There were 246 people, 246 players.
Yeah.
And it was up there. I can't remember exactly. I want to say 2019 was about 220, and I think it started in 2016, maybe 17, but it was.
I think it might be 2015.
I don't think it was 15.
This was the 10th one, and there was a year off. So that's 11 years, right?
Yeah, that's 16. Because you get 16 and you get 26.
Is that accounted for the year off?
Yeah.
Okay.
So 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26.
Okay, yeah, cool.
And then one off.
It's the summer holidays. I don't do maths in the summer holidays.
But it was getting bigger every year until 2019. And then when it came back in 2021, I think it was going down every year because it just wasn't being advertised, and it was just really sad. And I was like, no, this is awesome, you need to come. But then because it was going down every year, maybe he was putting a bit less effort in every year, and so it was going down every year, and you sort of felt like it was this slow decline, but instead you get this kind of Tolkienian eucatastrophe thing where you just went, oh, sod it, I'll just do it really well. And just knocked it out of the park to make this kind of genuinely incredible event. And I wish I could have been at more of it to do the doubles. So I love doing the single day doubles. It's so much fun. We just couldn't do it with a holiday this year.
Mine and Chris's final game on that Friday was actually against Mark and Tom.
Oh, against the divorcees, yeah. Because Chokey had to pull out last minute. So Chokey and Mark Stone normally team up, and me and Tom Harrison normally team out. And so yeah, the abandoned wives played together, I believe. How were they?
Yeah, that was the only game we won.
was that Tom Harrison or was that Mark Stone?
I think that was just our dice rolls were better. We had Men of the West, so Chris had LSR and I had AMO.
And of course, Murfitt and Stoney are doubles partners at 7 Stones, so
yeah,
you got that as well.
Yeah, it's three BSIME posts the same game.
Yeah, and 3 Wanderers.
Yeah,
There's a lot of love at that table. I tell you, there's a lot of connections.
Yeah, yeah. I think Chris went 2-handed with Aragorn for every single fight for the day, even when he was outnumbered and surrounded.
Just got to roll a 6, you'll be fine.
Yeah, he did not always roll a 6.
That's what was great with Thorin in the Champions of Erebor. With Ori just running around next to him, he gets to go 2-handed with Orcus all the time. Gorgeous.
Yeah, I came proper with that in one of my games. I had to play. It was Thorin, Ori, Gloin, and Rory. And the first turn of the game, he had 3 crossbows, all shot at helm. Did 2 wounds. Then he had 2 throwing weapons on 2 of the heroes. First one did a wound. I saved it with fate. Second one, I think he needed a 6 to wound him. Rolled a 5, mited it up, killed him, got the might point back because of Ori.
Beautiful. You love to see it.
And I was like, I've already lost the game, and we're about 5 minutes in.
That's all you need. That's all you need.
It didn't go. It didn't go any better for me after that.
Did you pick yourself up anything nice at any of the stalls? Any souvenirs?
I got some more bases from Matt. Had a lovely lovely couple of chats with Matt Davis.
He's a lovely man.
He is. And
saw him at the weekend at World Champion's wedding. So I spent some extra time, a late night dancey time with Matt Davies. That was pretty cool.
And I picked up my copies of the 2 recent issues of SBG Mag.
The greatest souvenir anyone could ask for, presumably.
And that was it. I grabbed some models for a friend of mine who wants to do Azab's Hunters at some point. So he was like, if they've got the named orcs, I can't remember what they're called.
What, Yaznak and
Yaznak. So if they've got them for a reasonable price, can you grab them? So they had both boxes.
Cool.
And I was like, how much are these? So he had a look, and he had a look on the website, and he went, this is how much they are. Said I could probably do 5% off. And he looked them up, and he went, this is how much they are at the moment. If you're buying both, I'm not 20% off.
Was that like new boxes, or was that in the second-hand trays? Was that in the second-hand trays, or were they new?
They were. It was a 7th City store, but they were new in box. Yeah. So I was like, I'm not even going to ask Josh if he wants them for that price. There's 20% off, and he was willing to pay full price at some point in the future. So. Yeah. And I didn't grab anything else. It's kind of be a bit sensible.
There was a Tolkien artist there as well that had some amazing art prints. There was like a kind of classic collectibles stall there, which is great.
Yeah.
It was brilliant. It was really, really good.
I had to look around all of it, but I have limited space and I have limited funds, and I don't really need any of it.
Yeah, sure.
So you could argue that was my 3rd sensible financial decision of the year. Again, taking new ground.
Would you presumably then you'd recommend it to anyone on the fence about Ardacon?
I've always said every year I always recommend Ardacon. It's always a lot of fun, and it's people you'll see there that you won't see at any other event, especially the international crowd.
Yeah.
And it's just like I said, I've got some of my closest friends in the hobby are my teammates from Ardacon, and I only know because they are my teammates from Ardacon.
Yeah.
And it's a good excuse to all get together and have a few drinks, and maybe have a few too many drinks.
I say this about most of the events, but my hands down, my favourite bit of it, and it's not just for booze, but just it's going into the bar in the evening and just chatting to people about nerdy things. Like my least favourite part of that event is playing 7 games of SBG. It's literally it's the worst part of the entire tournament for me, having to play the bloody games. Like everything else, just hanging out on the stand. We always release a magazine there, chatting to people about that, spending time with people in the bar, like the various food things they put on, Jay's quiz, all of that stuff is just, I just think it's peak. So yeah, it's brilliant, and it slightly helped to dent the Disney blues for me. Like coming back absolutely miserable and jet lagged, it probably would have been a fairly dull, depressing weekend, but getting to immediately run away and play Toy Soldiers with my mates was pretty cool. It was also, for me, it was the first event I'd been to this year. Like I'd run 7 Stones, but was meant to go to the GT, but didn't because of my dad, and then hadn't been to anything else. So I went to Throne of Skulls last December, and then hadn't played a game of competitive SBG in 8 months. Hadn't been to a tournament or something. It's weird the way the year just slips away, and it's crazy how quickly these things go past. So even that, I was more past it than normal between the jet lag and the fact I hadn't played in 8 months. So I was like, I'm not very good at this anymore.
I mean, I did see you on the Friday evening, and you did look pretty out of it.
Yeah, I was extremely tired.
Yeah.
Flown overnight, and I'd had an hour and a half sleep, and then I got straight on the thing and wrote this bloody presentation. But yeah, it was fun. It was fun. What's really bizarre is I booked that holiday last July, and I remember being at Ardicon 2025, and he always announces the dates. And I think in it then had, if you include this year, there would have been 10 years. Once it was in October, and once it was the week earlier. So 8 of them, or so it hadn't. The last one hadn't been announced. So 7 of them had been that weekend, the second weekend in August. 1 was the first weekend in August, and 1 was in October. And I remember
the first one was October because it was the first event I ever went to, and I went up in October half term.
Yeah, for sure.
And I remember because I finished work at 3:15 on the Friday. Yeah. I went home, got my stuff, got the train, and arrived in Manchester at 20 past midnight on the Friday night.
And I remember being there right at the back of the hall with our stand, packing up on the Sunday, and him going, and we're going to announce the next dates. And I was saying to myself, just please don't let this be the one year where you make it a week earlier. And he was like, it's a week earlier. I was like, right. I was like, so I'm landing for Florida on the day, and then I'm coming straight here. Of all the bloody weeks to do it.
I think last year it was the same week because
it wasn't. It definitely wasn't. It's normally the clearing weekend.
My mum's birthday is the 12th of August, and last year I came home on her birthday.
It might be where the dates swing, but it's always for years it's always been the clearing, the university clearing, like A-level results weekend. Because I normally both can't do that, which is great, and then don't have to do that because I'm like, no, I'm away for that weekend. I've also got here. This just sits here. Mark sent me this a while ago, but hovering above my desk is a picture of 4 wanderers in the Mercure. I have that's from Ardicon years ago. That we keep here. So yeah, Ardicon. 10 out of 10. Get your tickets now. Come next year.
Yeah.
It'll be a lot of fun. Think we're done? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Good idea, that. Well done.
That about covers it.
I'll see if any nerds are still watching and still with us. We've still got 22 people watching along. This is lovely. Larry's holding his horses. It would be hard to remove mould lines without holding them. That's hysterical. Jack asks what colour they are, and he says grey. Chris says thanks, tonight was very bittersweet. Larry has asked you for in-depth game reviews. Ricky says put the link for the video in the Patreon chat, and a photo is such a... Oh, I see. So in the Patreon chat, there's a link to the Osgiliath board in the video, which is cool. Give that a watch. Sean Clark. This year was my first time at Ardicon. I came away from it so elated. Can't believe I left it so long. It's immediately become my favourite event of the year. Defo booking the hotel next year. Am I right in thinking that Sean won Best Painted Army as well?
I was a little disappointed in that they didn't do first, second, third in that.
Right. That's what the award was, wasn't it? Best Painted Army.
Yeah.
Yeah. I knew he'd won something. So yeah, massive congrats, Sean. Incredible achievement.
It was well deserved.
Absolutely. Ricky then said the cams are frozen, and Destro the Dexterous, he says Estonian greetings all. Sorry, I'm late. Larry says I might have to finally go next year. Oh, he means to Ardicon. I thought he meant like leave the stream. But either way. It's been a long time since I last saw James and the like. Joshua Crosby has flown in. I'd go to Ardicon if they allow legacy profiles. They're not going to do that, I think.
It's not going to happen as long as Games Workshop are supporting them.
They did send them billions of terrain this time as well. They sent them a hell of a lot more terrain. Like just tons and tons of terrain. So I think they are very much kind of in bed together now. Chris Cooper says, I booked the time off work for Ardicon this week. Oh, for next year. I also got my first Throne of Skulls tickets this year. Oh, goodness. It's going to be some big firsts. Warwick Griggs is in. Says, morning, guys, from down up. Hope everyone is all right. Nice to catch a bit of Kobe content. Good morning, Australia. Team Spirit says, Team Spirit's in. Hey, all, have I missed the Beaver chat? No Beaver chat today. It's been weird. And Larry says,
too much news to get through.
yeah, it's been too much Middle Earth stuff, I think. And Larry says, in response to your Ardacon review, not in depth enough. Damien didn't even fall asleep a little. Sean,
I'm afraid that's as in depth as I can do, Larry.
I think that was absolutely fine. Sean also confirms that he did indeed. I was gobsmacked, to be honest. I was right on the opposite end of the hall. It took me ages to get to the stage. Well, you got to keep the clapping going. Best place to stand.
He was milking the applause. That's
Absolutely,
what it was.
Yeah. Right, let us jump over to the Facebooks and see what the people have been up to this fine evening. And last time I tried to do this, it destroyed our stream. So let's see if I can make that happen and that happen. And hopefully, is this live? Hopefully, any minute now, a Facebook window shall appear. Is it going to work? There's a flash. That bodes well. Oh. Yes, glorious stuff. So, that is now in place. I can jump to this. I should probably refresh it, though. In case people have been putting stuff on while we've been chatting about Ardacon. Anytime you're ready, Facebook. There we go. Boom. No, not we go. That's the 42. It has changed. We have had another comment. How exciting. All comments. Boom. Right. Callum. Yep, I think that's working. So, hopefully, I'm going to jump onto this. Go and check out how that picture looks. It looks dreadful. Why is that so small? Huh. All right. Right, hopefully that is going to start resizing before your very eyes any minute. There we go. Yeah, it's working. Glorious. So, let's get ready. Are you following along to see what the kiddies have been up to?
I am watching the stream. I'm just trying to get the last couple bits finished. I shall catch up with you shortly.
So, first up, we have Callum Rutter. He says, assembling some riders this evening. So Callum Rutter is in with the new riders. It's a strong start. Callum Rutter is not normally a first on the list kind of guy. So it's he's stolen your spot, Joe.
Yeah, I was a little bit delayed because I forgot I had to post on it because I was hosting.
It's very easy to be distracted by such things. Next up, we have Jack Brown, who says, Rohan houses ready to start making. Planning to attempt a storehouse and presuming time, plan to build a second mummock to go with this one. So he's going to get in via the scenery guide, which we love to see. Very cool. We have a reply to that. Decided on house with extended porch instead of storehouse. Both from page 33 of the supplement. Looking very good, man. I would suggest that Jack has provided more of a guide than the supplement did. Oh, bazoom. James Wilson, making a start on my new riders with some Harry Potter Maryland mini. Are they butter? Is that butterbeer flavour, do we think? Incredible scenes. Lovely. Good work, James. No updates from him yet. Ricky Colebrook says building the Rohan command set. They're doing it, you know, Joe.
It looks like it says butterbeer on it.
That's what?
The packet of the Harry Potter Maryland, it does look like it says butterbeer.
Yeah, I got butter. I couldn't see the end, but I'm guessing because the Harry Potter, it's butterbeer.
Yeah.
They are doing it, Joe. You know, they are doing it. They are building the new models just like we asked them to. Ricky's got a reply. He says, all built and ready for a prime. Lovely sculpts Time to enjoy the rest of the stream on the big telly. They do look great. That banner looks better there, seeing like the real model, than the pictures I've seen of it online. And obviously the pictures I've seen of it online are pretty good. Looking very cool there, man. Joe Holzman's in. He says, some Hill Tribesman commanders and a Big Daddy pistachio bar for me tonight. Joe, would you like to talk us through any of this?
I think you pretty much hit the nail on the head, to be fair. It's the 2 boxes of Hill Tribesman commanders, which I've been working on tonight, and the Big Daddy pistachio bar.
Which you worked on
And
tonight.
on top of the Big Daddy bar are my painted Rohan commanders.
Lovely. That's such an on-theme picture.
And then in the background, you can see what's coming up next, which is my Olwyn mounted and my leaf footer mounted.
Ah, on the painting handle. Very cool, very cool, very cool. Next up, we have Double in. He says, getting some paint on the new riders. Lovely stuff. Obviously, new riders proving very popular so far. He says his eyes have gone, so calling it a night. A good bit of work done on 2 of the riders. Oh, painting them separately. Do you do that, Joe? Do you paint the riders separate to the horse?
I have done in the past. I'm not sure I will with the new ones because I don't know how they build yet. But the previous, the older Rohan kits, I have built.
It just seems like a waste of effort.
I had the riders on these things, picture holders.
I guess there's the argument that they're easier to access. Is that right? Like when you're holding them like that, you can get to bits differently. Because otherwise, it's just a waste of effort.
Yeah.
You're just painting things that you're not going to see.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah, I'm just too lazy. There's just so many aspects of my life. Andy Clark is in. He says, getting some paint on my Hill Tribes commanders and showing off my newly finished torches as per the SBG painting guide. Oh yeah, lovely work. Kev Lawrence will be delighted. A crunchy, sorry to hear that, the worst of all chocolate bars. But the torches look great. I'm glad the painting guide helped. That's lovely news. I'm going to screenshot that one to send that to Kev. It's always nice when people use his painting guides.
Now he says he'll be painting them separately.
Sorry?
Now he says he'll be painting the riders and the horses separately.
That's probably because he would have lost the horses by the time he gets to painting the riders. Andy has a close-up of his lovely flaming brands. Very cool. And he says, and that's it from me tonight. And he's got some... What is that? What is that? Is that a Zenithal? Do we think? Is that what that's going on there? Is that a kind of Zenithal dry brush prior to painting?
Looks it.
So it looks a bit like the wildlings out of Game of Thrones. Very cool. Ryan Pickering dropping everything to build a Rohan house tonight. You get a round of applause. That is incredible scenes. There you go, Joe. The scenery did it. Let's see what... Right. I wonder if we've got an update from Ryan. See how far he managed to get. Stopping for tonight before the smell of glue knocks me out. Very cool. Looking good, man. Sam Huddy is in. Sadly, I'm at work tonight, but I get to play for a day of Strider Cup tomorrow in an unconventional way of doing doubles with Larry, awaiting Kieran's approval. Anyway, here's my Lendl I finished last night as part of my almost finished 600 points of Numenor. Can you see a giant butterfly?
Yeah.
Well, that's not just me then.
I mean, I'm not sure it's giant. I think it might be normal butterfly size. It's just giant compared to the models.
I mean, am I missing something? Like what? Why is a Lendl on a butterfly?
He explains it in the next picture.
Does he? Then to the next picture. The butterfly was just to angle dead a lentil for a better view. going to use him for two things. One, to represent the Shards of Narsil games. Two, as part of my diorama for another thing. That is wonderful. I love the fact that he went, "What? I need to angle the base. Better get a massive butterfly." It's the only thing that will do it. I think the diorama has to have two models on it, so why not make it the butterfly and Elendil? But Sam Huddy does not get in the draw because he's not on theme. Richard Clammer, unfortunately, no nachos tonight as I had a barbecue. Yes, even in this weather. I got plenty of plastics to assemble and I'm yet to even read a word from the book. Though, of course, I took some obligatory Fresh Print sniffs. He has the new models on his desk. He is in. I've got an update. First brew done, next one up. Might get my bits box out and see if I can convert my second Oathbreaker body up to be a more interesting chieftain. Any advice?
Play around with it.
Play around for a bit. Incredible advice. There you go, Richard. No.
Yeah.
Tommy Murphy, Rohan Command and Riders for tonight. Mixed in with a ton of Vinted Hall, which I drunkenly purchased while on holidays in Crete, much to my girlfriend's horror when we got home. What's Vinted Hall?
Vinted is an app where you can buy things secondhand.
I know what.
So I assume it's a lot of stuff that he's bought on Vinted.
Oh, I see. Like a ton, like a big Vinted Hall. I thought specifically Hall was a thing, like Hall from Vinted. See what I mean? Or even the way Vinted was a different Vinted to the Vinted I was thinking of. I wonder do you think it's wargaming? Or do you think it's just like clothes and that?
I assume it's the models in the picture, but I've lost where you've got to. Oh, there we go.
He specifically says it's not the Vinted Hall is not in shop.
Command and Riders for tonight mixed in with a ton of Vinted Hall, not in shop.
Yeah, the Vinted Hall's not in shop.
No, I assume it is Warhammer related stuff that he's also doing tonight, but he's not pictured them.
He's in. Now, someone else who's in is Sean Clark. And check this out for a stream snack. Twinkies candy bar. I have not had this. I got very excited.
He did mention it in the chat earlier,
He did, yeah. I got very excited. He's got finished refinement on 4 more horses, looking very lovely. He then says, thought it'd be cool to line up my progress so far on my new mounted army to replace my old army, which was my first coming into the game. Now that is cool, and your models are beautiful as ever, but what about the Twinkie bar? That's what everyone wants to know.
I want to know if it's butterbeer flavoured.
Well, I can only imagine it's Twinkie flavoured. But how is it? Cal is in, painting new Riders of Rohan. Doesn't bother to write any words. Don't need to. Rory Campbell's in. He says, hurrah! I couldn't agree more. He's got both sets of commanders. We have some reply. He says, this is going very wrong. He's accidentally turned it into some sort of dinosaur. How have you managed that? That's not what you're meant to make at all. Reckless. And he says, did anyone else go for the Hornblower on dinosaur variant? I didn't get that in mind. Did you get a dinosaur in yours?
I did not.
That seems unfair. I like dinosaurs. The guy looks pretty cool. Look, do you remember Dino Riders? Does that mean anything to you? Or was that before your time?
I stopped looking at the pictures so I could picture mine to stick in the thread.
Do you remember Dino Riders?
Not really.
So it was a toy line in the 80s, and it was what it sounds like. It was obviously I don't remember what the story was, but it was dinosaurs and man living together, and the dinosaurs were all armoured and covered in guns, And then the Dino Riders, you're not going to believe this, they would ride on the dinosaurs.
I think I remember seeing some of them,
Yeah.
but long after the fact.
They go for like crazy money now on eBay and stuff. And the biggest one was it was a sauropod. I don't know if it was a Plodocus or a Brontosaurus. It might have been called a Brontosaurus then. Curved head, so it wasn't a Brachiosaurus. But and it had this giant kind of metal framework thing over the side. And I had some of them, but I only had the little ones. I never had any of the big ones, but they were so cool. And this very much looks of that ilk. So thanks for that, Rory. Ashley Fisher is in. Horse is done. 4 pieces each now for the riders. Ashley Fisher. Got some responses. He says, done. That's the assembly done. Very good. I think Joe Holzman in that picture is looking for a dropped piece under his desk somewhere. And we have another comment. Glue them to the horses or paint separately? Glue them to the horses for me. Absolutely. This is good from Stephen. This is glorious. He says, not streaming tonight as it's our wedding anniversary. However, it's given me the opportunity to recreate my favourite whip thread photo from our wedding day 4 years ago, sticking these guys to their bases before we left for dinner. This is amazing. Has you got the responses? Yeah, I was hoping this would be it. Look, here's the actual wedding photo. God, I can't believe this. Original wedding photo for reference. Warwick Griggs unable to make it to our anniversary dinner from Australia. So this was 4 years ago. Stephen at his wedding posting a whip thread to the delight of his beautiful bride. And as you can see, she's still delighted and she's still beautiful. And I love that he's done this. Incredible work, Stephen. Happy anniversary to you both. I hope you're having a lovely evening. Stana Carson says, cracking into this tonight. Will be happy if I finish assembling. Well, I also cracked into that tonight, and I am also happy because I finished assembling them. So I hope you were able to. Lovely stuff. Lovely to have so many people celebrating all these lovely new releases. Didn't realise the axe is two-handed, so he's strictly following the rule of cool. Oh, I see, because he gave them the shield and the axe. Yeah, it's fine. No one will care.
I mean, you can give them both, can't you?
No. I don't think so, can you?
I think they're both different options. You're allowed to buy both, aren't you? You just can't go two-handed and use the shield at the same time.
Maybe you can. And is that not in the rules? Can you carry both in this version? Like if you have a two-handed weapon,
because if you go two-handed, you lose the bonus of the shield for the turn.
There you go.
You need to put the light shield and not a shield.
You're golden. Michael Haskell, finished my Throne of Skulls activity, so I'm going to see how far I can go to assembling these. Note the wine glass is now empty, so fingers crossed I don't drop anything. Check out that coaster. That is a relic. That is a coaster made by Tim of his Stone Giants for issue 7 of SBG. How has Michael Haskell got one of those? I've got one of those around here somewhere. How the hell has Haskell got one of those? That's incredible. That's a real throwback. Let's see if Michael got anywhere with assembling these. Managed to assemble the chieftain, but ran out of steam now. That's alright, that's good going. Good work, gets you in. Ethan Walker is in. Oh, is that? I don't know the models enough. That's the new captain, right? I'm sure it is.
No, because the captain I've got has an axe holding up, not a sword pointing down, but I can't remember if it's an option or not.
Oh, and I mean, he's hiding him. Is this controversy? Is that a normal warrior of Rohan? It doesn't look like a normal warrior of Rohan to me.
The shield's the same and the cloak's the same, but the arm's different.
What, it's the captain?
Yeah, I reckon it's the captain.
Yeah,
I can't remember if it's an option or if it's a conversion.
And he doesn't look to me like any of the warriors of Rohan.
Yeah, the shield is the one on the captain, and the cloak is the same as the one on the captain. So it's either an option that I've forgotten about, or it is a conversion. But it definitely looks like the captain base to me.
Well, if the cloak's the same, then it counts. Because if it's the model, it's the model. Larry Miller is in, and he says, "Muster the Rohirrim," with a fairly normal-looking cake by Larry standards. To be fair, that looks like a good muffin.
We don't know how old it is.
I mean, he probably ate it from the bottom up or something, didn't he? Like, let's be honest. He's got a fine selection of riders there to dig into. Why were these made so early in the morning? I'll never know. Can I presume the factory works all night? That's a great observation, Larry. Good work. And then he's needlessly, recklessly cut all the bits off and put them in a big pile, serving no purpose whatsoever. But the only thing we know for sure is it can't possibly be quicker than following the instructions. Then he provides the bravery of gambling supplement, which is outstanding. We're all very excited to get that. I mean, the thing is, you've done a good enough job in that, mate, that you whack that in one of the groups and you'll get a few idiots who will go for it. Chris Cooper is in. Managed to start putting this guy together. Not a lot tonight, but wanted to get something done. Lovely to have you, mate. I'm glad you can make it. And I've gone to Harry Parkill's Facebook page. How have I managed that? Not really sure quite what I clicked on there.
Because Chris Cooper, when you hovered over his name, it says friends with Harry Parker.
Oh, well, there you go.
So that's that you clicked on Harry Parker on that bit.
At least it was Harry's like public profile rather than something super secret. Josh Crosby, late into the stream. We'll try and get a start on the Hornblower, I think. Lovely to see, Josh. Oh, 10 dice Crosby's in. You've got Fisher, Holzman, and Crosby in here. It's quite a lot. Big names, big names. We have an update from Larry Miller, assembling 6 horses, having taken slightly longer than he would have done if he'd done it properly. Joe Holzman, finished commanders. Anything you want to show us here, Joe?
It's my 2 commanders with the conversions.
Yep.
I did, as I said, I was going to the start of the stream. I built the 3 standard ones from the box, so the chieftain, the hornblower, and a banner. And then the second box, I built the chieftain as the oath maker.
Yep, got it. Yep.
And then I've converted the banner bearer into a second chieftain.
That's the one on the rock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just to make it obvious that he's a chieftain.
So what have you done? Have you swapped the hand to hold the weapon, or is it? He's obviously got. He's got the banner bearer's arm, right?
No, he's got the chieftain's left arm, because the banner bearer's left arm is holding the weapon that's on his belt.
Yeah, chieftain's left arm. Got that. What's going on with the
and
right
then
arm?
It's the arm for the banner bearer.
Yeah.
Because that's attached to the body anyway, and I've just taken the weapon arm for the chieftain and clipped it at the wrist and attached it on.
So it's a chieftain wrist and weapon.
Yeah, and his chieftain's left arm as well. There's a little bit of gap filling that will need to be done, but I think that's worked quite well. And I've angled it so the weapon's resting on the shoulder.
Yeah, that's good. And then you've got the other hornblower holding the banner now.
Yes, so that's the wrong one I picked up. It's literally just the hornblower, and then I had to take, because the banner bearer body has the arm up to the wrist attached to it, I've had to take the 2-handed weapon arm for the chieftain and cut that at the elbow and at the wrist to fill in the gap, because the banner only has it from the wrist.
Got you. That looks very good, man.
There's 2 replies to it, which are the close-ups of the conversions.
Oh yeah, let's have a look at those.
I think that works all right. I've had to glue the
there's the chieftain from the banner bearer. It's very cool.
Because of the angle of the arm, the banner doesn't touch the ground on the conversion, so I've had to glue it to his leg as well.
Yeah, I'd probably be inclined on that to just put a little bit of a green stuff like a rock and then texture over it, so you can glue it to the base, and then you'll once you've textured the sand and put some flock on it, or whatever.
Be asked.
That's the spirit. Then we have Richard Clammer. He says, Larry, I take your 643 and raise you a 525. Has anyone got an earlier box of Rohan Warriors?
I've had a look at my boxes at the Hill Tribesman Commanders, and they don't have a time on it. They only have a made in UK and then presumably a batch number.
Incredible. And I believe we should now, very shortly, be back to our main screen. So, Joe, while I sort out the admin, do you want to jump in the chat? See what the kiddies have been saying?
Where did we get to?
We've got Sean Clark saying, took me a while to get up to the stage. Sam says, less than half the size I hoped for. I hope he's just talking about the picture of the Facebook thread. And James Wilson confirms there are butterbeer cookies. Larry says, I'll be painting them separately. I presume that means riders and horses.
Found it.
Yeah.
So Sean Clark says the riders build really well without being on the horse. I do highly recommend painting as sub-assemblies. The cloaks are very hard to get to otherwise.
Boring.
Sam Huddy says, alternative lore. Gandalf had eagles for aerial transport. Numenor had giant butterflies.
Mm-hmm. It is known.
Sean Clark says, imagine gold chocolate mixed with Twinkie. Very good.
Gold chocolate mixed with Twinkie. I mean, that does sound good.
Larry says, you have me until mixed with Twinkie.
Yeah, well, he wouldn't like it. It's not got glass in it.
Stan says, good to know you can have both two-handed and shield. Sam Huddy, also a moment from the last few weeks was when Harrison asked about Jurassic Park. I thought he may get scared by the T-Rex, so let's start him on Jurassic World to see how he goes.
Jurassic World's... is it? Jurassic World's probably scarier than Jurassic Park, isn't it?
I don't know. Because I saw Jurassic Park as a child and saw Jurassic World as an adult.
Jurassic. I mean, Spielberg's very, very good at doing scary films dressed up as family films. Like, maybe it's a good. Jurassic Park is a good thriller. Like, the raptors in the kitchen is pretty scary. The build up of the T-Rex is pretty scary. But like Jurassic World, the Mosasaurus, or the girl, I can't remember her name. The girl that gets picked up and chucked around a bit and then eaten by the Mosasaurus is fairly horrific. And despite the Indominus Rex is fairly scary. I don't know. What does the chat think? Which one's scary? I just watched that again with my kids the other day when we got back.
He then says, go off to my night shift, message later and ask how it went. Carrie, well, he didn't like the bit where the T-Rex put the Ankylosaurus' head off. I'd forgotten about that.
Oh, what, in Jurassic World? Where's the T-Rex biting Ankylosaurus' head off?
I don't remember.
That's not very T-Rex. T-Rex doesn't bite an Ankylosaurus' head off in Jurassic World. Doesn't happen. He's in his cage until right at the end when he comes out and fights the Indominus Rex.
Larry then confirms that you can give the chieftain both. If it was a normal shield, you would never get the defense bonus anyway, so it doesn't matter that it's a light shield. I disagree with Larry there.
Always good.
We'd only not get the defense bonus from a normal shield on a turn when he went two-handed, because the two-handed weapon does not replace his one-handed weapon. It is an additional weapon.
It's something else you'd buy, isn't it? I think.
Then he claims that it took the same amount of time to build. They were carefully arranged in number order, so I knew which horse each part went to, and it was pretty obvious how to assemble it all.
No, it didn't. It took you slightly longer.
I can see the logic. I say logic. I use that term very loosely. I think I will concede that having all the pieces cut off will speed up the building part. But the problem with that is it doesn't speed up the whole process because you have to cut all the pieces off anyway.
Yeah. It's going to take the same amount of time to cut them off.
The risk of losing a piece is far greater when they're all spread out on the desk like that.
Yeah, It
As I
it cannot be
before.
faster. It cannot be faster.
He says his other box is 6:44, a minute after his first. They must have stayed together since leaving the factory. Stana says, I have a powerful cure fungal box made at 12:47 a.m. Those poor workers.
Might not be the same people. They might have more than one person working in the factory.
I mean, is there a chance that actually the boxes are just printed up? The box printing is automated.
Well, yeah, but I'm sure the factory's open at night, isn't it? I would have thought.
Yeah, probably. Larry says, I saw a funny post about the woman who is looking after the kids that gets eaten by the Mosasaurus.
Yeah, there was a lot written about that at the time, about it being like effectively sexist. You know, why does she get treated so badly? You know, why does she get effectively tortured? And I'm not particularly sure I buy into the fact that it was particularly sexist, but it's a fairly horrible death.
Sam then says, I can't remember myself, but that was what was reported to me. That'll be about the Ankylosaurus head getting bitten off. Then Larry says, it's probably the saddest death in the series since no one cares that she dies or mentions her or anything.
Yeah,
he then disagrees with my point and says, not true, Joe, that it's just hand and a half weapons. Two-handed weapons are specifically listed in shields alongside bows as never getting a defense bonus if they're taken with shields. I don't know that because I never take two-handed weapons.
I don't have a clue. You may well be right.
James also says, fun fact, Katie McGrath, the actress, asked for a character to have a particularly memorable death after learning she would be the first female character to be killed by a dinosaur.
Oh, that's a great stat. She's in any of the films? So no, does that mean no women die in the first 3 films?
Or if they do, they're not killed by a dinosaur.
I mean, that's sexist. That one of the women had it coming. Oh yeah. Well, Ellie doesn't die. Lex doesn't die. The kid at the start doesn't die of the Lost World, and then
I mean, I would assume that if it happens in any of them, it would happen in the third one.
The third one's got. I think isn't Tia Leone the only girl in it?
I mean, is the third one not the one where the T-Rex gets taken back to New York?
No, that's the second one.
Second one, okay.
There's probably an unnamed.
There's a lot of unnamed female characters
there
that may get killed by dinosaurs, or could be killed by dinosaurs.
I think she's right though. I think that is. I'd never thought about that, but I don't think any women get killed in the first 3 films.
Sean Clark says, I mean, the Brachiosaurus being left behind was the most heart-wrenching moment from the whole franchise.
I'm not. It's a pretty good image. I'm not sure it's the most heartbreaking moment in the whole franchise. Pretty good moment.
Larry has just posted a picture from the rules that backs up his claim about two-handed weapons.
I bet he can't find a claim that backs up his. I bet he can't find a rule that backs up his claim that cutting all the pieces off and putting them in a pile is faster than not. I have concluded the admin.
Yeah, I have also caught up with the chat.
Perfect timing. I don't think it's a Brachiosaurus in Fallen Kingdom. I think it's the Patasaurus. I think they go. I think Jurassic World only has a Patasaurus. I don't think they have any Brachiosaurs.
Are we getting into spoilers for films that I've not seen yet?
I'm not sure if the type of sauropod on the dinosaur-infested island is that much of a spoiler, but I think.
Richard Hammer makes a very good point. Aren't all the dinosaurs female, so quite a lot of them died?
Well, the type of control you're describing, it's just not possible. If the history of evolution has taught us anything, it's that life constantly breaks through barriers. Well, there it is. You're implying that a group comprised solely of female animals will breed? No. I'm simply saying that life finds a way.
Larry says, I never said it was faster. I was just arguing the basis claim that it was slower.
Well, it is slower.
And then he says, also, Damien, check my other link in the chat. In the patron chat, he has linked you to an eBay auction of Dino Rider's Taurosaurus.
Don't tempt me. Oh my god, look at that. That's the stuff. How good is that? Taurus. Oh, there's a video. Let's play it for the people who... Look at that! Look at that! Look at the way it opens up! Guns! Incredible scenes. That's just a dinosaur with no one riding it. 10 out of 10, well good.
I missed all of that because I was expecting you to bring it up on the stream, not on Zoom.
See, the thing is, what we now need to do, and it's always good fun to poke the bear because he definitely doesn't care, which is why he always responds, is that he said he's not arguing that it's... he's not saying it's faster, he's just arguing that it's slower, right?
So arguing that it's not slower.
Yeah, so what he's saying is it takes exactly the same amount of time. Nah, mate.
If it's not faster, why would you do it other than your Larry being
so this is it. It's not faster. It's definitely not faster. We know that. It's very, very, very unlikely to be exactly the same time. And therefore, altogether now, it's slower. I'm sure he won't reply.
We've got a few more comments. Jack Brown says, I've also been working at House Transport, a planned approximately 4 cubic feet of display board for the next 7 stones by train, while having carefully accounted for taking up minimal space while there. Richard Clammer claps again. I'm still not sure what that's about. Larry says, how is it slower? But he doesn't add a question mark, so doesn't make grammatical sense. Sean Clark says he's short as a Brachiosaurus. Ricky drinks paint. Not going to lie, that toy looked amazing. Must have been before my time, or would have been right at the top of my Christmas list.
Check out the other ones, mate.
And then Larry then says, it means I can do all of the clipping, then do all of the cleaning, then do all of the assembling.
I can't believe you replied.
I mean, it's madness, Larry. You can try and justify it how you want, but nobody's buying it.
The Patasaurus question he's answering.
Jack Brown says, I love the idea of an arena of champion-style atmosphere while Damien and Larry build a model to rap commentary at a BSIME meetup. I mean, if it's got commentary, it's got to be Sam Huddy, surely.
Yeah, it'd be great. What is the dinosaur left on the island in Fallen Kingdom? Oh my goodness me! The tragic dinosaur left behind on the dock in Isla Nubla is destroyed is a Brachiosaurus. Sean Clark has done me. Unbelievable. Wow. I can only apologise. So when did they get those? Because aren't they... I'm sure there are Patasauruses in Jurassic World. I'm sure they are. So did they just get some extra... They just chucked in some Brachiosauruses for Jurassic Fallen Kingdom?
I think I can explain it to you, Damien.
Go on then.
Life finds a way.
Yeah, maybe that's what happened. I mean, I was pretty sure of that, but I was basing it on the fact that I'm sure there are Apatosauruses in the first Jurassic World. Fair enough, Sean. Well done. What are the sauropods in Jurassic World?
Chris Cooper says, Jack, I think we need to make that happen. Sean Clark, I love how he continues to try to justify his body. He still doesn't know where Glorfindel's sword arm is.
This is it. It's so...
And at the same time, Ricky Drinks Fate says, Larry, have you found Glorfindel's arm yet? Larry then says, but that wasn't lost during assembly.
It's like
that was lost as I finished washing the resin and left it out to dry.
You know, some people out there today think the world's flat, right? And it's so patently, obviously incorrect, but you can't convince them of it. This is what's happening here.
Yeah. Sean says, okay, Laz. Jack Brown says, what if the model they had to make was Glorfindel and the whole competition was Damien building Glorfindel while Larry searched for an arm? And then Larry then says, but never got around to clipping parts off the gates and assembling them.
So apparently, Apatosauruses are introduced in Jurassic World. They're briefly seen and referenced, establishing the continued presence of the species introduced in Jurassic World. And then the Brachiosaurus makes a memorable and emotionally devastating return in Fallen Kingdom during the tragic volcanic tragedy. I think they've got an island of Apatosauruses, and then just one lonely, sad Brachiosaurus wanders to the pier to die.
I think what probably happened is that when they were making it, they confused the two dinosaurs. Maybe. And they put the wrong one in for that scene.
Popped a crest on the top. Okay, but there you go. Sean, you smashed it. So, shall we give a dice away?
Yes.
We have a beautiful number of entries. We have 21, which is perfect for 3 groups of 7. As long as I can find my D8. And I'm staring around in horror because I think, I just suddenly realised I thought my D8 was loose earlier in the day, and I don't know where it went, but I put it somewhere safe. So yes, we have 3 groups, 21 entries.
Larry, Jack, and Ricky are still arguing over Glorfindel's sword arm.
I can't believe that Larry would keep arguing this. It's so out of character for him. But I'm very, very surprised. So we have 3 groups of 7. I will switch over to dice cam. That's not dice cam. Oh, it's gone. Of course it's gone. Unbelievable, this thing. Right. Our first group, so we've got a, I think I need to sort of wave over here to get a bit more light in sometimes. Remember, you are playing for this, dear lady. If I put this out a second, there we go. You're playing for this gorgeous, gorgeous black Battlestream's Middle-earth dice that only rolls. Oh, look at that! 1 earlier in the night, 5 now. The variety on this thing is through the roof. It's absolutely perfect. What a great dice to have in your collection. We have 3 groups. We're looking for 3 finalists. Joe, the first group is Callum Rutter, Jack Brown, James Wilson, Ricky Colebrook, a certain Joe Holzman, Michael Dublé, and Andy Clark. So you are looking for a 5 to find yourself, and we will be re-rolling 8s. Joe, for complete fairness, I can't allow you to call this one, all right? I'm sure you'll understand. Yeah. Right. Looking for 5s to get him in, to get the host. You're welcome. I mean, have a look at that.
I almost shouted roll, and that would have caused huge controversy.
What? Not a single word of thanks or anything, no?
Oh, thank you when I score some points.
What was the stat? 4 finals without a single point. Is that it?
It's at least 4 finals in a row without scoring any points.
That is brutal. Let's see if you do better. Ryan Pickering, Richard Clammer, Tommy Murphy, Sean Clark, Calvin Steels, Rory Campbell, and Ashley Fisher. Ashley Fisher, of course, is he 6? Ashley Fisher, 5 dice Fisher. tied with 5 Dice Holman. And actually, I always forget how he snuck up. Rory Campbell is in this draw, and he's on 5 dice. So we've got 5 Dice Campbell. I feel so bad. I haven't been given Campbell his due. We've got 5 Dice Campbell on a 6 and 5 Dice Fisher on a 7.
If you can avoid either of them, I'll be grateful.
Yeah, 5 Dice Holzman is in the final. We got some titans here. It's only the vanished Cuthers who's missing these days. So there we go, and we've got some other people as well. So let's see what we can do. Over to you, Joe.
Roll.
Oh, it is massive! It is massive. Campbell has stormed into the final. 5 Dice Campbell and 5 Dice Holzman both in the final. There's only one person.
Imagine if we get Crosby in the final now as
It's the
well.
only person who could have a chance against you two, surely. In this final group, we've got Stephen Ryan, Steinar Carlson, Michael Haskell, Ethan Walker, Larry Miller, Chris Cooper, and Josh Crosby on a 7. Re-roll in 8s. This would be the highest quality final we've ever had if Crosby gets in it. Over to you, Joe.
And roll.
Oh, he's missed by 1. It's Chris Cooper. Chris Cooper sneaking into the stream at the death. Incredible scenes. Chris Cooper has 2 dice. He's an infant compared to you two. And we have 5 Dice Holzman and 5 Dice
Just
Campbell.
before we got that 6, Chris Cooper did put in the chat, is that 6 for Campbell a portent?
Is what?
Is that 6 for Campbell a portent? He got into the final on a 6 and it would be his 6th dice.
Is that... Oh, is it a portent?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. Maybe. Who knows? Right, wonderful. So we've got 3 great finalists. So, Joe, you're going to be on 1. Rory is on 2. And Chris Cooper is on 3. So both Joe and Rory here have the chance to join Cuthers on 6 dice and to step away from the 5 dice chasing pack.
I mean, I feel like Cooper's going to be the people's champion tonight.
Surely a people's champion. And should he win, he becomes one of only 3 people. He'll become one of 4 people to have 3 dice. So an exclusive club there. But Rory Campbell, I've got to say, he's the new kid on the block, right? He has got all 5 of his since stream 99, for one thing. So he's got all of them in...
But he's got a chance to get 6 and 41.
Yeah.
Or 6 and 42. Is that 99 inclusive?
Yeah, he got one in 99. He's
Yeah,
also
so
won... I mean, he's
6
got...
and 42.
He's got like 3 in 10. He got like 124, 134, 135, 3 in 11. He's like a form player. Whereas Joe, I gotta say, man, you've tailed off. Do you want to know a terrifying stat? You won't like this.
Rory won all of his since I last won.
You had 5 dice when Rory had 1. I mean, that's an unassailable lead, and he could go ahead of you tonight. I hope you got your head in the game, dude. All right. I am going to let you call it.
You are?
Yeah, I am, because beyond anything else, if you do win, it'll just, drive engagement. The crowd will go wild. There'll be so much like rage bait. It'll be fantastic.
I mean, the number of top table calls I've made tonight as well.
Joe's on 1, Rory's on 2, and Chris Cooper is on 3. Chris Cooper, People's Champion.
Roll.
He's giving it to his rival. He's giving it to Rory. You can tell that Joe. There's no cheating involved here from Joe.
Chris Cooper's already called and fixed. Rage. Roll.
Oh, Holzman's in the game. Oh, who is this guy? That's your first.
It's my first point in a
while.
Roll.
Oh, it's out. Do you want to know what it was? It was a 1, Joe.
roll.
Oh, you love to see it. You love to see it. Right. They are scratching the record. It doesn't matter. It is now just a straight shootout, first to two. Everyone's played well. Oh, who's going to step up? This is huge. This is huge.
And roll.
Oh, Chris Cooper, People's Champion.
I'm watching this on Zoom, but I'm seeing the comments on YouTube, and obviously they're delayed, which is causing me a little bit of getting a little bit confusing.
If you're confused, Joe, I promise you're ahead of them. They don't know anything you don't.
I know.
Chris Cooper's at match point here. If this is a 3, Chris takes it from 2 titans of the game who would have to see this as a missed opportunity.
And roll.
Oh, Rory Campbell. That is 1 for Joe, 2 for Rory, 2 for Chris. Can Joe send this to a final dice roll, or will one of the others seize the day?
Chris has just made a good point. Can he win it for his mate Dave?
Oh.
And I feel if he wasn't the People's Champion before, he definitely is now.
I mean, I presume he's only... He must be happy with us saying that now that he's mentioned it. We haven't really made it, but Chris lost a friend, his friend Dave, who sadly died, and he went for a last game with their gaming group tonight, which is where Chris was. So we're all sending massive hugs to Chris. But you're absolutely right. That has massively.
I still hope I win.
That has massively tipped him over into People's Champion now. And if either of you two win, that you'll be social pariahs.
And roll.
Oh, he's done it. He's done it. Oh, you love to see it. What an ending. It's everything we wanted. It's everything we wanted. It all comes down to this. The final roll. Who will step up? Will it be the out-of-form Holzman? Will it be the in-form Campbell? Or will it be the People's Champion, Chris Cooper? I am going to call this one, Joe. I think it's the only fair thing. Could you be the third host to win yourself a dice? Here we go. It's Chris Cooper. It's the People's Champion. Incredible scenes. Oh, Chris Cooper for Dave. This dice goes to you, my friend. What a victory. From a man who wasn't...
Chris.
From a guy who wasn't going to come to the stream tonight, to sneaking in, getting that entry in, and then defeating 2 5 dicers. That is next level. Chris Cooper, 3 dice. 140. Is that right? He joins George Galloway, Scott Newman, and Stephen Ryan on 3 dice. Incredible scenes. I think I'm sure Campbell and Holzman will be raging, and yet perhaps think in some way the right thing happened tonight. Joe, can you talk or?
No, I'm absolutely livid.
That's fair enough. That's fair enough. Yeah, the wrong thing happened.
No,
the wrong thing happened.
I think it was very fitting, and at least I broke my duck of not scoring.
This is true.
All the way.
This is true. Shall we see what people said about the dice and why Larry still thinks he's right? So there's a bit of a row. I just washed it in water and scrubbed it. Never a clapper touched it. That's why it got lost. If I'd started, right, I see. So he lost it because of his exceptional washing regime, not because of the way he clips models off. I didn't to work on I left him on the drying tray to motivate me to work on him. Of course. Here's the portent.
How is the drying tray different than his whip cardboard box?
It's very, very hard to tell. James Wilson says underdog versus the veterans in the final. Sean Clark says that now this is aged like warm milk. Cuthers is about to feel a disturbance in the force. Like Cuthers is fine. Chris Cooper, I could do with adding a banner to my BSIME dice winning army. Larry, Larry says, I'm rooting for either of the contenders that haven't belittled my perfectly cromulent assembly method. Chris Cooper screams fix and rage, and yeah, I think we'll change his tune pretty soon. James Wilson says, Campbell takes an early lead. Boo from the duck pie, but Holzman comes swinging back. Chris can't get his head in the game, and Cooper's on the board too. Go Chris, huzzah. This is so tense. James Wilson, Cooper pulls ahead. Can I win it for my mate Dave? James Wilson, but Campbell crawls it back. Hearts from Cooper. Hearts. Boo from Larry. Epic battle for the ages. And Holzman forces the tiebreaker. And I think it's happening. Larry screams huzzah. James Wilson says the people's champion claims his dice hat trick. Stainer says well done everyone. Says everyone on everything we've done. Ricky Drinks Bat says congratulations. Chris Cooper says you guys are all amazing. And crucially I now have more dice than James again. James Wilson, well done, Chris. The dice gods were definitely on your side tonight. Jack, huzzah! Only the second final to get to 2-2-2 in the last 20. Larry says it is bigger and has no sides. Larry, this is meant to be a family-friendly stream, so please don't do that.
That'll be about the drying tray and the cardboard box. What has no sides? The drying tray.
I thought he was talking about his.
I feel like a tray should have sides.
Yeah, but it's Larry. Like.
Okay. And loads of other stuff I wanted to sort out at some point got added to it, and it kept getting moved from place to place as it was in the way, and things get falling off every so often. Well, that's your problem, Larry. Be more organised.
It's almost like leaving things in piles of pieces isn't perfectly cromulent.
And chucking more stuff on top of it. I mean, also, how long was it on the drying tray for? Surely it was dry.
Joe, you mustn't. Joe,
when it's dry, you put it back in a box or you assembled it.
Joe, think about the flat earthers. It's the same. You can't. There's no getting through, man. You just got to accept him and love him as he is. He's beautiful. What's that song? You're beautiful, you're beautiful, you're beautiful. It's true. That's James Blunt was singing about Larry Miller. I'm telling you. But there we go. Wow. Chris Cooper wins a dice. Joe, we talked about Middle Earth a lot tonight, mate.
We did. It was unusual.
Yeah, and like SBG as well. Like
I don't like
Middle
it.
Earth.
It's confusing.
Yeah, it was a bit odd, but fair enough. Hopefully people don't turn off.
It says it was on the dry tray for 7 months.
Was it dry? Every day you go back to get there, still a little bit damp in there, I think. It's not quite there yet.
For someone who's interested in speeding up the process, Larry seems awfully scared of spending 20 seconds to apply something to a mini.
Yeah, so lots of SBG talk, lots of news, some exciting gossip around a new job, potentially. Who knows? We'll have to follow that one. If anyone knows anyone that's applying for it, let's we can have a little chat, see, that'd be pretty cool. And yeah,
Larry has corrected Chris, it was longer than 7 months.
Perfectly cromulent. Is there anything coming up? So we've got the made to order, we've dealt with that. Haven't had anything previewed yet, so we're not expecting anything, but I think
Battle host out soon, but we don't know how soon.
Yeah. I think preview soon. Surely.
Yeah.
Because the last thing they previewed is now out and has been released, so I think we must be due a little sneaky teaser of whatever's next, I reckon.
Yeah, I'd reckon so. Because we've got nothing new previewed.
I really don't want to go into this now because it's too late and we're at the end. But I also today picked up the new issue of Empire, which has got a big thing about Rings of Power Season 3 in it, with some very, very cool pictures in it. I know most of those are online now because they do the dual release thing, but there's a photo of Kamal the Easterling and stuff as a man, which I think is pretty cool. So I think maybe we've had a Rings of Power trailer, I think, since the last time we did a stream, so maybe that can be a discussion point for the next one or something. It'd be cool to kind of.
Larry's still going.
Yeah, I know. I know. You put 50p in him and he just goes and he just goes. Yeah. I presume he keeps going once the stream ends, to be honest.
Goes anyway.
But yeah, so cool stuff. Cool times to be interested in Middle Earth. Lots of fun things coming, and hopefully we'll get some previews of the next toys next. So, Joe, I can't believe I'm saying this. Do you know what the next stream is?
Going to be the last one. Well, technically, this is going to be the last one.
You know what? It's not. It's not this.
It's not that.
One bloody magazine. Let's damage the emotional impact of the thrilling denouement. We come to it at last. Issue 91. And look. What happens? Look what happens when you turn it over. Nothing. The last issue of Battle Games of Middle Earth. Can you believe it?
It's been a long time coming.
I think it's been 6.5 years coming, isn't it?
I mean, some would argue it's been about 25 years coming.
In your final gaming pack, the hobbits fight desperately to free the Shire. Discover the rules for using Sharky and his henchmen in your battle games. The fate of the Shire is decided in the second part of the battle report. Paint the evil wizard Sharky for use in your battle games. Build an industrial mill to be used in your Shire battle games, and you get a metal Sharky miniature.
Do you reckon this is still valid?
Yeah.
Missed out on any copies or binders. It does say last chance offer, and it does say subject to availability.
Does it have an expiration date?
None that I can see, but like I said, it does say subject to availability.
Do you remember the guy who got the?
Remember
Remember the guy a few years ago got the free Bilbo? Did you hear that?
Yeah.
That was the same sort of thing. I think it was Battle Games of Middle Earth. No, it wasn't. It was a freebie slip inside a starter set, I think, to claim your free Bilbo model, and they honoured it, which I thought was amazing.
Method of payment: either I enclose a check for the amount of.
Classic. Put a
Who
check
uses
in the
checks anywhere?
So yeah, we've got one issue left. So what we haven't sorted out is the theme. So it came with Sharky, and we've done a Saruman week. So I'm open for suggestion here, and we can chat about it with our patrons if need be. I was going to say any evil hero from the Sharky's Rogues list. What do you reckon, Joe?
Yeah, I mean it would open up some more options for entries, wouldn't it?
Yeah, because I don't really want to allow Saruman models in, because we've done a lot of that. I think it should have to be Sharky. As always, I'm open to suggestion.
Are we going for any named hero, or are we just going for anything in the Sharky's Rogue list?
Oh, what, you want ruffians?
Ruffians and hobbits.
Where are they?
But what did we do for Farmer Maggot Week?
It was any hobbit keyword, wasn't it? I think we leave hobbits out, because we've done hobbits.
Yeah.
So you get Sharky and Word.
Maybe the Sharky Worm, the Ruffian heroes and ruffians.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind Lotho or Ted as the heroes, as the evil heroes. But I think Hobbit Militia is a bit much, or maybe it's not a bit much, because it's just militia. It's just the militia. Maybe we just say any model from the army list.
Yeah.
Yeah, you think?
Yeah.
And then it also feels like we did any good Hobbit model, didn't we, in the sort of first half for 90, and for 91 we do the opposing army.
Yeah.
I think
I would be painting my Sharky.
Wow. I painted my
Joshua
Sharky
Crosby
a
has
long
got a
time ago.
question. Joshua Crosby says, I have them all painted, but could I convert Corsairs out of the Ruffian Hero models?
Yes.
As always,
Yeah.
provided the base model is eligible, yes. If you're converting Corsairs into Ruffians, no. But if the base model is eligible, yes. And Sean Clark says he did the same thing. They work really well.
Sean Clark says what?
He says they work really well. He did the same thing.
Oh, I see the conversion. Got ya.
But of course, there's out of the Ruffian Heroes. Larry's pointing out that something that amused him. Damien 3 streams ago, I will be busy most of the next few weekends. I don't want to put the last few issues in the middle of the week. I want to give them the attention they deserve. Damien last stream, let's barely talk about Maggot and only quickly look at the mag as an afterthought after considering not doing it.
Is that what happened?
But yes, next stream you do need to finish the mag because you didn't in Maggot Week.
Yeah, because there was a battle report.
Yeah.
Did we barely talk about Maggot?
The battle report you definitely didn't do because it carries on.
Yeah, I know we didn't do the battle report, but
And you were running short on time.
what do we talk about?
I don't know. I don't remember the end of that stream.
Probably beavers or something, wasn't it? Who knows?
Oh,
I meant that I wanted them to be. It was when I was looking at not having a free weekend for about 7 weeks, and I wanted them to be weekends, so that it wasn't really about what we do in the stream. It's about that they happen at a weekend, so people can attend the stream and join in, as opposed to doing them in the week. But yeah, Chris Cube says I like that idea. Damien, that must be about the Ruffian models.
Steiner says, I think it was mostly Sam Neill and dinosaurs.
That sounds
I
about
think
right.
he's right.
And Sean says, we've come to the end, how very sad. But yeah, but sad, but also kind of wonderful. Absurd, like no one thought we were going to get to the end. And maybe this is for next week, because let's be clear, we have not got to the end yet. We've all been hurt before. But I think we're going to get there.
Now let's give us the Maggoty dive.
Maggoty dive.
Speaking of, I finished up my Farmer Maggot and Doggos this week.
Very nice. I saw your picture.
I don't think I posted them in the patron chat. I think I did, but before the basing.
Are you holding them up? Sorry, I'm on a different screen.
What's that?
I was on the wrong screen, so if you were holding them up, I didn't see them.
I wasn't, because they're over there and I can't bother to go find them.
Fair enough. Just look at the diary. I think it will be in 3 weeks' time. I definitely can't do next weekend, and then we seem to have something on the Friday and the Saturday the weekend after, but then we don't seem to have anything on the Friday or the Saturday after that. So I think we can comfortably say that the 11th or 12th will be issue 91. So clear your diaries. I don't kind of say this a lot. I might try and get a big push on this one. If we can get a date locked in really early, you know, normally it's just like, are you free? Come and join us, and about 30 of you do. But I think for the last issue, let's try and get a big group in there. Let's try and have a big celebration. And we know it's not actually the end. We're gonna have a few streams afterwards where we talk about the favourite issues. Then we're gonna go on to supplements.
I mean, the big question is, have you completed your Moonbin mag collection yet?
No, although I did. I got a what is it? I got an email on my work email address inviting me to a Moomins conference, which really made me giggle. And I screen grabbed it, sort of said, I go, this would be excellent research. But yeah, like, you know, for anyone out there who knows BSIMers, who knows faded BSIMers or lapsed BSIMers, like, contact them. We've made it, man. 6.5 years, more than 6.5 years.
Are you going to get the Ouija board out to contact Steve?
I definitely thought about contacting him for one. You know, I haven't thought about it in a while, but I was like, well, towards the end we should get him in. Maybe we should come in for the last issue. I don't know. But yeah, I'll drop him a message and see what he says. He probably hasn't got the magazine anymore. It'd be more useless than normal. Like but it'd be nice to see his little face, wouldn't it? But yeah, so 3 weeks to go hashtag one last time. What a time to be alive. Right. Any final comments to mop up?
Chris Cooper's just said, I knew I was doing something on the 11th, but it's Dave's funeral.
Jesus. Is that the Friday?
You said the 11th or 12th, so 11th must be the Friday.
Well...
And then he says, well, that'll be a good pick-me-up after, I guess.
I was going to say, it worked out all right today. Come along, win him another dice. And, yeah, maybe it'll be on Saturday anyway, but maybe it will serve as a pick-me-up if it's there.
James Wilson says, so if the magazines are ended with issue 91 on stream number 141, tonight is the 50th special stream, i.e. not a magazine.
That's some outstanding maths. Yes, or I mean, kind of.
I don't think that's right.
Yeah, well, there were some doubles.
There were some doubles. There were some streams where you did 2 issues, and there were some issues that went over more than one stream.
There's a horses one, I think it is, that's got 3 bits, but I'm not sure if they're probably not labelled as different.
And then Jack says they're the special max as well. There's the 3 extra.
Yeah, I can't imagine the horses ones are given a different issue number. I wouldn't have thought, because they're probably...
I think they did.
I don't think they're going to be given a different episode number.
No,
they're not. Did. So look, Horses is episode 93, and then you got Horses episode 93 part 2, Horses episode 93 part 3. And that was like I'm sure one of those was on a different day. I feel like that wasn't 3 in one night. And there's another one. There you go, Wargs 94 and Wargs 94 part 2. That was when Steve's internet was just collapsing all over the place. Those days are gone.
Says he's looking forward to the next stream in 50 years' time. Can't believe we have a stream in episode 100 of The Planter in the same week.
Maybe. Who knows? And yeah, but like you say, some of the early ones, the earliest ones dealt with 2 issues at a time, I think. So yeah, but James's point, it's a fair point, isn't it? It's about 50.
Larry that says also episode 1 was 2 mags, I think. Was it just episode 1?
I thought it was the first few.
I thought it was the first few, but I'm not.
I think we were doing it once. I think Lockie was doing it every 2 weeks, and we were doing it once a month, because who the hell would do this more than once a month? And then so we did that for like January, February, March, and then the world shut down, and we started doing them weekly and doing them one mag at a time, I think. But yeah, there'll be lots of retrospective stuff, I think, to look back on. But until then, we do have one more issue to get through. So I'm going to be excitedly over the next few weeks reading through the final issue of Battle Games in Middle Earth and cracking it open.
First 3 episodes were 2 issues.
There you go.
You got episode 1 was issues 1 and 2, Moria Goblins, Men of Gondor, and High Elves. Episode 2 was issues 3 and 4, which is Frodo and fighting Uruk-hai. And then episode 3 was issues 5 to 6, which were Aragorn and Lurtz.
And then what date was episode 4 broadcast? I'm going to say... It
just says we streamed 6 years ago.
You need to click on the box and it will give you more detail. I'm going to suggest it's going to be in March 2020.
April 4th, 2020.
Yeah, April 4th. So that's like in lockdown. Crazy times, man. Crazy times. Well, there we go. Joe, it's been a delight as ever, my friend. Thank you all for joining us. We hope you've had a lovely time with us. The patrons, don't forget the latest hobby vlog is out there. The link to it's in the chat. If you haven't had that, I'm going to send it out as a patron message tomorrow. But remember,
that's on my watch list for tomorrow.
I hope you enjoy it. And I'm already working on the next one, so hopefully that'll tide you over. And I would have thought, looking at the dates...
Got a couple of people asking about party poppers. Will there be party poppers?
Oh, I think so.
Will they be duds?
Oh, I hope so. Yeah, I think we'll pull out all the stops.
Larry hopes Hot Girls and Boys shows up for the last stream.
Yeah, well, maybe all the classics will come in.
I mean, I'm still convinced that was Steve. because they stopped when Steve stopped doing it.
I think he was just like engagement farming.
I mean, when Steve died, they stopped showing up. So either they were Steve or they were here for Steve.
All the hot boys and hot girls love Steve. Maybe. I'm so on board for the hot boys and hot girls being Steve. What a twist that'd be. Final episode. Is it a twist people are like, or it'd be like it? Maybe it'd disgrace people. It's such a cop-out ending. That's a stupid ending. They jumped the shark right at the end. But yeah, I don't know quite what level. I mean, it will have to feel like a celebration, the next one, because it's the last issue. But it's not going to be the end, because we're going to do some more picking the best issues. There might be some more kind of celebrating the whole series for a while kind of ones, rather than just celebrate. But I do imagine it'll be a bit sad. I do imagine like shutting that last magazine and going, man, we've read 94 issues of this together over 6.5 years. It's going to be sad, man. But we've built this wonderful community. Nothing sad about that. All right.
Yeah.
So we will see you all. Hopefully, I'll try and get this locked in and try and get a link made nice and early, and so that we can all get it in our diaries and try and get loads of people in. But yeah, hopefully we'll be seeing you in a few weeks. And until then, thank you all. Check out the Holy Vlogs, and we'll see you very soon on Battle Streams in Middle Earth.